Hello everyone, thank you for tuning in to my channel. Today, I have a new story to share with you. Join me as we delve into this tale. During his closure, he acquired a new skill. The event of swallowing the spirit just occurred. Phương Hưu entered the Manhwa Museum, evaluating the highest authority of the Thai court. Manhwa's name was famous, but it had no connection to the divine. There was no connection to the divine, only peculiar training methods and strategies, the method of moving qi. It speaks of opening the human body to create treasures. The training methods here are truly unique and different from the flashy training styles on JoJo. All sorts of magic and spells are awakening. Only a child practicing body training has reached the peak. He took a divine stick, dropped it into the mouth of the greedy beast, and the beast did not close following the disappearance of the spirit. It could be due to the law of steel, or perhaps both originate from the same source. The steel mouth is in the steel god country, not restricted. Then he began training according to the method of the spirit technique. As a result, after swallowing this talent pill, Phương Hưu suddenly felt not only an essential amount of superior vitality in his body but also a vague force. He realized this force was familiar. During an unspecified period, the time force directly flowed into the time law. And then, there was no trace. How could this be? Why did a time force suddenly appear? Phương Hưu frowned. He couldn't even perceive where this time force came from. He looked at the talent pill beside him. Quickly, he found a fiery red gem called Fire Cloud. It was a truly precious elemental talent. And right after Phương Hưu ate Fire Cloud, he felt within his body. He felt that there is no possibility of Fire Cloud. Just a genius treasure with activity attributes, although precious in this world, cannot contain the power of time. If there is a genius treasure that contains the power of time, don't mention it in the land of the gods. It is JoJo, where even the gods want the carp to exist. He cannot understand. He swallowed a branch of golden fire, and a miraculous thing happened in his body. Suddenly, a little time power appeared again, although not much, but it really exists. Fire vortex truly contains the power of time. When he continued to swallow the fire vortex, he finally swallowed all the fire vortex in the Manhwa Museum, totaling not much, only about over 100, swallowed more than 100 units of time power. The law of time has no reaction, the body is undergoing changes, the skin of Phương Hưu turns red, as if there is a fire burning in the blood vessels, the feeling of pain as if being burned all over the body. Phương Hưu remains calm and starts practicing according to the notes of the divine man. 3 days later, Phương Hưu held a holy dragon fruit and started to swallow it. A strange event occurred, the power of time appeared once again. The king beast can also provide time power, the holy dragon fruit can also do this is no longer a coincidence. Phương Hưu, as usual, even sucking a genius treasure can provide time power. Phương Hưu stared at his deceptive mouth, wondering if the problem was not about the genius treasure, but about his own lack of thought. When the law of time combines with the law of deception, a new ability to absorb events has been discovered. He found the initial cause that the two laws combined to create a new ability to absorb time right after swallowing a genius treasure. Finally, turned into a transparent crystal, seemingly containing some kind of high-grade essence. Under the impetus of the sea of tears, the crystal exploded into millions of rays of light, and under the shining light, the deceptive gluttonous figure gradually lost its sacredness at that moment. Phương Hưu began to choose a piece of broken stone and then swallowed the time on it. As a result, the time power obtained became even rarer. It seems that the length of time is just one of the determining factors of time power. A piece of fragmented stone existing for a long time and occupying a small position seems too small. Even if this piece of fragmented stone can exist for thousands of years without being affected from the outside, it will never change position. The changes in time caused are also very small. Perhaps the time existing on the human body will be longer. To continue the experiment, he called 2 NHOC high. So that he caught a blind man. After a few days of bone and cartilage training in his body, he had completely exchanged substances for a long time. Although he still doesn't have power, in terms of physical intensity, he is strong enough to match someone who has undergone 3 transformations. In the wild environment, he is also one of the rare strong people. Catching a wild man is still an easy task. Phương Hưu looked at the unconscious wild man and opened his greedy mouth to start swallowing the time of his opponent. Immediately, a time force far exceeding the time that the divine treasure provided poured into his body. And when the time of the wild man was completely swallowed up, his breath and life also disappeared. Indeed, the time force that humans can provide far exceeds that of others. This discovery made Phương Hưu very satisfied. Since creating the law of time through deduction, he always didn't know how to create the second one. But now, unexpectedly, time has combined with swallowing. Then it is possible to swallow time. He feels that the law of time in his body, after swallowing a large amount of time force, has gradually developed. Even because of the constant expansion from the center, a small crack has emerged. I need more people. Phương Heu's mind suddenly lit up with a cold and gloomy light. Xu Nuoc Hai went to bring more people. And while Phương Heu trained eagerly, the land of Trung Nguyen also shook. In the imperial palace of the Tan Lan nation, the emperor of the Tan Lan nation, Lang Tin Ha, looked at investigator Tran Thang Dao reporting the situation. The investigator immediately said, "Your Majesty, the information is clear. I have had undercover investigators conduct several missions in the wilderness. The entire wild palace has turned into rubble." Lang Tin Ha fell into a strange, eerie silence. The atmosphere in the palace is extremely oppressive. Where is Lin Nhi, a person hidden in the wilderness, revealed? Some survivors in the wild palace seem to have encountered a slender girl with white hair. Standing next to the culprit who destroyed the Lam Tam Ha dynasty, suddenly enraged. The failure of the emperor is just a failure. Why let others defeat him? Even a little girl couldn't be protected. If I had known, I should have sold the spirit blade to him in the first place. He has unleashed his power in a short amount of time. Continuing to ask, have you identified the perpetrator who destroyed the dynasty? Not yet. After that person destroyed the dynasty, they never appeared. It's impossible to investigate, but I dare to affirm that person is definitely not from the devil sect. Rumors say he is not from the devil sect. Lam Tin Hak is a bit relieved. This person is currently not from the devil sect, but that doesn't mean they won't be in the future. This person could actually snatch the control of the Spirit Awakening statue from the Failure King and sacrifice the entire dynasty. He is capable, as we have seen the power of the gods. This dangerous person now controls Lin Nhi. If it is related to the devil sect, the power of the Tan Lan nation will immediately gather people to contact the Guardian clan. Assassinating even the seemingly unkillable must lead to the demise of Lin Nhi. A few days later, Phương Heu emerged from the wilderness not because he had finished, but because he was hungry. Forgetting that he had lost his celestial body and had become a human in need of sustenance upon his return. Although he could feast on the genius earth treasure daily, it truly couldn't fill his stomach. As he appeared, Phương Heu, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately lifted her head and swiftly approached Phương Heu with her petite and agile body. Expressionless, she looked at him without uttering a word. Perhaps he didn't understand how to communicate with others. At this moment, Phương Heu remarked that the recovery was too slow. He then took out a mystical fruit and tossed it to Phương Dao. Phương Dao obediently nibbled without saying a word, only. He seemed like he had never eaten a fruit before, as juice spilled all over his clothes when he chewed. Besides a hint of weakness, he said, "That's not how you eat." Seeing the juice flowing on him, he contemplated helping to clean it up, but Phương Dao turned and fled. He began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was once again shunned by Tu Nuoc Hai? Concerned. The deities had closed their doors for several days. Phương Dao didn't say a word. Even when I tried to communicate with him, he didn't react. Phương Heu paid no attention and grilled the meat by himself. Everything had been arranged by Tu Nuoc Hai. Eventually, he also became immortal. Phương Dao's spirit was truly equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Because he was always held captive in the dark prison, if it continues like this, perhaps. He feared Tu Nuoc Hai would mention it halfway and couldn't continue speaking as Phương Dao had come beside Phương Heu. With wide eyes, he stared intently at the grilled meat in Phương Heu's hand. With graceful steps, Phương Heu offers a piece of grilled meat to Phương Dao. He accepts the small piece of grilled meat, his petite figure sitting next to Phương Heu. Nibbling on the grilled meat, they sit side by side. Yu also realizes that he is surplus. With a bowed head filled with silent sorrow, Phương Heu asks, "How did you end up at the Divine King's palace sold off by his father?" Phương Dao chews on the grilled meat, speaking hesitantly. His face shows no emotion, as if speaking of another instead of himself. Phương Heu further inquires, "Why did your father sell you?" Phương Dao responds, "To kill my mother." When asked about his parents, Phương Dao stammers, "They are the emperor and empress of the Soaring Wolf country." Phương Heu recalls memories of the Divine King's palace, reminiscing about historical accounts of Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen, ruled by the Soaring Wolf country, where the highest ruler is the descendant of the ancestral empress. Due to the special traits of the ancestral empress, all her successors are female. Clearly, the empress of the Soaring Wolf country is also the descendant of the ancestral empress and the true ruler of the country. The emperor killing the empress mainly serves one purpose: to seize power. No emperor wants to have a queen above them. The reason behind Fuang Dao being sold to the Divine King's palace is easily understood. With the emperor in a weaker position compared to the empress, wanting to seize power, he must rely on external strength and the flesh of the ancestral empress heir. To the Divine King, the key to power lies in the heir. Naturally, both parties agree to use Fuang Dao, the emperor's daughter, as a bargaining chip. "Is your mother still alive?" Fuang Dao, expressionless, replies, "My father killed her." Fuang Hưu continues, "What about other relatives? Where are they?" Fuang Dao responds, "There is still a sister somewhere. After she killed me, she disappeared." Tu Nhoc Hai also said, "Father killed mother, he wanted to kill his sister. Why did he want to kill you?" Such a tragic story made the god Nhoc Hai, half of the divine sense, feel compassionate. What kind of family is this? Faced with the question of God, Nhoc Hai, Fuang Dao doesn't care, doesn't turn around. At this point, Fuang Hưu asked, "Why does your sister want to kill you?" Fuang Dao also said, "To solve the problem." After a while, Fuang Dao gradually recounted his past. His memory lasts only 5 years because at the age of 15, he was sold to the Ba Vong Din and then imprisoned in prison for 10 years. If it weren't for Fuang Hui's appearance, his fate would surely be exhausted and die alone, even more tragically. Because Vong Hung certainly wants future generations to always have descendants of the goddess when Fuang Dao is fully grown, he may force him to have children in the future. It is also fortunate that he has lost a lot of power, leading to slow development and weakness of the body, not enough to reproduce. So he is not attacked. Fuang Dao's memories are also quite vague, but Fuang Hung has guessed through his words that perhaps he will have to face the 5 assassins who have gone through 4 great times that have changed everything. Fuang Hung already knew about Fuang Dao's voice. The Ha Tai is angry as thunder. He thinks Fuang Dao has been pitied enough, not expecting to go through such a tangled and tragic journey, being sold and bought by his father. Fuang Dao is not a beast, it's something else. Fuang Dao doesn't care about Ha Thai's anger, still maintaining his thoughts. He has thought about why the king of Lang Sun wants to kill his children. He guesses that this may be related to the goddess of mercy, because all of the descendants of the goddess of mercy are women. Only they have the ability to control the power of the goddess of mercy. The king of Lang Sun will surely kill all the descendants of the goddess of mercy to maintain his power. So the king of Lang Sun must die for Fuang Dao to take over the goddess of mercy. This is an important part of his plan. Now, if the king of Lang Sun wants to stop it, he must die in an instant. He has been looking for a way to restore power. It seems that the emperor of the Thuong Land kingdom must die for Fuang Dao to take over the divine tower. This is an important part of his plan. Now, if the emperor of the Thuong Land kingdom wants to stop it, he must die. His train of thought then turned to the idea that the king of the Vong Bong Vong Tan was eliminated. Such a big event, even if the emperor of Lang Sun realizes it, what will the reaction be when the opponent knows that Fuang Dao is not dead at that moment? Fuang Hưu slowly stood up. Fuang Dao hasn't finished eating, quickly grabbed the grilled meat in his hand. Also standing up, if you are correct, Emperor Thuong Lan will know that Fuang Dao has escaped the danger, will surely send someone to kill him again. During this time, Jia T practiced. We need to quickly conduct the first mental refining. 2 Nhoc Hai worries about the divine stone. So what are we still doing here? Let's run quickly. Fuang Hưu gently looked at him, with a little sarcasm, usually enough for me to run away. Right, we almost forgot that we still have the divine statue here. This is the safest place, only when the enemy arrives is the nuisance of the superior general. You activate the divine statue to swallow the enemy, it's not a problem. But Fuang Hưu said that the divine statue is not satisfied with the activation, no one can activate it without enough etiquette. At that moment, the expression of concern of 2 Nhoc Hai, when he puts himself in a dangerous situation, in such situations, he must have run away for a long time. Under my heart, I almost forgot that we still have the image of the creator beast here, this is the safest place. Only the enemy bothers the creator beast. By activating the image of the creator beast, you can swallow the enemy, right? However, Fuang Hưu spoke about the creator beast, not satisfied, no one can activate it. The uneaten food of Fuang Dao, quickly grab the grilled meat in hand. Also stand up. If Fuang Dao is correct, if the emperor of Thuong Land knows that Fuang Dao has escaped, he will surely send someone to kill him again. During this time, the family will practice. This is not a way to kill the enemy, but to make food. After a period of fighting, after Fuang Hưu adapted to the situation, he also used his greedy mouth to swallow all 5 people. Fuang Hưu discovered that the crack in his body had increased significantly, and the strength of his body had also increased significantly, perhaps soon he would undergo a second evolution. He turned back to the statue of the gluttonous god, But the result was that Fong Du was truly bound next to the statue of the god. At that time, Hu Vo Hai quickly ran to the supreme god, does not want to tie him up, but Fong Du saw him alone facing 5 people, 16 wanted to help. I can't stop it anymore, this is the only way. And when the rope was untied, Fong Du didn't pay attention to Hu Vo Hai, he ran straight to Fuang Hu, still silent. He exhaled a gentle breath and waved his hand. A powerful announcement echoed in the air. A compressed airflow, like a powerful bullet hitting a large rock in the distance. In the next second, the rock shattered into many fragments. This is the spiritual thing, right? Truly the physical transformation. His current physical strength may be comparable to a 6th grade divine body. The Tan No country is not joking. Fuang Hu clearly knows that the spiritual thing is beyond the world. Any poison he has swallowed can be released from the 8 demons' divine palace. This means that now, just by wanting it, he can completely turn himself into a completely poisonous person. For the time order, it is just an increasing crack. Then Fuang Hu left Fong Dao, immediately found Fuang Hua's position accurately, then ran to him. After 5 days without seeing Fong Hua's face, Fong Dao finally gained a bit of flesh and cuteness. At this point, 2 Nhoc Hai ran up. Subsequently, Fuang Hu left Fong Dao's room immediately to accurately locate Fuang Dao's position, then hurried towards it. After 3 days without seeing Fong Dao, finally a hint of plumpness and cuteness appeared on Fong Dao's face. At this moment, 2 Nhuec Hai immediately rushed over. There are enemies, why is Fuang Hu calm? I know they have arrived. 2 hours ago, they were hiding hundreds of miles away. 2 Nhuec Hai was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Fuang Hu, while closing the door, could still sense accurately like that. Has he truly completed the ascension? Fuang Hu also nods, seemingly to express agreement. 2 Nhuec Hai is even more surprised. He, too, cultivates the spirit of the supreme maniac and naturally knows how difficult ascension is. Even with a half-god foundation and the ability to receive some genius treasures, ascension still requires at least a few months of effort. But unexpectedly, Fuang Hu ascends in just a few short days. In fact, in terms of talent, Fuang Hu is not inferior to Tan Bien Hai, but he hacked it just right, didn't he? I presume the reason why they dare not approach is because they fear the heavenly thunderbolt stone idol, hence they hide in the vicinity. If I were them, the next step would surely involve using tactics to lure us away from the domain of the stone idol. Therefore, we must not fall for it. Where do you want to go, O divine thunderbolt stone idol? The weak sea asks, not finishing the sentence. The person has already walked towards Fuang Hua's enemy. Everyone steps out to surround and watch over the princess. Where do you want to go, O true god? 2 Nhuec Hai didn't finish his sentence either, as the man stepped forward because Fuang Hu suddenly moved towards the hiding place of the enemy. All appeared and protected Fuang Hu, focusing on the princess. Disciple of the 19th celestial power, the old man holds an iron rod, looking at Fuang Hu without turning his gaze to the 7th immortal training god, the enchanting woman holding a whip intending to introduce herself but being interrupted by Fuang Hu. I don't care to know the name of the deceased. The old man with white hair stood up. I don't know that you have a noble name, the dead don't care about my name. Fang Wei has a calm face, completely ignoring the 5 people in front of him. The strong man with the hammer is angry, it doesn't work, it's really arrogant, but he doesn't take his saints seriously. You guys are by my side to protect me today. I want to see if he has anything arrogant. Looking at the strong man who came forward, Fang Wei frowned and said softly, is it necessary to waste such time? Everyone attacked together. The strong man holding the star hammer felt insulted, raised the star hammer high, and directly attacked Fang Wei. However, Fang Wei directly used the steam eclipse mouth, and immediately swallowed all the power on the star hammer. The strong man holding the star hammer suddenly panicked. Unexpectedly, his attack was exposed again. Fang Wei was gently exposed as such a weak attack. Do you think an attack like this can kill anyone, even yourself? The strong man, angry, lifts his hammer high and strikes continuously at Fuang Hu. However, Fuang Hu directly uses the devouring mouth, immediately swallowing all the strength on the man's hammer. The strong man, holding the hammer, suddenly panics, not expecting his own attack to be nullified. Fuang Hu gently says, is that a weak attack like that? But no matter how strong the result is, the hammer in Fuang Hua's hand is still stable, not shaken at all because all the strength transmitted to the hammer has been swallowed up by the devouring mouth. That is the powerful strength derived from the iron stone devouring mouth, which is now far different from before. Even time can be swallowed up, not to mention the power. It's just because of the lack of soul that can only be seen as an arm to fight. It can be predicted that when one day leaves the world of gods, After recovering the soul, the greedy mouth will unleash a terrible power. At that time, it will truly swallow the sky and the earth, swallow everything. The strong man quickly grabbed another hammer to attack Phương Hưu. But Phương Hưu didn't give him that chance, immediately throwing both himself and the hammer far away. The old man with silver hair first laughed at his departure immediately. 4 people attacked at that moment. The strong man had detonated the poison in the meteor hammer. The third position of the heavenly compass poison isn't afraid that it will harm me and my allies. The strong man also said, if it weren't for that, how could we defeat the 5th ranked key mother sword? It must have also used the heavenly compass poison. The strong man didn't budge, even saying that the winner is the loser. Have you said enough? Phương Hui's calm voice rang out amidst the darkness. The strong man couldn't believe it. This can't happen. The heavenly compass poison will die. Why is he still alive? But just after a second, Phương Hưu absorbed all of that poison. A sense of satisfaction appeared on his calm face. Still tastes good. Right, there is a high possibility that this person possesses a body that is not afraid of any poison. It can't be prolonged any longer. Let's settle it quickly. The old man with silver hair couldn't defeat Phương Hưu. A sense of unease arose in Phương Hui's heart facing the attack of 5 people. Phương Hưu turned 2 fists into countless images hitting the 5. The 5 were immediately thrown far away, realizing they had been infected with dry fire poison. The strong man had been using poison from before, hurriedly took out an antidote and swallowed it. The others also hurriedly exclaimed, "We also need an antidote." However, the strong man's face turned pale after swallowing the antidote. This is not the dry fire poison antidote. It contains at least 100 different poisons. How could there be anyone in this world who can perfectly blend 100 different poisons? When they were about to escape, Phương Hưu appeared and said, "Tell me how you want to die." The 5 people couldn't see an immediate way to attack Phương Hưu. And Fang Wei also fought patiently after a period of fighting. After Fang Hưu adapted to the situation, he also used his greedy mouth to devour 5 people. Fang Wei found that the cracks in his body had increased a lot, and his body strength had also increased sharply. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he would evolve a second time. He went back under the god statue of greed, but as a result, Feng Yao was really tied up next to the god statue at that time. Void Wuhai hurriedly ran to the god. Really didn't want to tie him up, but Feng Yao saw that he was confronting 5 people alone. 16 people wanted to help. I couldn't stop anymore. In the end there was only this way. Seeing Fang Wei return to Feng Yao, there was no sign of resistance, just quietly tied up there with big round eyes staring at him. Wu Wuhai hurriedly relieved Feng Yao. Whispered Feng Yao, "Don't blame Uncle Hai. You really can't let you go too dangerously. And what's more, you don't know about the true power of the god. In short, you just need to know that the god is really a very, very strong person." Even when the rope was opened, Feng Yao left the ears of Void Wuhai, ran to Fang Hui's side, and still didn't say a word. And when the rope was taken off, Feng Yao didn't pay attention to Void Wuhai, ran straight to Fang Hui's side, still silent. He just stared without expressing any emotions, his eyes empty, looking down at the 2 figures of adults and children standing together. He doesn't understand why he feels strange. He even thinks that if he were Feng Hưu, he would definitely help. Gently touching Feng's head, he softly said, "You're fine," but Feng Hưu truly said, "You are too weak. At this moment, you are not worthy to accompany me in battle." Feng Dao said nothing. He remained silent, turned away, and walked into an empty corner. Starting to cultivate the angel wood. In reality, he had been cultivating all this time. Even though imprisoned for 10 years, his body had not fully recovered. However, the bloodline inheritance of Nu Oa was too powerful. In just a few days, Feng Jiu had achieved cultivation accomplishments. He even surpassed the cultivation of ordinary people for many years. But still not enough to face this immense Huyanlang nation. He couldn't even be considered an ant. Hai Huhai approached, asking if his determination was truly so ruthless. In the end, he still had her. As a goddess who had not even once ascended, she had been running away her whole life. Did she want to continue running? Hai Huhai also expressed gratitude to the divine teaching that helped him understand, to enhance the power of his tools. Feng Hưu also needed to strive in this world. Strength must be understood clearly and faced with the strongest Huyanlang nation. Without enough strength, it would be impossible. After his second ascension, he realized Lang Tin Ha was leading an army to attack. Just at that moment, Feng Hưu eliminated the assassin sent from Huyanlang and then closed the gates of Huyanlang. In the palace, Lang Tin Ha was so angry that he called everyone trash. Even the 5 divine table masters were defeated, and the power of that person had just entered the level of divine table master. The 8 immediately went to see the king. "You will face the power of Earth God if you do not want to face 5 people alone. So, give me one more chance." This time, I will contact the leader of the 5 table masters, Kiem Tan Luk New Fong. This person has reached the highest level of transformation, he will surely fulfill the task. The cold king of the Lang kingdom said, if the holy sword fails, what then? The assistant immediately realized the danger and began to feel anxious, his body trembling. If he attacks, no one can confront him except the king. The cold king laughed, if the holy sword fails, what then? The assistant finally realized the danger and began to feel anxious, his body trembling. You are useless, punish me, I am truly useless. The king knew that the opponent had just received the power of the earth god, so why send someone to test him over and over again? Do you know how far it is from Huyan Lang to Vong Dinman? You don't have to allow the other party to fail step by step and then use the supreme power of earth god to fully develop. Even Lin Dao has advanced. Finally, to Tinlong, the divine master, I regret deeply. I am very sorry, I will contact the 5 tables master, General Qin, and ask him to lead 10,000 strong troops along with the Shen Plank masters in the palace to destroy this enemy, not to let the enemy have any chance. King Xuanlang suddenly said, no need. I will go down to the battlefield myself. The assistant was immediately stunned. The king can't be a nobleman, how can he go down to the battlefield by himself? Before the scenario ended, he was taken out by Lin Xing, so I hope you fail. My kingdom has long since ended. Remember the lesson of the lion and the rabbit. A power of the earth god and the blood heritage of the 2 dangerous things that have been combined. I will not let them have any chance to develop. I heard that he ordered the gathering of 10,000 medicine spirit troops. The emperor's expedition against the demonic villains. A month later, Fang Shu finally welcomed his second ascension. However, the only thing that displeased Fang Shu was that after the second ascension, his physical prowess remained at the 6th rank, approaching the limit of the 7th rank command. Yet he couldn't stop accumulating life orders like extreme ascenders. He speculated that perhaps the rules of the New Wood Divine Kingdom were causing this. Perhaps only the extreme ascenders could cease the accumulation of life orders, while he, due to his profound foundation, possessed the peak physicality of the 5 realms. So after one ascension, he could compete with those who ascended 4 times in this realm. Interestingly, during this time, 2 Nhuoc Hai and Fan Nagu also completed their first ascension. When the real god truly encountered an accident, Shu Ruohai quickly advanced into Fangzia's hidden place. His stern expression contrasting with Fuang Huck's calm demeanor. Just now, some tribes harvesting unique herbs in the east came to report. They said they saw traces of a large army marching in the Red Earth mountain range. It seems to be the army of the Kanglang kingdom, with at least 100,000 dragon banner bearers. Only the emperor's expedition carries the dragon banner. The emperor of the Shanglang kingdom has arrived. Fuang Huck slowly rose, his gaze still as calm as water. It seems he was not surprised by the appearance of the emperor of the Shanglang kingdom. It seems this emperor wants to resolve all troubles at once. During this time, Fuang Tu may have been infected by Fuang Tu. He weakened to the point of no longer yielding. Facing the emperor leading the army and 100,000 soldiers, he seemed eager for battle. Some things are inevitable. Since the enemy has set out, let us proactively make them regret coming to Fuang Tu. The weakling looked at him mockingly, not understanding why the weakling moved from one extreme to another. Do you think with just tens of thousands of weaklings like you can defeat 100,000 elite troops of the enemy, or do you believe that as a worshipper, you can stand up against the emperor of the Lang kingdom, who possesses the power of the divine kingdom? The final courage of the weak has been concentrated, extinguished by the cold water of Fang Shu. Lord, how should we respond? Fang Shu said directly. After a few hours, the emperor of the Shanglang kingdom led the army to the savage kings. The reason for their slow pace was because along the way, they had also solved many barbaric caves to expand the territory of the Shanglang kingdom. Lin Xin's gaze was as deep as if it had crossed the last sea of people landed on Fangyao and Fang Shu. That's because along the way, they have solved many caves of Manhuang's invasion, expanding the territory for the Lang Sun Lin Tam country. The eyes of Lin Xin are as deep as crossing a sea of people, finally stopping at Fuang Dao and Fuang Hung. Directly ordered 100,000 soldiers to attack, but the blind soldiers saw the scene, and also fled. Xuanyu Hai immediately slashed, and even killed some soldiers who fled, but in vain at this time. Fang Xing said softly, there was no need to obstruct, but the avatar really allowed them to disintegrate. Not yet fighting, but their role was never to kill the enemy, but to make food. Immediately afterwards, in Fang Xing's mouth, an ancient and incomprehensible symbol of the encounter with the serious punishment of the phantom god, the terrifying ghostly force rushed down. The mouth of the god statue widened, a bottomless black hole emerged from nowhere, strongly absorbing the reproaches around him. At that moment, Lin Xing stretched out his hand, The light around seemed to be guided by an invisible hand. The forging force in the darkness gradually gathered in his hand. Eventually, it turned into a semi-transparent trapezoidal crystal that seemed to contain some kind of high-grade crystal. Under the impetus of the Seluck line, the crystal exploded into millions of rays of light, and under the light of the illuminated god of cheating statue, it suddenly lost its sacredness. Staring at the crystal in the opponent's hand, Fuang Hung furrowed his brows gently, sensing clearly that the connection between himself and the deceitful deity had been severed in the blink of an eye. Hak Fumi. He understood that the 8-mystery divine jade in his hand was not the true divine mother jade, but merely an image of the deity, akin to a key unlocking the deity's power. Ultimately, the divine mother was not something anyone could wield. Similarly to when he obtained the divine mother of the original moon, unless acknowledged by the deity, one could not retain the deity. The Divine Mother was even more difficult, not to mention the Divine Mother Jade. Perhaps ordinary people had no right to interact with it, he speculated. It was likely a handle left by the Divine Mother originally, allowing future generations to wield the deity's power through this handle. This battle ultimately was a clash between the Divine Mother's nation and the Thao Tiem Lin Tin Ha, relying on the Divine Mother's deity to temporarily sever the link between the Thao Tiem and the image of the Divine Nation. In such a situation, unless Thao Tiem actively intervened, no one could stop Lin Tin Ha. The issue was that Thao Tiem only knew how to consume without taking further action. At this moment, Hu Yu Hai and Fuang Dao also joined the fight, while Fuang Hu remained motionless. Instead, he observed Lin Tin Ha in the air, noticing a very peculiar point. Clearly, Lin Tin Ha could harness the power of the Divine Mother, a power not only sufficient to rule in this world but also to make one confidently lead under the genuine sky. In this case, possessing such a powerful force, he could entirely act on his own to solve any issues but chose to delegate to Fuang Hu. Looking through, Fuang Dao was protecting and attacking the enemy in moments of weakness. In his mind, a speculation arose: the Divine Mother's deity could not be used to oppose the descendants of the Divine Mother. Even if used to resist the descendants of the Queen, there is a risk of being deprived. That's why Lang Tin Ha must kill Fuang Dao, because he doesn't allow anyone to steal the Goddess of Mercy from his hands. The grace of Fuang Dao. In a moment, Fang Tu was innocently a little embarrassed, directly hugged Fang Dao and looked at Lin Xing Ha coldly. That's right. That is the strategy he has come up with currently. Facing Wang Mao's divine power, it is impossible to defeat, so if you want to win, you have to limit the opponent from using Wang Mao's power. And Fang Dao is the best restrictive measure. As long as they wear Fang Dao under the enemy's anger, they will not dare to use the power of Wang Mother Ling Xing. His eyes are full of murderous intent. He is a smart person through Fang Hua's actions. He quickly understood that the other party had realized his weakness. This made him angry. Grandpa thought that this way could limit the system. Today the system will tell him that even if there is no power, Wang Mo's Shen Qi is still the world champion. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tin Ha directly used the blood qi to turn into long hair and attack. Fang Wei directly grabbed the long hair, using Thao Tiem's mouth to swallow Lin Tin Ha. Fang Hua's convulsions were even more painful when he felt Fang Hua's power in his left hand, the mouth of Thao Tiem. This did not surprise Fuang Hu. He can control the power of the Vong Mao. Lin Tin Ha stands at the pinnacle of this world. The fact that Fuang Hu can control the power of the Vong Mao for many years, under the warmth of his physical strength, he is comparable to the divine. Today, you will see how much you can swallow. Then, Lin Tin Ha focused a long strand of blood-red hair hundreds of feet long to attack Fuang Hu. Facing that terrifying blow, Fuang Hu remains calm, gently raising his left hand. Thao Tiem's mouth opened, ready to swallow the Ket Kwa staff. Immediately upon swallowing, Fuang Hua's left arm exploded. Witnessing this, Lin Tin Ha remarked, "This is the fate of those who swallow elephants. Next will be the right arm." Having lost his left arm, the next will be the right arm. People began to create a horrifying blood-colored staff. Fuang Hu embraced Fuang Dao, his eyes empty as he looked at his lost left arm for the first time, emotions coloring his gaze. A faint light of 5 colors quietly flickered. Fuang Hu then mentioned the stove. The broken left arm emitted a strong suction force, swallowing all the surrounding soldiers. In return, Fuang Hua's left arm recovered directly. Lam Tam Ha was furious. "How dare you swallow the soldiers of the clan to compensate for yourself today? You will surely die without a place to bury. And you, Lang Dao, should have died 10 years ago." This time, his anger gathered into thousands of blood-colored spears. Each spear, about 100 feet long, contained an unimaginably terrifying force. Facing the incoming attack, Fuang Hu knew he had to open up again. These attacks surely couldn't kill him as he had 5 natural iron decrees and certain absorbing properties. There are 100,000 bags of blood here wanting to kill him, which is very difficult, but Lang Dao can't do it. Under such an attack, Lang Dao will surely die without a body. He is the key to controlling the then Cash Nu. Phương Hưu naturally couldn't let him die like that, so he had to open up again. This time, there were also some mistakes in the assessment. Unexpectedly, the power of then Cash Nu exceeded the power of his own body, even enough to rival a semi-divine body. Such terrifying power may have reached the forbidden limit, where even the power of then Cash Nu couldn't be opposed. Just as Phương Hưu was about to activate the Luke Len decree. Silently waiting for death, Moi society surprisingly wins. He did not show any surprise in front of him and suddenly transformed as if a strong external force was invading. The next moment, he suddenly shattered, and a woman in white appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Phương Hưu. When the woman appeared at that moment, whether it's Lam Tin Ha or Phương Dao, both have changes in their eyes. Surprised to find that Lam Tin Ha indeed has the power of Kim Lin Bitch. Immediately, Phương Hưu was about to open himself again, then suddenly a woman in white appeared before him. Lam Tin Ha's eyes suddenly narrowed unbelievably, looking at the woman in white before him, while Phương Dao's eyes showed a bit of resentment and pain. Only when the woman in white waved her hand did a rainbow appear instantly. In the blink of an eye, destroying all the colored spears, Lin Xin and said coldly it was Miss Lin Lin who didn't expect that today would be the day for the 3 of us women to reunite, but the woman in white Lin Lin completely defied Lin Tam and she looked in the direction of Fang Dao Ling Dao. Sister Ling Ling thought that she was dead, but she didn't expect that she had lived for a long time in the wilderness. Many years made her miserable. Fang Dao looked at her sister in front of her a little strange. Her eyes were full of coldness. It was the result of the harsh betrayal she had experienced. Lin Dao was killed by her 10 years ago. Now my name is Phương Dao. Her voice still retains a bit of the same tone but with a cold power, especially without any emotion. The tears in his eyes uncontrollably flowed out of his senses. The area he couldn't speak. Sorry, it's my sister, I am sorry. Lin Tam in the past, and in the middle of wanting to attack. Seeing the enemy coming, he picked up the tears in his eyes, emitting a cold light when he was about to act. A figure in a white shirt suddenly entered the match. At the top was a middle-aged man with a face like a horse, a middle-aged man who was born. Seeing the middle-aged man, the whole group shouted, "Master, you're here, you're here." The middle-aged man smiled softly. Ling you're the holy lady of my holy religion. How can the holy Dao from top to bottom let you think for yourself from top to bottom? Yes, holy woman in such a big scene. How can you not call you return? The middle-aged man brought a group of people, a man with an innocent face, a strong body, smiled stupidly, Lao Lin Xin and was angry when he thought that he didn't expect that the people of the demon sect also came, and he had been chasing you for so many years, and today he came here by himself. He stared at the blessed one of the spirit and said quietly, and there is also the white elephant gone at that time. He was like a vicious dog that followed his own queen and now wrapped himself around his own daughter. He was really a ghost who refused to leave. If it wasn't for that time, he would have robbed the spirit. Hearing from the queen, Bai Shanggong's eyes lit up. A deeply engraved painful emotion. He was not worthy of replacing him. Ling Ling quickly ran to Bai Shanggong, full of anxiety and callousness. Lin Xing also said, you are really a loyal seed, don't worry, there will be a chance to meet the queen and everyone else. While the two sides were confronted, Lin Xingyi's gaze turned to the image of Fang Wei and suddenly shouted Kong Gong. Stopping, Fang Wei hugged Fang Dao tightly while he was being pushed to a place where his soldiers collapsed one by one. Vitality and time were as great as a rushing river into his body. He didn't care about these family tangled stories. While the two sides were chatting, he constantly absorbed the soldiers around him, constantly strengthening himself. Lin Xing just wanted to act with Fang Wei when he was stopped by Ling Ling. She could not see her younger sister being hurt. Lam Tin Ha angry, a punch thrown out, the terrifying bloodthirsty power suddenly sprayed out. Lin Lin felt tears falling on her body at that moment. The horrifying power dormant in her blood suddenly flared up. In that moment, the light of life shines on the land, terrifying power that has not yet materialized. In this light, her long and slender legs begin to transform into a snake tail, a powerful divine strength over Lin Lin's body. The light of life shines on the land, terrifying power that has not yet materialized before becoming a reality. This powerful transformation attracts Phương Hui's attention as he gazes intently at Lin Lin facing Lam Tin, stopping at her snake tail, deeply thoughtful face. At this moment, Lin Lin seems to have transformed into someone else, more accurate, from a person to a deity. Her perfectly combined beautiful face with powerful strength, long hair falling like a waterfall, shimmering shoulders, shining eyes becoming deep and distant, making others unable to look directly at her. The lower part of her body is a giant snake tail covered in shimmering scales, radiant in various colors. There is no sense of horror, but rather full of a divine and friendly atmosphere. Seeing this, Lam Tin Ha and Phương Hưu are both surprised by her mythological form. You have truly mastered the divine form of the female sage. Looking at the unfamiliar eldest daughter before her, she sees the image of the queen on the opponent. Today, I will avenge Mother Queen Lam Lam without a word wasted, rushing to attack Lam Tin Ha. Both sides immediately face each other and are amazed to see that after Lam Lam activated her divine form facing Lam Tin Ha, who possesses a sacred body, she is not inferior. The generals of Kang Lang Kwok have also begun to fight with Bok Tuong Kong and others. Bok Tuong Kong facing two generals who have reached the extreme, the battle is still evenly matched. Phương Hưu sees a slight fluctuation in the divine power of Bok Tuong Kong. Perhaps he has also swallowed the flesh of the descendants of Nu No, but based on how Lin Lin treats him, it seems like a voluntary sacrifice. This is also the reason he can face two people. But Phương Hưu will not swallow Phuong Dao's flesh because that would be foolish. The divine power is weak, and the seed of divinity is in front of him. How will he choose? Even a fool knows to choose the Phong Tan Nai, and the key to control Phong Tan Nai is Phuong Dao. So he is not so foolish as to swallow Phuong Dao's flesh just for a little insignificant divine power. Although for Phuong Dao, this does not affect the foundation, but Phương Hưu is truly concerned about his soul. He clearly knows why Phuong Dao depends on him, not only because he saved him, but also because he did not take Phuong Dao back and gave her to Tho Hugh, causing a large number of men to die before him. Despite being young, Phuong Dao also knows why she was held captive, understanding the significance of her flesh and blood to others. When he took his blood, what difference is there compared to the blood of Vong Man Hoang, even after saving him? In his heart, he only thinks that he was saved for his flesh and blood. Therefore, Phương Hưu will never do foolish things like destroying Phuong Dao's dependence on him for some insignificant flesh and blood, then pushing the Ton Kak Nu No out of the door. He no longer has the Dien Dao in. It's impossible to control Jiang Mongwei to control Phuong Dao, so only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. Luckily, Phuong Dao's actions are progressing well. Phương Hưu even suspects that even if Phuong Dao uses the electric Dao seal, it may reduce Phuong Dao's loyalty. Ling Ling and others share the pressure, making Phương Hưu feel very comfortable. He only needs to face 100,000 troops, even starting to feel the laziness of Hu Nuoc Hai quietly returning to Phương Hua's side after killing the enemy. Watching Ling Ling and others battle, at the same time complaining about the fight between the divine neighbors Lin Tam Ha and his queen, Phuong Tuong then, who pursues the queen, is the one who saved Phuong Dao's two sisters. It seems that he then left Ling Ling and later accepted Ling Ling as a disciple. But here it is discovered that Ling Ling's gaze at Phuong Tuong then seems abnormal, as if combined with love. It means Phuong Tuong then likes Lin Tam as queen, Ling Ling's mother, and Ling Ling likes Phuong Tuong then. Lin Tam Ha wants to kill Ling Ling and Phuong Tuong then. Phương Hưu frowned in silence. I don't care about such nonsense. Bring more soldiers here. Helplessly pointing at True Tai as Phương Hưu was madly swallowing giant amounts of life energy, making his body stronger. The large amount of time is nurturing the time law. He even wonders if swallowing all 100,000 soldiers in front of him could directly upgrade him to the third rank. Perhaps even the time law will completely divide the appearance of the second stone. But humans are always defeated by the desire for battles between Lin Tam Ha and Lin Lin. Finally, unable to continue the endless confrontation, the first injured person is Lin Tam Ha. Facing Lin Lin, he cannot use the electric Dao seal, but Lin Lin carries the power of Nu No from her blood, combined with her current divine form, even overcoming Lin Tam Ha in a vague way with a horrifying blow from Ling Ling. As Lin Tam Ha was defeated, his eyes widened in shock, blood streaming down. Even his clothes in front were torn and stained. The moment of his death had arrived, as seen in Ling Ling's eyes filled with deep-seated hatred, like a serpent slithering in the sky. Lying injured on the ground, following Lin Tam Ha, you thought you had won, but little did you know that the favorable opportunity you thought was created by me. As the hell flowers bloomed with the signal of Lin Tam Ha, flowers of hell began to slowly grow on his body. Unexpected retaliation. Lam Tam Ha, Dai Hu Dao, you thought you had won, didn't you? Little did you know that the favorable chance you thought was deliberately given by me. When the non-flowers bloomed along with the signal of Lam Tam Ha on his body, non-flowers began to slowly emerge. Witnessing this devouring action, one cannot help but pause for a moment, gazing intently at the hell flowers on Lin Tam's body. Frowning, he never thought that in the kingdom of Tho Tien, one could see hell flowers. And this hell flower was very special, giving the feeling of a small version of the hell white lotus. In an instant, the endless sea of hell flowers covered the sky. Ling Ling could not believe this was the divine power different from the female No and the power of another deity. In the past, he used the power of the deity to attack the Mao Hao. One cannot deny that the niece was indeed intelligent, controlling the power of the female Oa. Even if attacked, it could not be dealt with. Fortunately, there was the protection of the fate of the flower deity. Thanks to the power of the flower deity, he finally killed that despicable villain and took over the power of the female Oa. Lin Lin heard the reason for her mother's death. Her eyes immediately turned red with irrationality, rushing to attack Lin Ho. However, on his path, countless non-flowers bloomed. The blooming Bianhua flowers have caused him to suffer consecutive failures. Although Bianhua flowers are not strong, they are very special. Any flower that falls on Ling Ling's body is crushed by the power of Nuwa, but at the same time, it also consumes a part of Ling Ling's spiritual power. Ling Nhi cannot continue until the retreat. The rushing Bianhua flowers force Ling Ling to retreat step by step. Bianhua flowers are not strong but very strange. If they fall on Ling Ling, they will be crushed by the power of Nuwa. However, a part of the spiritual power will be consumed at that time, suppressing Ling Er, unable to resist and should retreat. Bai Shang Tan sees the situation not optimistic, hurriedly calls back Ling Ling. Ling Ling senses the remaining power of Nuwa in her body, gazes at Ling Hu, and decides to retreat. She uses a powerful final blow with a snake tail. A five-colored thread burning across the sky burns all the Bianhua flowers flying in. Then she immediately appears next to Fuang Dao, shaking her head and warning of danger here, quickly leave with her sister. However, Fuang Dao pulls out a knife and stabs her in the heart. Ling Ling smiles sadly at Dao Dao. I know you still hold resentment in your heart about the past. I am sorry, but now you are too weak. Wanting to kill me is not enough. Come with me now. Go to a safe place first. If you want to kill me later, I will not resist. He is boldly pretending to greed for more energy from the Bianhua flowers. Previously, Ling Ling wanted to lead Fuang Dao to escape. But Fuang Dao, who spoke ill of Ling Ling, did not hesitate to take out a knife and stab her. This is Bai Shang Quan talking about Ling Dao. The past cannot blame you, there are reasons that are difficult to avoid. If anyone has to blame, it is only Fuang Dao. Gazing at the woman in front of Lin Nhi without any emotional expression, coldly stating I will not follow you. Where he goes, I go. Lin Nhi looks at Fuang Hu, realizing the necessity to leave immediately. Have you seen our current situation? We are not strong enough to fight against Lam Tin Ha. Without any explanation, Fuang Hu emphasizes, now Lam Tin Ha carries the power of both Nu Oa and Tanhua, not everyone can deal with that. Let's retreat for now, then plan together. You are not Lin Dao either. Second, Fuang Dao trembles in her arms and looks at Fuang Hu with an empty gaze. Fuang Lin directly interrupts when hearing from friends that Lam Tin Ha is now carrying the power of both Nu Oa and Tanhua, superhuman abilities not everyone can handle. But at least he can persuade Fuang Hu. Lin Lin becomes more assertive, emphasizing to friends, now Lam Tin Ha carries two powers of Nu Oa and Tanhua, not everyone can handle that. Let's retreat for now and plan together. I don't think I can persuade my sister, but at least I can persuade Fuang Hu. In the end, the younger sister always resents him, but Fuang Hung is a stranger, yet in the eyes of others, facing an unbeatable enemy, it's not easy for someone else to follow him in fleeing. Not to mention, he will chase after them regardless. However, Fuang Hung remains calm, saying there is no need to run. Then he walks, embracing Fuang Dao in his arms, following the direction of Lam Tin Ha. What are you doing? You are heading towards death. The enemy, whom even our saintess cannot defeat. Do you think you can defeat Lin Lin Bok Tuong Fu Dick? The two look at each other, one ready to raise his hand to strike down Fuang Gi. Riding a few people in a riding posture, that is a sign of weakness. Hai Dak, ahead of the bodies of the two, if there is anything, please ask the two. Do not obstruct the decision of the heavenly God. He is simply seeking death. Perhaps you were once helpers of love, but now I can only defy the weak sea. Don't rush. You don't understand, so I don't blame you. But do not doubt the decision of the deity. What you think is impossible is just normal in the eyes of the gods. Urgent situation. Ling Ling cannot listen to the rambling words of the weak sea. With one leap, he surpasses him. Intending to stop Fuang Gi at this moment, Lin Tam screams. You cannot escape. Lin Tam has mostly recovered after being severely injured. He stands up from the ground and controls millions of water lilies spreading all over the world like a black flood. Heading towards Fuang Gi and Fuang Dao, who are closest. Right then, Ling Tin and Kim Gao said, "That's impossible. My flower god, Chili, only sees Fuang Gi truly swallowing millions of water lilies in the sky." Ling Ling also cannot believe this. "See, I have said to believe in the gods." The gentle voice of the weak sea echoes, without any surprise. Ling Ling whispers, with dreamy eyes, "Who is this person? How could he swallow the power of my flower god?" Ling Tam reaches the extreme. The power of the flower god is his biggest secret. In the past, the reason he could plot to assassinate the queen was because of the power of the flower god. But now his biggest secret is no longer effective. At the same time, within Fuang Nghis body, Bitch Lin Lucula is rapidly taking shape visibly. At this moment, Fuang Gi calmly says, "Flower god, I still prefer to call him Bitch Lin Hack Lin." Lin Tam's eyes narrow. Is Bitch Lin Hack Lin his real name? How does he know? It seems that Tin Vu Qi has long been acquainted with the flower deity. He interrupted to avoid misunderstanding. "I have no relationship with Bitch Lin Hack Lin. If there is any, it would probably be a dining relationship. Currently, he is the best food for me." To prevent Lin Tin Hao from rallying his people, he had already decided on Fuang Gi's path, surprising and angering Lin Tin Hao. Eating deities, this is something that Thou Thuk Dao cannot do. How can he must be pretending. Just now, my blood power could have shattered his left hand, let alone the power of the flower deity. I will see how many bridges you can swallow. Bitch Lin. Immediately, millions of Bai Non flowers appeared again, but Fuang Gi was also excited. He couldn't imagine that his small world of Thou Thuk could bring him so much joy. Amazing. Worrying about not finding enough Bai Non flowers to fill Bitch Lin, Lucula suddenly opened Thou Thuk's mouth, releasing 5 majestic orders. Thou Thuk began to unleash the terrifying power of swallowing. Divine power. A surreal image of Thou Thuk gradually formed behind Fuang Gi. The deity's image opened its mouth, directly swallowing the Bitch Lin bridge. Lin Tin Hao saw this scene as if it were a sign of the sky collapsing. His mouth widened uncontrollably. Stiff, unable to utter a word. Right at that moment, Fuang Gi, the one who had once decided her fate, acted. Fuang Dao with an emotionless face, a hint of worry flickered on her small face. Suddenly, she broke free from his embrace, falling to the ground, tightly holding Fuang Hung's body, this time helping him stop. Lam Tin Hao laughed out loud and said he knew. "Oh my, no one can resist the power of the flower god. The little one has absorbed so much of the flower god's power, it must feel uncomfortable, right? It's like having countless virtual flower branches exist in your body. But don't rush, that's just the beginning. Soon, there will be countless seeds sprouting in your body, growing vigorously. Eventually, you will be absorbed into a wet garment on your body, covered with rashes, and that feeling is called the fire burial. Feeling overturned by others almost successfully, then striking back, leaving the heart silent and gloomy. Even the black starlight feels a bit arrogant." At this moment, Fuang Hu coughed up blood, his eyes firmly fixed on Lam Tam Ha, saying, "I really can't swallow any more of the flower god's power, but you have reached the final stage. I don't believe you have any more flower god's power left." Lam Tam Ha laughed loudly, "I want to dominate the world. The determination to fight internally, just by you, can make me reach the final stage. Die." He laughed again, unleashing the power of the flower god in the air once again, blooming the entire fire burial flower array. Fuang Hui's expression became resolute, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. "Do you really possess such a great power of the flower god?" He seemed to want to desperately try, raising his left hand with difficulty to open the iron layer to continue swallowing the fire burial flower. Lam Tam Ha was surprised that Fuang Hu could still swallow, but then Fuang Hu vomited a mouthful of blood. His form became more unstable, a worried look in Lam Tam Ha's eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of cruel intent. "I want to see how much you can swallow." More and more fire burial flowers bloomed to the point where the fire burial branches on his chest also withered. Fuang Dao looked intently at Fuang Hu, who was almost dying, his eyes vibrant and colorful. The hidden power in his blood suddenly erupted, and Fuang Dao's entire body began to shine in this light, his short white legs gradually transforming into a serpent tail. The powerful force of Nu Oa overflows onto Fuang Dao, the light of life shining upon him, awakening his mythological form. After awakening in his mythological form, Fuang Dao immediately stands before Fuang Hu. Seemingly wanting to help him share the burden but being forcefully pulled back by Fuang Hu, embracing tightly Fuang Dao, thinking that Fuang Hu wants to protect him and is willing to sacrifice. However, he is surprised to discover that he cannot escape the binding even though he has awakened in his mythological form. Facing Fuang Hu, he wavers for a moment. Fuang Dao seems to understand something. Initially, they were there when they saw Fuang Dao transform. Appeared seemingly unaware. Bok Tuong Khin even felt surprised that his sister, who once evolved, could awaken the mythological form of Nu Oa. Her bloodline's power is stronger than everyone else's. Lin Lin nodded in agreement with this. Only when a heart full of strength protects one's beliefs can one awaken. It seems that this is who Yi Yi wants to protect until death. Suddenly, he remembered Master Dao. I want to help Fuang Hu truly control the power of Tanhua. If I take advantage of the opportunity to attack the original form of Tinha, how can I defeat Tinha with one strike? Bok Tuong Khin also said, in the past, I abandoned you. Now I have a chance to make up for past mistakes. I will try my best. Lin Nhi, you go. Lin Lin is deeply moved by the support from Master Dao. She is determined and nods, then bursts with the remaining power of Nu Oa, aiming straight at Tin Tin and Zheng Cao. No one noticed that Fuang Dao was initially swaying, but at this moment, her eyes became serious. He reaches out a hand from nothingness and pushes Lin Lin far away. A hand appeared from nowhere, pushing Lin Lin far away. Fuang Hung also got angry, saying, it's bad if you ruined my good work. As Lin Lin was thrown out of the world. In the sky, a lost star also shone. This is when Fuang Hua's figure swayed once again. He looked at Lin Tin Ha very sincerely. It is indeed the inheritor of the power of divine ascension. If she repeats the previous method, I am sure I will die at her hands. Immediately, everyone in the courtyard fell silent. Then Fuang Hu fell silent. You can't deceive me anymore. Can you? It's a pity that Lin Tin Ha didn't know that everything just now was a play by Fuang Hu to deceive more power of the divine ascension from himself. He stared at Fuang Hu without falling into the common mistake of villains, not saying a word and then running away. At this moment, Lin Lin also said, thank you for helping. You not only saved my younger sister but also helped us repel such a powerful enemy. Please accept our gratitude. However, Fuang Hu directly said, don't thank me. The people of the seventh sect also said, what's his attitude? If it weren't for our help, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Emperor Dog. From these words, Hua Nhui Hai replied, I think helping is almost correct. Do you know if it weren't for the disturbance of your divine women, the Holy One would have swallowed up all the power of Lin Tin Ha long ago. Then he wouldn't have been able to escape. It was only because of the disturbance of your divine women that Lin Tin Ha was able to escape. Deceit. What help did we women offer at this point? Hua Nhui Hai explained. The true name of the divine stone is Bayan He Lin. His ability is to split into parts. The split parts do not die, the body does not regenerate. Lin Tam Ha just sacrificed the body. Then it will be reborn on the split body. If I am not mistaken, he has already arrived at the palace. Initially, the Holy One only wanted to swallow up the power of the divine ascension. He just needed to swallow up all the power of the divine ascension. He wouldn't be able to use this ability anymore. But now everything was messed up by your women. You say, did you help Lin Lin? Upon hearing this, felt more regret and apologized continuously to Fuang Hu. He wasn't too angry as he knew he couldn't kill Lin Tin Ha today no matter how much power of divine ascension he swallowed. From Lin Tam has dangerous retreat. And the immediate action of running away immediately showed that the opponent was not a brave warrior but lacked strategy. On the contrary, this person was extremely cautious. Such a person, even when deceived, would never exhaust all the power of the divine ascension. Seeing himself as a tomb. In a moment, he destroyed all the colorful cults. Lam Tam and coldly said, it turns out today is the day we three women come together. But the women in white, Lin Lin, completely disregarded Lam Tam and in that moment, the light of life shone on the ground, the terrifying power dissolved before becoming a reality. In this light, the long, slender legs of the woman began to transform into a giant serpent tail. A powerful divine force spread across Lin Lin's body. Simply by closing the door for a period, he can break through. The green time has been divided into a large half, with only a small portion remaining connected. Of course, if we talk about the greatest achievement, it is the green bead in the body. Nurtured by a large amount of the power of the flower god. After forming the Bayan He Lin bead, Fuang Hu discovered that there are many Bayan flowers in this world. Most grow wild in Trung Nguyen, Kang Lang Kingdom. The Bayan He Lin bead and those Bayan flowers have a weak connection. Finally, it has fully formed. Even absorbing too much of the power of Bayan He Lin has become like a truly powerful energy bead. At present, he also understands the real key to creating the energy bead. Along with the formation of the Bai and He Lin bead, Phương Hưu found that there are many Bai and flowers in this world. Most grow wild in Trung Nguyen, Kang Lang Kingdom. The Bai and He Lin bead and those Bai and flowers have a weak connection. Therefore, he can easily sense the existence of the opponent. He can even feel every second and minute in the divine Kag Nu No, the appearance of the Bai Wei flowers. Feeling the secret of the Hak Lin command. In Phương Heu's heart, he began to speculate and doubt why there are Bai Wei flowers in the divine Kag Nu No. Perhaps Hak Lin Bai Wei intentionally left it because the divine Kag Nu No is eating every hour and minute and not afraid of anything. Hak Lin Bai Wei took the opportunity to absorb his many split parts because the divine Kag Nu No finally concentrated in the divine Kag Nu No. The last absorption of nutrients turned the divine Kag Nu No into his split. This plan may have lasted thousands of years, finally because they are both demon gods, turning a peer into a split. This is not easy at all, and the reason Hak Lin Bai Wei is related to Lin Tin Hai is probably because he discovered the divine Kag Nu No in the divine Kag Nu No, intending to take the powerful divine Kag Nu No of the female sage. Indeed, it is the benefit of the winning side in the struggle between the female sage and the divine Kag Nu No. Always influencing each other, facing each other. While Hak Lin Bai Wei hides in the dark and infiltrates quietly, perhaps Lin Tin and the sudden attack on the queen where there must be the seduction of Hak Lin Bai Wei. Finally, the female sage, the divine Kag Nu No, always had the ability to resist the invasion of the divine Kag Nu No. Don't forget that the divine Kag Nu No is still alive while the female sage is dead. That is why Hak Lin Bai Wei will help Lin Tin Hai kill the female sage afterwards. If not, the female sage and the divine Kag Nu No will always be able to resist the divine Kag Nu Nhos invasion. Don't forget that the divine Kag Nu No is still alive while the female sage is dead. That is why Hak Lin Bai Wei will help Lin Tin Hai kill the female sage afterwards. If not, the female sage and the divine Kag Nu No, using the power of the No God to create powerful clones to occupy the No God, thereby controlling the No God. With the authority of the Dark Alliance, Phương Hưu clearly knows the help of the No God in creating strong clones. As long as there is strong vitality, theoretically, countless unlimited clones can be created. Meanwhile, under the attack from the weak appearance of Hai and Ju, Lin and others deeply realized their mistakes, feeling ashamed. They fought together, and after the battle, Phương Dao was still by Phương Heu's side. Lin does not hastily leave, but gently advises. She wants Phương Dao and Phương Hưu to join together in the sacred exchange white idol. She even directly reveals the truth of having killed Phương Dao in the past, hoping to clarify the misunderstanding. Beloved, before, when I killed you, it was not my intention. I have been in pain for 10 years since you disappeared. At that time, while fleeing from the palace, both of my younger sisters were bitten by poisonous snakes, and with my strength at that time, I could only save one of you. My older sister begged me to save her, but I refused because she was older and had long been awakened to the lineage of the No female since childhood. Her vitality was very strong. Chi ko the ku duok mo noi trong hai noi ki du kai gai em kai zong nai ni kai fi ku em nung kai da tu choi vi kai gai lon hun va da tin go voi dong mao nu no tu lao suk song rat man me. I haven't awakened yet. With a weak body, even if the poison is removed, it may be difficult for me to survive, so I chose your sister. Your sister doesn't want me to say that even if there is only one chance. She wants to use it to save you. Both are the children of the one I love. I don't want to give up on anyone. Phương Dao still maintains an emotionless face no matter what is said. The fact that Lin killed him remains. Bok Tuong Khin continues to speak because I didn't follow the wishes of your sister, forcing him to detoxify and saying that as long as there is Nhos blood, there will be a chance to rule the No Gods. Just need to rule the No Gods. Later there will be a chance to reincarnate you. That's why I accepted the reality. As for why I killed him, that's also my opinion after deciphering. My power has severely weakened, not enough to protect both of your sisters. If he stays, Lam Tam and that creature will surely exploit his blood, and his hand has detoxifying medicine. Then he will endure torture without a soul. That creature can do anything. So I propose to kill him later when your sister takes on the role of New Wantan. They will resurrect him. Your sister said he has been afraid of pain since he was a child, so she did it herself. But no one expected that when he was on the brink of death, he would awaken the blood of New Wantan. Wife dies. Son lives. Lin couldn't hold back tears just thinking about how much her sister has endured over the years in the royal palace wilderness. He felt like a knife cutting his heart. But now it's too late. He approached wanting to hug Phương Dao, but Phương Dao avoided, Emotionless Phuong Dao left because Pham Hu had left. Pham Hu didn't care about these meaningless things. He always studies the Lin Law. Even though he can't activate it with his soul right now, he can still use some basic abilities like the power of Bok Dok Bat Nham that the 8 mysterious gods bring. This may be related to the white linked axis that has been attached to this world for thousands of years. Its personality has also gently touched this world, but compared to the influence of Dao Tiet and Nuon, it is still much weaker. So there are not many external manifestations. Now he will test the abilities of the Lin Law clone. Looking at Pham Hu and Phuong Dao from a distance, Lang Lang's eyes turned red. He knew his sister still hadn't forgiven him. Bai Hong Tan said to rest a bit. She has hated him for 10 years. This grudge cannot be resolved with just a few words. In fact, he has one more thing to say. Besides the reasons above, there is another reason why he chose Lin Lin, that is, Lin Lin resembles his mother. This is a bit of selfishness from Bok Tuong Fong. But no one noticed that. Therefore, there was not much external appearance. Now he will test the ability of the Law of Dark Alliance, looking ahead with Phuong Hu and Phuong Dao. Lin Lin's eyes turned red, realizing that his sister still hadn't forgiven him. Bok Hong Tan gently comforted him, suggesting he rest for a while. He resents her for 10 years. The hatred cannot be resolved with just a few words. In fact, he has one more thing to say. When choosing Lin Lin, besides the reasons above, there is another reason. That is, Lin Lin looks like his mother. This is a bit of selfishness from Bok Tuong Fong. But no one noticed that. When Phuong Dao turned and left, although there was no emotion on her face, a tear quietly fell from her eyes. Phuong Hu at this point abruptly severed his arm using flesh and blood to nurture his clone. Phuong Hu looked intently at his clone, relying on his current sensory ability to observe. He could not distinguish between himself and his clone except for the strength. Everything was entirely the same. The strength of the clone depends on the strength of oneself, with the clone's strength equivalent to how much power the original has. This clone in front of him currently only has the strength equivalent to someone who has undergone one enhancement. Phuong Hu did not give too much power to the clone because he is currently in a crucial period of his third upgrade. If he gives too much power to the clone, it may affect the third upgrade. In addition, the clone also does not need too much power. Because the clone has the ability of oneself in this wild protected area, the Man ethnic group has accumulated their strength for thousands of years. Everything is available at the Thien Ko Thatch. Just a few months, the clone will be able to possess the power equivalent to Phuong Hu's current self. Phuong Hu and his clone look at each other without saying a word. Then, they split quietly into the corner to absorb the precious genius treasure. During this time, the two had no communication as the split and the original were equivalent to one unified mind. Their conversation seemed like speaking to oneself, entirely unnecessary. After that, Pham Hu also began to cultivate in preparation for his third promotion. Outside, Lang Lang and the group were attacking the Fragile Sea. Both Pham Hu and Phuong Dao were not easy people, so they could only aim arrows at the Fragile Sea. According to them, the Fragile Sea should be the one pursuing Pham Hu, as they spoke of him with great respect. They wanted to obtain information about Pham Hu from the Fragile Sea because surely a terrifying person like him had a long-standing reputation. But now suddenly appeared. Shu Nhuoc Hai seems to be closely following Phuong Hu. In his words, there was a high level of respect for Phuong Hu. They wanted to get information about Phuong Hu from Shu Nhuoc Hai's mouth because surely such a formidable person would have had a long-standing reputation. But now appeared suddenly. The Fragile Sea is the most cautious among the demigods, revealing his origin arbitrarily is instinctively opposed. He only said a few words to deceive them that he had been training deeply in the mountains before. For this reason, Ling Ling and her group knew he was stalling but had no choice but to cooperate with him. As for Tu Nhuoc Hai, he also knew they were stalling. However, he still chose to delay. Bok Tuong Kin looked at Tu, not knowing if he could restrain the power of the divine flower. And I, the saintly Vu teacher, can fight against Lam Tam without falling behind. If we cooperate to kill Lin Tin Ha, that is not an issue. I don't know if Mr. Shu can convey this to Mr. 2. I invite you and Phuong Dao to join. Ready to give the vice superintendent to show sincerity. 2 Nhuoc Hai, Vi Hai Hai Hu, Dao Tu the Dai, or wait for the divine stone to appear and then speak. Bok Tuong Kin had a slight doubt in his eyes, saying, Mr. 2, I have a question, not sure if I should ask. 2 Nhuoc Hai also said, if you want, speak up. Why do you always call Phuong Hu the divine stone? Is his title Divine Stone? 2 Nhui Hai shook his head and said it's not a title, he is Divine Stone. Bok Tuong Khin couldn't help but frown. In his thoughts, Divine Stone is a creature like a divine maiden, not Phương Hưu, who may have special abilities but cannot be compared to a divine being. 2 Nhui Hai also said that there is no need to doubt. You will understand later. At that moment, Phương Hưu also finished closing the door and appeared, followed by Phuong Dao. Ling Ling saw Phuong Dao appear and immediately wanted to find her younger sister. But after only 2 steps, she hesitated to go closer due to the painful expression. Vi Hai asked Divine Stone why he had just finished closing the door and went out. Phương Hưu calmly replied, failure in ascension. Vnhui Hai immediately panicked when he saw Lin Tam Ha emit the power of divine ascension. He was not surprised as he was now. Bok Tuong Khin speculated a bit about Phương Hưu. He is a transcendent being with a hint of the female bloodline, making him one of the strongest of this generation. A glance has revealed the true power of Phương Hưu. The stone god apologizes for stating that your blood and aura are powerful. The issue is not about strength but about the female bloodline. At that moment, Phuong Dao also reaches for his wrist but is stopped by Phương Hưu. Phuong Dao says, drinking my blood can. Phương Hưu interrupts, not necessary. Phuong Dao feels uneasy being drained of his flesh and blood, finally believing that there are those in the world who are not dependent on the female bloodline. Discovering a way to restore the soul can be accomplished. Earlier, Phuong Dao wanted to use his flesh and blood to help Phương Hưu overcome the extreme transcendence but was refused. Bok Shong Khin seems a bit uncomfortable. He always feels that Phương Hưu is hiding something. Bok Shong Kin's complex eyes continuously scan Phương Hưu and Phuong Dao. It seems he has decided something. Another way for him not to have to swallow the flesh and blood of the female descendants is by transcending. Lively Ling Nhi Bok Shong Khin. Chen Sin De Hat shook his head towards Ling Ling, seemingly reluctant to speak. Ling Ling said, it's okay. Thay Tun nodded, this is my younger sister, than Thach. He also saved her life. You can inform them. Then she turned to Phương Hưu and said. Chen Sin De Hat shook his head looking at Lin Lin, seeming hesitant to speak. Lin Lin also said that nothing happened. Thay Tu nodded, she is my sister. Phương Hưu blinked, indicating that he was the one who saved her. Let them know. Immediately after, he said to Phương Hưu. You can rely on Den Nu Y to progress. Den Nu Y is a legacy that Nu Y has built for future generations. This can be used to help future generations awaken and enhance their own blood power. When I awakened that blood power, that's when my mother led me to Den Nu Y to wake up. The old man planned to take himself to Den Nu Y when Phuong Dao is older. But it seems that ultimately the one after Nu Y arrives at Den Nu Y can receive a blessing and then help wake up or enhance their blood power. You can go with Phuong Dao to Den Nu Y. When you receive the blessing, you can cultivate with the hope of surpassing the realm. But unexpectedly, Phương Hưu mentioned an unnecessary point. Bok Tuong Khin was surprised and a bit unpredictable. He had known for a long time. This cannot happen. It is a secret passed down from generation to generation of the descendants of Nu No Yao Yao when she was young at that time. Tan Nhi never revealed it to her. Obviously, Tan Nhi is the name of Phuong Dao's mother. Fang Shu calmly arrived at the distant shrine of Nu No. The Nyat Duong mountain range is located at the exact position of the shrine, which can only be found by the descendants of Nu No. Bok Tuong Khin was very surprised and frightened. How do you know? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand why the other party knew such a secret. Although a weak appearance of Phuong Suyen, he appeared calm. To the true god, he not only knew where the shrine of Nu No was but also knew exactly where the true shrine of Nu No was located. It's just that to open the gate of the shrine, you need a sincere heart and evidence from the shrine in hand. When Phuong Dao's mother was alive, she had entered the shrine's inheritance place but couldn't control the shrine. This is because the basic requirement to control the shrine is the physique of a deity. Only a body that reaches the power of a deity can withstand the power of the deity transformation. Otherwise, it could only die from the body's explosion. Fang Shu calmly reveals the highest secret of this world. Bok Shong Khin and others are all stirred up, to the point where they feel a bit of trust in Fang Shu. There must really be something. Only Fang Shu knows in his heart. The reason he knows this is because he just died again. Earlier, he pretended to agree with the other party's request, then tricked them into revealing important information. Finally, he committed suicide, mainly because Phuong Dao was by his side. He did not want to leave a dishonest image for Phuong Dao, affecting the bond between them. Those who have experienced betrayal and suffering, honesty is vital. There is still a bit of resistance to the extent of why he opposes joining the holy sect. Clearly, we have a common enemy. Fang Shu is also discussing the sovereignty issue of the Nu No temple. After killing Lang Tin-ha, who do you think should control the new node temple? Faced with Fang Shu's question, Bok Tuong Khin replied, of course, I want Lang to control the new node temple. At that moment, a five-colored parrot flew to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said, Lao Li has obtained the secret that Lang Tin-ha is silently exterminating the village of Kang Lang, ready to attack to the extreme. Lang looked as if he was honoring Lang Tin-ha for a long time. It's not always silently exterminating the village, right? This time is different. Lang Tin-ha seems to have sealed. Previously, he always did it without revealing, only daring to kill some weak elderly people. But now he is killing people, even destroying remote villages. Bok Tuong Khin pondered. Now he no longer cares about wanting to attack to the extreme to achieve the status of a deity. He looked at Oo and O2. We must stop him immediately. Suddenly, if he truly reaches the extreme, there may be no more chances. Oo looked at Fang Shu. My lord, have you heard the situation? Let's stop Lang Tin-ha and save the people of Kang Lang. Fang Shu now is not stopping Lang Tin-ha. It will be too late. Who knows how many people in Kang Lang will die and be injured. For the sake of the people, please help. Bok Tuong Khin said to Fang Shu, even if you don't care about the people's interests, think about yourself and Yao Yao. There is a five-colored parrot flying to Xiao Wu. Why did you come to Lang? Xiao Wu introducing the parrot she raised for Fuang Dao. This is Xiao Wu, a spirit beast I raised with the bloodline of Nuno. Xiao Wu, the parrot, said, Lao Li has obtained the secret that Lang Tin-ha is silently exterminating the village of Kang Lang, ready to attack to the extreme. Lang seemed to be honoring Lang Tin-ha for a long time. It's not always silently exterminating the village, right? This time is different. Lang Tin-ha seems to have sealed. Previously, he always did it without revealing, only daring to kill some weak elderly people. But now he is killing people, even destroying remote villages. Bok Tuong Khin pondered. Now he no longer cares about wanting to attack to the extreme to achieve the status of a deity. He looked at Oo and O2. We must stop him immediately. Suddenly, if he truly reaches the extreme, there may be no more chances. Oo looked at Fang Shu. My lord, have you heard the situation? Let's stop Lang Tin-ha and save the people of Kang Lang. Fang Shu now is not stopping Lang Tin-ha. It will be too late. Who knows how many people in Kang Lang will die and be injured. For the sake of the people, please help. Bok Tuong Khin said to Fang Shu, even if you don't care about the people's interests, think about yourself and Yao Yao. Fang Shu now cannot not stop Lang Tin-ha. Who knows how many people in Kang Lang will die and be injured. For the sake of the people, please help. Bok Tuong Khin said to Fang Shu, even if you don't care about the people's interests, think about yourself and Yao Yao. Phương Hưu now cannot wait any longer, or else he will not be able to stop Lin Tin-ha, and the people of Thuong Lang Quoc do not know how many will die. For the sake of the people, please help. Bok Tuong came to see Phương Hưu immediately. Even if you don't care about the people of Thuong Lang, you have to think about yourself and Phuong Dao. This time, making Lin Tin-ha eat loss is in line with his spirit. On the day he reached the status of a deity, he will definitely not let you pass. Now, should we wait for his future, he will gradually destroy us. Phương Hưu has said enough. Lin Tin-ha owns the power of Hak Lin Bai Nan, and cannot be killed by immortal methods. It's useless to go. Ling worried, how can you know without trying? Maybe just looking at him swallow everyone. Phương Hưu turned and left, and Phuong Dao followed him. Ling Lin watched the shadows of the three people leaving, with a good soul, but now not holding back his anger. Bok Tuong Khin also comforted that each person has their own goals. You cannot force it. If my prediction is not wrong, they are definitely looking for the new No Temple. Ling Lin also mentioned the Thay Tun, so what should we do now? Returning to Thuong Lan Quoc cannot let Lin Tin has plan succeed. Lin also followed my advice. Thay Tun was right. Lin Nhi must be careful with Phương Hưu. His goal is probably to have Yao Yao control the new No Temple. O Thuong Tun, I have no intention with the new No Temple. Yao Yao is my sister and also a descendant of Nuno, but Bok Tuong Khin cut off Lin Nhi's words. I know your true intentions. Both sisters are descendants of Nuno, everyone has the right to inherit the new No Temple. But don't forget that Yao Yao now sees Phương Hưu as an order. And Phương Hưu, with a mysterious origin and a mysterious identity, even possesses the power of two great demon gods. If the new No Temple falls into the hands of such a person, it may cause a greater disaster. Lin Nhi, remember, only you with a good soul are the most suitable to rule the new No Temple, which can bring benefits to the world. Lin also felt serious. Lin Nhi understood. Finally, both sides parted ways. Vo Nuoc Hai stayed to support my role. Phuong Hu commanded Vo Nuoc Hai, then Phuong Hu and Phuong Dao went to the Lac Nyat mountains beyond the mortal realm. On the way, he swallowed quite a few strange bodies to the limit. However, with Phuong Hu owning the Lukla, it was not a big problem. In a moment, Phuong Hu felt a vast life force within his body disappearing while the role of the court in the mortal realm was also developing, surprising Vo Nuoc Hai next to him. When reaching the level of a deity, the role of the body said that it is okay, the role of the body sent me some power. Then the role of the body used its flesh and blood to create another body. It can be seen that when the power is transferred from Phuong Hu, the number of body parts will increase sharply. The most terrifying thing is that the cultivation of the role of the body can react back to the real body. Suppose the role of the body also cultivates to the deity level of the real body. When merged, it is equivalent to doubling Phuong Hu's strength. Finally, Phuong Hu and Phuong Du reached the Lac Nyat mountains. At this point, Phuong Du suddenly felt two empty eyes looking deep into the Lac Nyat mountains, where the Nu No temple lies. The two entered the Lac Nyat mountains, and as they entered, the sky darkened. Phuong Hu distinctly felt a countless pair of eyes staring intently at him. The strangeness here is significantly more powerful than anywhere else. It seems that they have been attracted by the power of the Nu No temple, so Phuong Dao hides behind me. Hearing and hiding in the darkness behind Phuong Hu, with a white hand, lifts a bloody monkey that suddenly attacks. Phuong Hu was devoured by the monkey. Immediately, numerous bloody monkeys attacked Phuong Hu, leaping onto a tree, using their mouths to devour Phuong Hu completely. Phuong Hu and Phuong Du then descended from the tree and continued forward. Finally, they were blocked by a stone wall. The blood in my body is guiding me. The Nu Nua temple is right here. Phuong Hu looked at a stone wall with no action. Although with his current strength, he could easily destroy the stone wall in front of him. He knew that the Nu Nua temple might be hidden behind the stone wall. Surely it's in another space. Finally, when Nha Dao, under the guidance of blood, placed a small hand on the stone wall, a multicolored light burst forth from the stone wall, enveloping both of them. When Phuong Hu opened his eyes, he realized he was in a square with a statue of Nu Nua. Phuong Dao, under the guidance of blood, placed a small hand on the stone wall. Immediately, a burst of colorful light emanated from the stone wall, covering both of them. When Phuong Hu opened his eyes, he realized he was in a square with a statue of the goddess Nu Nua. Yila Fang Yao, upon seeing the statue, was astonished. His eyes seemed to be affected by a divine power. Looking at the statue, the mouth seems to say, Mother Nu Nua. Phuong Hu carefully examined the statue of the goddess Nu Nua. He discovered something strange. It is the long-lost spirit of his own that seems to be starting to pulsate. There is a feeling that the spirit will recover, but upon closer inspection, everything pulsates, but it's an illusion. He frowned. With his current power, he has complete control over his body. It can't be any confusion like this. It seems that someone has placed a large speaker in front of him. The entire temple began to shake. Suddenly, millions of colorful pillars of divine ash exploded from the statue. When activated, the divine statue emitted an irresistible force, but was cut off by Lang Tin's magic card, making it easy to sever the connection between the divine statue and the divine card. Finally, he found a way to restore his spirit. On this world, only the Nu Nua temple can stop the attraction of the divine statue. When Lang Tin Ha uses a magic card to cut the connection between the divine statue and the divine card, it is the best evidence. Only by using the Nu Nua temple to stop the attraction of the divine statue. And in the whole world, only the Nu Nua temple can do this. When Lang Tin Ha uses a magic card to cut the connection between the divine statue and the divine card, it is the best evidence. Only by using the Nu Nua temple to stop the attraction of the divine statue. There will be a chance to restore spirits. The reason he went to the temple of the female outsider is because there is a spiritual need for restoration. This is because the temple of the female outsider will eliminate the attraction of the corrupted god. After many gruesome deaths, he created the law of life. At that moment, Phuong Hu came to the Nu Nua temple to find a way to restore his spirit. He asked, how many more do I need to reach the peak I only? The goddess Oa is worshipped, and within the shrine is the legacy left by the goddess Nua for future generations. However, to activate the legacy, the profile of the goddess Oa is needed. Depending on the profile of the goddess Oa, Phuong Hu looks at the thoughtful gaze. Phuong Dao nods and then goes to the foot of the goddess Oa statue. Following the guidance of her bloodline, she bows down before the ground and utters mysterious and unclear words. Phương Hưu stands beside and listens attentively to this divine language, similar to the experience of a divine beast. Communicating with the divine through rituals is a form of ceremony. Unlike the Thuk Nu Oa ritual, it clearly does not require offerings. However, the constraints are much stricter than the Thuk ritual. Only the descendants of the Nu Oa, Phuong Ye's voice becomes more vague, like a cherry blossom. But it seems someone has placed a loudspeaker in front of the main hall. The temple begins to shake. Suddenly, the statue of the goddess Nu Oa explodes millions of colorful divine columns. The divine columns immediately fly into the sky, dyeing the sky in various colors. In the deep sky, a vortex slowly formed. Phương Hưu looked up at the sky and felt tremendous pressure. He has met many gods, whether they be celestial beings or demon gods, but this pressure. Is this the divine power of Nu Oa that cannot be compared to any other deity? Even when humans no longer exist, they still feel such a terrifying dominance. In ancient times, what could be so powerful that even Nu Oa collapsed exactly at this moment? Phương Hưu is contemplating. At that time, a multicolored vortex was changing. Only seen in the vortex was a bright multicolored column, resembling divine blood covering Phuong Dao's petite body. In the blink of an eye, Phuong Dao's whole body was enveloped in multicolored light, every inch of skin wrapped in colorful hues, a supreme divine breath. The power of the bloodline within him is now being ignited. From this moment on, his slender white legs slowly transform into a multicolored snake tail, his genius-colored eyes, young girl's multicolored dress fluttering like a holy spirit, a cold and majestic beauty. However, his eyes slowly close as if falling asleep. When the bright multicolored column appears, Phương Hưu also does not sit still. He sits next to the bright multicolored column, his mouth wide open, each colorful strand being slowly swallowed up. The chalice of the supreme maniac operates frantically, and the multicolored light enters the four wings, continuously strengthening his body. This enhancement is not fierce but rather gentle and very soft. Phương Hưu can clearly feel it. My body is undergoing some strange transformation in the multicolored light. It seems to contain countless traces of life, and those traces are enhancing my body. Now I need to understand those life traces that ultimately constitute the law of life. Phương Hưu quickly grasps the law of life minute by minute, second by second, as he understands the 1102 laws of the white blood purification process. Phương Heu's transformation ends. Phương Hưu slowly opens his eyes, sensing the change in time, realizing that almost a month has passed by without notice. Indeed, cultivation knows no day or night. Seconds later, he sacrifices himself in front of Phuong Dao. The shrine of Nu Oa opens its doors. Phuong Dao is once again enveloped in the multicolored light, continuing his cultivation. After hundreds of deaths, Phương Hưu finally succeeds in embracing the law of life. It is undeniable that using the power of Nu Oa to fully understand the law of life is the best way, because Nu Oa controls all life. The divine power of her almost directly reaches the essence of life. After understanding the law of life, Phương Hưu sacrifices himself. Beside the multicolored light column, Phuong Dao, where Phương Hưu is outside this time, he boldly reaches out his left hand into the multicolored light column. Crystallizing the law of life, understanding the law of life, he can now absorb the miraculous power of Nu Oa like Phuong Dao, and this absorption has no effect on Phuong Dao because behind Nu Oa's power stands the goddess Nu Oa. Even if Phương Hưu self-destructs, he cannot shake the essence of the goddess Nu Oa, and the end time of bestowing blessings is when Phuong Dao's blood completes the actual transformation. In other words, when Phuong Dao completes the time transformation, the bestowal of blessings will end. Therefore, Phương Heu's actions will not affect the transformation process of Phuong Dao. It only slightly prolongs the time of the transformation process. 1 year later, Phương Hưu finally succeeded in crystallizing the law of life, and in other words, when Phuong Nagu completes the transformation, happiness will end, so it will not affect Phương Heu's transformation. He may not transform much, just stretching out the transformation time a bit. A year later, Phương Hưu finally succeeded, stopping the life commandment, completing the third transcendence. At this point, his body has reached the level of a 7th-ranked deity, and Phuong Dao also benefits greatly. Under the blessing of Nu Oa, his bloodline's power is once again elevated, even completing his second promotion. Although both have made progress. However, they did not leave the Nu Oa temple but chose to stay because the power of Nu Oa has just dissipated, with the remaining part here far surpassing the outside, and both need to stabilize their cultivation to adapt to the explosive power. At this moment, Ling Ling suddenly collapsed in a glamorous state at the Nu Oa temple. He saw Phương Hưu for the first time and immediately called out to him, asking for his help. Phương Hưu calmly looked at him. I can understand what happened, but what I didn't expect was that you could actually escape. Ling Ling, with a face full of pain, this year, my master and I have been leading the holy church in endless battles with Lang Tin Ha, causing countless people to rebel due to Lang Tin Ha's brutality. Phương Hưu also said, "It seems that Lam Tin Ha has created the divine body of Ling Ling." Ling Ling bitterly nods. Yes, with the divine body, no one can be his opponent. Even my master has been caught now. I have tried my best to deploy the real new Oa body to shatter and escape. Speaking of which, Ling Ling blinks at Phương Hưu. Lam Tin Ha forced me to lead him to the new Oa shrine. If not, he will threaten the master in front of the public. There are only 5 days left until the day of slaughter. Please ensure to save the master. Yao Yao, please help me. Phương Dao looks at Ling Ling in distress, an emotion appearing in her eyes, but she doesn't say anything, looking at Phương Hưu as if waiting for his decision. Phương Hưu gently responds, "This matter is simple. If he uses the life of the white idol, Khin, to threaten you to search for the new Oa shrine, then all you need to do is lead him to the shrine." Ling Ling also says, but once Lam Tin Ha enters the new Oa shrine with his divine credentials, she may unlock the new Oa inheritance and receive the divine power. At that time, the world will end, and my master also said never give in. Do you want to save Khin or save the world? I will not leave Lam Tin Ha to find the new Oa shrine, and the emperor will not agree either. When the whole world ends, my master also said never give in. Do you want to save Khin or save the world? I will not leave Lam Tin Ha to find the new Oa shrine, and the emperor will not agree either. Have you ever thought about something? Why can you escape Lam Tin Ha, who may be deliberately allowing you to escape and monitoring you to the new Oa shrine? Then he shakes his head and says it's not possible. I have the blood of new Oa. Regarding Lam Tin has evidence on his body, he will sense it. If he follows me, I will definitely detect him. If he doesn't follow you but leaves a trace on your body, the trace will be blocked by the new Oa shrine. It turns out you have a bit of intelligence, but not much. Lam Tin Ha can always sense your location through traces, but when you suddenly appear in a certain area, the trace disappears. Do you think he won't be able to find you anymore? Ling Ling's face suddenly whitens as the exact location where the trace disappears naturally is the new Oa shrine. But all of this may just be your speculation. Lam Tin Ha hasn't finished speaking when Phương Hưu puts 2 fingers into his wound on his arm. Gently pulling a strand, Ling Ling cries out in pain, only to see a black seed in his hand. At that moment, outside the new Oa shrine, Lang Tam and Nin Hu Dao, the obedient daughter, know that you are in the shrine. Open the shrine now. If not, your lover's body will be missing pieces of flesh. Bai Shangqing hastily tells Ling Nhi not to open the door for him to enter the temple. Before he can finish, a terrifying scream echoes, indicating Ling Lin is being tortured beyond recognition, causing Lin Lin to suddenly panic. Completely spiritless, not knowing what to do. Despite choosing to protect the world, when the Lord is suffering, he feels like a knife in his heart. Outside, another scream is heard. If it's not Tu Nhuoc Hai, who is in seclusion under the mountain, then who could it be? Today, I will show you how to die without a trace. These are the words of Tu Nhuoc Hai, who has been captured. Phương Hưu is not surprised by Tu Nhuoc Hai's misfortune, as luck has never been on his side. When hiding in Ban Chao, he had encountered himself on the other side. To avoid pursuit, he bumped into the Heaven's Thunder River. He still wants to escape, but it's not necessarily the deepest part of the other side where he met Thao Ti. Hence, now bumping into the Lang Tin River, he is not surprised. It seems like both you and Phương Hưu are outsiders. Not surprisingly, the emperor, following the words of Lin Tam, considers the other side to be a higher-class world. Those following Phương Hưu are in the hands of the emperor. Whoever knows the truth should quickly open the door for the emperor's daughters. Lin Tam, you should give up that dream. Who is the true god who can be threatened by you today? No matter who your true god is, you cannot reach Phương Hưu with confidence as he steps out of the temple to meet Lin Tam. And the weak white pawn in his hand, Lin Tam, coldly says, I never expected it would be you, the true god. Tu Nhuoc Hai's expression is both shaken and complex. And the weak white pawn in Lin Tam's hands coldly said unexpectedly, truly unexpectedly. Tram thought that the person who would step out would be Tram's daughters, but unexpectedly, it was the true supreme being, Tu Nhuoc Hai. Your expression is both stirring and complex. I never expected Phương Hưu to act this way. It seems like Phương Hưu wants to challenge me to the end. Today, let me show you what true power is. Phương Hưu remained calm as he interrupted. Even Ling Tam is unsure of what you are trying to say. Phương Dao has opened the gates of the goddess temple, now you can freely enter. A hint of doubt flashed in Ling Tam's eyes. Humans often become more suspicious the easier they receive something. Is there a trap awaiting? He looked at Phương Hưu as if trying to find a weakness on his face. Phương Hưu furrowed his brows slightly and said, "You want the goddess temple come in then?" Beside him, White Flag panicked, "You can't let him in. Lin Nhi, activate the goddess temple scene, it's not useful. Lin has already been tied up by his younger sister." Phương Hưu didn't explain further, he turned and walked into the goddess temple. Ling Tam stared at Phương Heu's disappearing figure. His face clouded with hesitation, he finally decided to step in. To be safe, he held White Flag and 2 Manhwa high tightly, entering the goddess temple directly. Even if there's a trap, these two can still protect him. Once inside the goddess temple, the traps and attacks that Ling Tam had planned were no longer relevant. Only Lin remained tied up, with Phương Hưu and Phuong Dao standing to the side. He remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Phương Hưu and his companions, but his peripheral vision constantly observed the statue of the goddess. The faint sound of beating from the statue made him anxious, fearing that the opponent might trigger a deadly attack suddenly. He kept a wary eye on Phương Hưu and his group, but his peripheral vision continued to assess the idolized image of the female deity. The subtle pressure from the deity statue made him fearful, worried that the opponent might have some hidden secrets. Suddenly triggering a subsequent strike left by the female deity to autonomously attack the enemy with a lethal blow. His spiritual senses fully recovered, causing his spirit Heian to become frenzied. Just before, Bai Xiangtian had harmonized with spirit Heian, merging with the divine power of the female deity at its peak, but the attack was intercepted by spirit Lin. Quickly approaching the real image of the female deity. Immediately transforming into a mythical form, half human, half snake, spirit Lin promptly launched an attack with a long multicolored spear formed from multicolored light breaking through space. Such a powerful attack caused Spirit Heian's doppelganger to be defenseless, no longer using a finger but a hand to directly ward off the opponent's attack. Instead, the entire palm directly deflected the opponent's attack. Bai Xiangtian stared at Phương Hưu, knowing full well that only he and the other could not break the two doppelgangers with semi-divine bodies. Reluctantly, he glanced at Phương Hưu. As a result, both Phương Hưu and Black Weakness sat down, completely indifferent to what was happening around them. To others, they seemed so, but only Phương Hưu and Black Weakness knew that they were trying to rapidly recover their strength. Phương Hưu paid no attention to Lam Tam and controlling the forbidden female deity. As long as he restored his soul, even if the opponent had two forbidden deities, he was still confident of winning. Ultimately, controlling the forbidden deity was not real life. Since entering the heavenly altar divine realm, his power had skyrocketed, and his body had been significantly enhanced. He also possessed 5 divine laws, 1 black union law, 1 life law, totaling 7 divine laws. Although he couldn't yet demonstrate how his strength had increased, it was because there was no soul. Unable to unleash the power of the divine law. Before having these laws, he could kill half-gods, but now he is in a stalemate. Phương Hưu and Ha Nhuoc stand still, while Lam Tam is attacking wildly. Phuong Dao just stands by. Phương Hưu didn't command him, so he didn't move. In the large, round black and white eyes, the reason behind Phương Heu's actions was clear. It was the captivating power of Lam Tam, the power of the new No Than. From now on, there is no political opponent left in the world. Bok Tuong Hang's 2 faces suddenly turned pale, filled with a deadly gray. But they seemed to remember something, quickly looking towards Phương Hưu and Hak Nhuoc, their eyes containing a glimmer of hope. Now, they only hope that what Phương Hưu and Hak Nhuoc say is true. Lam Tin Ha had merged with the forbidden Nu No Than. How had they recovered? Hag Nuoc provided a disappointing answer, only restoring 3 parts. Then, they looked towards Phương Hưu, seeing him slowly rise, calm and determined, but still lacking something. 2 Nhuec High hastily asks Phương Hưu, "Sir, how much more do I need to recover to the peak? I am only missing 3 parts of you." Phương Hưu replies straightforwardly, then directly uses the mouth thought to swallow 2 Nhuec High's soul. 2 Nhuec High cries out in pain, then only feels 3 parts of power in his body rushing madly towards Phương Heu's body. In just a moment, his newly restored strength has been devoured by the golden light. He falls to the ground with a pale face. Only at this moment does he understand that the 3 parts the god spoke of were not real strengths but the 3 parts of his own strength that were swallowed up. Indeed, it is possible to replenish the strength within oneself. Not in vain is Phương Hưu called a great man. His control of power is extremely precise. When the power returns fully from his body, Phương Hưu emits a tremendous unimaginable power. The space vibrates at that moment. The heavens and the earth sway due to the captivating power from above. Not in vain is he called a god at this moment. Phương Hưu stands calmly, his face calm, his fair skin shining like jade, dressed in black flowing with the wind. The reverberating sound, his tall figure reaching forward, his eyes deep and endless. Lam Tam Ha looks at Phương Hưu, saying, "Is this why you are so confident? That's why you didn't stop the divine ban and the no goddess, because you believed you could defeat them." Phương Hưu remains calm. Lam Tam Ha truly does not know what heaven and earth are. How can you be so cold-blooded? How can you imagine the deceptive power of the no goddess die? When he prepares to fight, Phương Hưu bids farewell. "When I was only missing one Lu Li." Lin Xinxia looked at it lightly, not understanding the meaning, but he soon understood, only to see Fang Hu talking about his transgender. His words were like a red command of heaven and earth, spreading infinitely in the air. Meanwhile, the huge purple light inside the body was the power of the divine flower Mingxing, and Dozi immediately sensed that Fang Wei was using the power of the divine flower. More than 100 of Fang Hua's clones completely disappeared, turning into a whole force that spilled into him. Fang Wei actually reached the peak of the original level 7 green body, directly transforming into a level 8 demigod body and a terrifying half-blood chi like a boundless and majestic ocean. In addition, these clones also gave him a large amount of time along with the power of time flooding into his body. The constant command inside Fang Wei was about to explode because of the last bulge at this moment, completely separated from one that had been divided into two. An indescribable transformation appeared silently. Fang Hua's body seemed to have a cyclical fluctuation between time and the universe. Lin Tam Ha sneered. "Surely, what are you planning to do? The reason is to return and enhance your body. How can you compare to the divine body of ours? We have said that after possessing the Hoi Nok Nu Kak, no one is our match in this world." The cold, bright eyes of Lin Tam Ha exuded a fierce chill. Taking a step, a punch aimed at Phương Hưu. Phương Hưu furrowed his brows slightly. "Is this the power of the new guy? Then you think the new guy then rules all life?" But Lin Tam Ha's attack reveals a different strength. Though conflicted, he didn't hesitate, and 5 fleshy ribs immediately brightened, revealing a horrifying force surging out, creating a huge black hole before his body. A gaping chasm faced the power of the new guy then, but Phương Hua's swallowing force couldn't overpower Lin Tam Ha. Laughing triumphantly, Lin Tam Ha explained the secret of the creative laws of life, the true power of the new guy then. Even if he could consume the consuming body, he couldn't consume more, creating life endlessly in a moment. Phương Hưu seemed to understand why the new guy then became one of the top ancient deities. His divine power seemed to transcend the ordinary gods, deriving his power from the laws of life. But surpassing those laws was arrogance. The black hole of Phương Hưu burst the next minute, attacking him. His body shattered. Ling Ling and others looked intently at Lin Tin Ha and Lin Tam Ha were filled with disappointment. Truly, the false gods. Only I am the one true god in the world. Even if he regains his strength, it is meaningless. In the end, he will be crushed by me without a trace left. But in the next moment, Phương Hưu appeared before everyone, laughing. "Have you had enough?" Lin Tam Ha shocked. "This cannot be happening. He is already dead. I clearly felt his breath leave this world long ago, and under the constraint of the divine flower, he had no chance of transmigration. What is this? His spirit shattered directly because of Phương Hưu. He was always cautious when facing Phương Hưu, but unclear as to why he spoke out against his power. Even though he killed him, the result was that he remained intact. No one can bear this blow. Phương Hưu gently said, "You killed me, indeed, you killed me, at this moment, and I am myself now." The words left Lin Tam Ha's face perplexed. This moment, the previous moment, completely incomprehensible. Tu Da Hai was also surprised by the deceitful power of Phương Hưu. Only Phương Hưu could possess such terrifying power. Bok Tuong Khin couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "What power is this?" only to hear Shu Dahai fervently say, "Understanding unclear." Bok Tuong Khin immediately fell silent, thinking to himself, "If you don't understand, why be excited?" Tu Dahai also said, "Exactly, because not understanding cannot be explained, it only further shows the greatness of Phương Hưu." Everyone in the arena fell silent. Lin Tam Ha shouted, "Phương Hưu, stop pretending to be a divine spirit. If I can't kill you once, then twice." He delivered a powerful punch directly towards Phương Hưu. Phương Hua's image vanished once again. All attacks were destroyed in an instant. An image emerged from the void, standing silently. Lin Xin was shocked to the point of unbelievable. Magic is definitely magic. He frantically concentrated his energy from the Shen Kai as if he wanted to free himself from his non-existent magic. Fang Wei stared at himself and whispered, "This is the feeling of returning from the timeline, isn't it?" It's really miraculous. Actually, what Fang Wei just said is true. Facing the terrifying power of Nu Oa divine force, he actually died because Nu Oa is not like ordinary gods. That power can't resist. The reason he can avoid any injury is because he has the ability to change the times. To put it simply, Fang Wei died at this second, but Fang Wei didn't absorb the damage in the previous second. He switched places with the timeline, somewhat similar to the clone of the Black Tiger. After killing himself, he can respawn on the clone. The principle is the same. The only difference is that Phương Hưu was reborn on himself from the second he possessed two time symbols and combined with the life symbol, giving birth to a new ability. This ability has made him truly immortal. Even the gods cannot kill him unless someone can cross the timeline and erase all versions of him on the timelines. Then he looked at Lam Tam Ha. Has the spell been released? Lam Tam Ha frowned, unable to find traces of the spell, and replied, "Who are you?" The image of Phương Hưu disappeared into the void. The two-time symbols provided him with a speed increase of 20 times. Needless to say, no one can be faster than him. Phương Hưu appears in front of Man Go Ha, continuously punching, turning Man Go Ha into minced meat. This is the truth. The reason why Phương Hưu and Hai Yu are never in a hurry, even waiting for Lam Tin Ha to merge with the gods of Nu Oa under such pressure. If Lam Tin Ha does not merge with the gods of Nu Oa, he may not be qualified to fight. He knows you are not dead. Phương Hưu looks down at the minced meat under his feet and calmly says, "When do you feel that I didn't kill you? I am just testing new abilities. Right now, I am just testing physical strength." Lam Tin Ha cannot distinguish whether Phương Hưu is lying or telling the truth, but he dare not try, lest he be randomly killed. In the next moment, Lam Tin Ha creates two clones holding Lin Lin tightly. When Lam Tin Ha reports to Phương Hưu, "Don't act irresponsibly. Their lives are all in my hands. If you dare to act again, I will make each of them die in front of you." Lin Lin, whose spirit had been destroyed, began to slowly recover. In that instant, Phương Hưu had already absorbed her spirit and stepped into the temple of the gods of Nu Oa. Immediately, her spirit was absorbed. "Their lives, both of them, are in my hands. If you dare to act again." Phương Hưu furrowed his brows slightly. "This is the temple of the gods of Nu Oa. Now you can use the evidence of the gods to inherit here. Don't hesitate. Don't think I don't know what you're doing." This made Lam Tam Ha feel puzzled because he had just thought about it. In a moment, he couldn't understand Phương Heu's intentions. "When do you intend that I cannot kill you? I am just testing new abilities. Right now, I am just testing physical strength." Lam Tam Ha cannot distinguish whether Phương Hưu is lying or telling the truth, but he dares not try, lest he be randomly killed. In the next moment, Lam Tam Ha creates two clones holding Lin Lin tightly. When Lam Tam Ha reports to Phương Hưu, "Don't act irresponsibly. Their lives are all in my hands. If you dare to act again, I will make each of them die in front of you." Lin Lin, whose spirit had been destroyed, began to slowly recover. When Lam Tam Ha reports to Phương Hưu, "Don't act irresponsibly. Their lives are all in my hands. If you dare to act again, I will make each of them die in front of you." Lin Lin, whose spirit had been destroyed, began to slowly recover. When Lam Tam Ha reports to Phương Hưu, "Don't act irresponsibly. Their lives are all in my hands. If you dare to act again, I will make each of them die in front of you." Lin Lin, whose spirit had been destroyed, began to slowly recover. When Lam Tam Ha reports to Phương Hưu, "Don't act irresponsibly. Their lives are all in my hands. If you dare to act again, I will make each of them die in front of you." Lin Lin, whose spirit had been destroyed, began to slowly recover. When Lam Tam Ha reports to Phương Hưu, "Don't act irresponsibly. Their lives are all in my hands. If you dare to act again, I will make each of them die in front of you." Lin Lin, whose spirit had been destroyed, began to slowly recover. How can an ordinary person let others kill them unless there's a trap? Yes, there must be a trap. Lam Tin Ha also said he wanted to deceive the army to kill them. If your reasoning is correct, then in the temple of Nu Oa, there must be means to protect the descendants of Nu Oa. As long as you attack them, those means will be activated. You won't be easily deceived. Phương Hưu remained silent. He did not expect to be so honest, but the other party thought there was a trap. He truly wanted to innovate and activate the legacy. When approaching the supreme god of Nu Oa, after the supreme god of Nu Oa appears, the powerful divine power will isolate the greedy power in this area. At that moment, he can restore his spirit. If they don't believe us, we will leave the temple of the gods of Nu Oa. You activate the legacy by yourself. After speaking, Phương Hưu will leave with Phuong Dao and threaten to kill the two if they dare to leave the temple of Nu Oa. He dare not let Phương Hưu leave because Phương Heu's calm and bizarre demeanor is too unsettling. It's like wanting to quickly activate the legacy of the goddess if there is no trap. It is not even possible to kill him. It is possible that after they leave the temple of the goddess of God will collapse at that time. I will be permanently sealed in the temple of the goddess. People are always suspicious in the face of abnormalities. Especially the smart people. Lin Xingxia is obviously a smart person, silently killing the queen for many years, facing the direct threat of fleeing. The more he understands the principle of capsizing the boat in the narrow channel. Knowing how to solve the problem when you're 90 out of 100 miles in. What do you think not killing us doesn't let us go? Perhaps it's only here to see. Lam Tin has face darkened, unable to discern the quick and creative intelligence. Until now, he still couldn't guess Phương Hui's thoughts. But from the first result, the other party's purpose is definitely to stop him from getting the supreme god of Neoa. Now, if he stays still, there must be a trap. But the supreme god of Neoa is right in front of him, he cannot bear not to take it. Everyone steps back, further away from the deity statue. To give more confidence to Lam Tin Ha, Phương Hu pulls Phương Dao and Deep Zero, pushing them into a corner of the Neoa temple. But Lam Tin Ha still feels uneasy, dividing himself into two parts. These divisions weren't in vain but stood tightly, waiting for Phương Hu. As Lam Tin Ha approached the statue of Neoa, he took a deep breath, ready to prove his divine power. However, as he raised his hand, he suddenly turned around. Seeing Phương Hu and his allies standing still, their appearance made him uneasy. The most frightening thing was that he could sense some expectation in Phương Hui's eyes. What was his death expecting from Phương Hu? Lam Tin Ha wished he could kill Phương Hu now. However, considering the solemn appearance of the Neoa, then, violent actions might be punished by the sacred. In many temples, fighting was prohibited, seen as an offense to the divine. The realization dawned on him that they were likely trying to lure him into activating the divine gate. If not for the usual circumstances, they would have attacked him long ago to stop him. Why weren't they attacking now? It was clear they were trying to lure him into a trap, making him trigger the divine gate to strike him. Both were shocked. Lam Tin Ha released Bok Tuong Kin and Hai, weak and afraid to leave, fearing something sinister. As he drove everyone 10 miles away from him, Ling Ling and the others watched Lin intently. The divine stone spirit from the statue of the goddess Nuwa begins to manifest and flies towards Lam Tin Ha. Lam Tin Ha is worried not to let her take the divine statue of Nuwa. However, Phương Hu pays no attention and just stands quietly on the sidelines. In the end, the divine artifacts fall into the hands of Lam Tam Ha, which makes her feel very unreal. The final battle in the imagination has no traps, no difficulties, but these people have given up. He thought this path would be very difficult, even ready to resist attacks from the crowd, but everything turned out to be smooth. Tai Yang laughs loudly, looking at him with no concern for the schemes of Phương Hu and others. As long as he holds the divine artifacts, no one can cause trouble. He swallows the divine artifacts of Nuwa directly but realizes that his body is starting to collapse and cannot control the divine artifacts. Tai Yang shouts loudly, "Spirit of the flower, help me immediately." His body gradually stops collapsing and begins to merge wildly with the divine artifacts of Nuwa. Both sides begin a fierce confrontation. At this moment, Bok Tuong Kin says that the opportunity has come. He is finally not the heir of Nuwa, despite the small resistance he faces. But the fusion is not easy. Even with the help of the spirit of the flower, he cannot control the divine artifacts in a short time. Stop him now quickly. Bok Tuong Kin and others finally understand Phương Hui's plan and cannot help but admire the courage of the opponent. Knowing that Lam Tin Ha cannot cope, intentionally creating opportunities for the opponent to merge with the divine artifacts, she cannot attack during the fusion. Then, continue to attack. Bok Tuong Kin explains to Lin Lin and Lang Nghe whether Lin Lin can continue fighting. Lin Lin nods. Then, looking towards Phương Hu, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to create an opportunity like this. Victory and defeat lie here. Lin Lin and Bok Tuong Kin rush towards Lam Tin Ha. In the midst of it all, a sense of unease crept in as Phương Hu and his group failed to show up. Standing still in place, Phương Hu did not act. It seemed as though his aloof demeanor could not keep pace with Lin Lin's growing anxiety. Both were in a state of panic. To them, this was a rare and hard-to-find opportunity. Initially, they needed to deal with Lam Tam Ha, who may be truly formidable, but for now, confronting just a fraction of the deities would suffice. Lin Lin was confident that once she unleashed the divine form of Nuoa, she would be capable of handling one fraction while Phương Hu and others teamed up against the other. Bok Tuong Kin also spoke up. Do you know that once Lam Tin Ha merges with the deities of Nuoa, his power will approach a mystery that would be the moment Tu Nuoc Hai smirked. Now, only he truly understood Phương Hua's plan, because when the deities of Nuoa manifested, his diminishing intellect was gradually being restored. Although very feeble, it was indeed emerging and recovering rapidly. The same was true for himself. The deities needed no further explanation. It is simply commendable. Tu Nuoc Hai sneered. What does it matter to be close to a deity? Bok Tuong Kin also regarded Tu Nuoc Hai as a fool. More nonchalant and indifferent. Aren't you always curious about our identities? Aren't you always intrigued by why I refer to Phương Hu as sir? It's really quite simple, as Lam Tin Ha put it. Phương Hu and I, sir, truly come from beyond, with a divine lineage. Perhaps you cannot comprehend. Simply put, in my golden era, crushing Lam Tin Ha without the deities was akin to squashing an ant. Even if he has a divine body, he is just an empty shell without power. Speaking of this, in Zi Shaohai's eyes, there is a hint of madness. He is a god, even when he blends with the gods of the female emperor. Approaching the god is still not a god in the end. In O2's eyes appeared a little unbelievable. It feels like listening to a fairy tale. I admit that Master Feng Wei is very strong, but compared to the god, Tu Shaohai cursed. What do you know? Master Feng Wei has been injured. After entering this world, the power is well understood, and now the god-level law has appeared. The cannibalism in the vicinity has been forbidden, and the power of the great man is recovering. Once the great man recovers his strength, what will those insignificant rivers do anymore? He is capable of rivaling the womanizer, the top mysterious god. After speaking, he looked at the great man passionately, and asked the great master to take action in front of these natives, show the unparalleled strength of the great man. Tu Nuoc Hai seems to have witnessed the scene where Phương Hu used the power of time and illusion to crush Lam Tin Ha into dust. In his mind, Phương Hu is no less than ancient gods like Nuoa, as he controls the power of time. As a god of time, such gods are always at the forefront anywhere. However, Phương Hu gently asks, how much of your power has been restored? Tu Nuoc Hai responds hesitantly, not even 1%. So, how much do you think I have restored by now? You are definitely still weak. The nervous look has disappeared, replaced by a slightly pale face, clearly realizing a serious problem. Restoring power requires time. In the end, they were drained of all their power by Votiet Than Quoc. It's like going through a great battle, exhausting all strength. It's about exhaustion, not sealing. Unsealing will bring back the power. So, currently, it can only be restored little by little. However, Huyan Nuoc Hai also tells the Supreme God, so, what should we do now? From my observation, in about an hour, we can start merging with Nuoa Than Quoc. But in a short period of time, only 30 spirits can be restored. If not, we should run. However, Phương Hu remains calm and indifferent. 30 is enough, Phương Hu says. But Tu Nuoc Hai also questions, is 30 enough to defeat Lam Tin Ha, who possesses Than Quoc? It's not in vain that Phương Hu speaks, but the 30 he mentions and the 30 Tu Nuoc Hai understands are not the same concept. But you will soon know. Then, Phương Hu accelerates time. Under the influence of 10 times acceleration, the recovery speed also increases by 10 times. Of course, the actual recovery speed does not reach 10 times. Due to the continuous energy consumption in maintaining the acceleration of time, Ling Ling and Bai Shangqin could not sit still at this moment. They couldn't just watch Lin Jingha merge with the goddess of the netherworld. Therefore, the two of them rushed forward, as Lin Jinghan created 2 clones from his own eyes. They directly blocked the path in front of the two. Bai Shangqin turned his heavily injured body into a bloodied blade using the power of my blood qi. The other clone remained calm, telling himself that even in the land of gods, one can still act. He then easily dealt with the attack. Although the clones were successful, they did not attack on their own. They did not even move from their original positions. One reason is they were not sure if they could kill in the temple. Second, it was a crucial moment, and they would not allow anyone to have the opportunity to surprise attack their true selves. If the clones rushed out to kill, others would approach their true selves. He immediately regained his composure, summoning various divine images, causing Lin Jingha to explode. Earlier, Lin Jingha realized that she couldn't defeat him when he regained his composure. He then used the clone to capture others. Ling Ling also said to Phương Hu Dai Nian, don't mind us. For the sake of the people, we must definitely kill Lin Jingha. Tu Nhuoc Hai laughed loudly and said, you are certainly not wrong in thinking about it. You indeed intend to use our lives to threaten Phương Hu Dai Nian. In front of you is not a true god, but a divine spirit. You, a great deity who stole the divine cac, also deserve to threaten real gods. Fuang Hu Dai Nyan, take action in front of these natives. Show your deceptive power as a deity. Lin Jinghe's face suddenly became very difficult to look at. Truly mad, the clone raised its arm and directly threatened Hai Nghis weak arm to intimidate Fuang Hu. However, Fuang Hu remained unaffected by any impact. False power is useless, the real me is not afraid of any threat. Silence. Use a knife to split false power in half, and I will never die again. Use another knife to face Fang Yao, if you give up now. I immediately released them, never listening to him. Before he could finish speaking, the person stood there in confusion, only seeing Fang Shu coldly extend a finger and smash Fang Yao and his ally Lin Xinxia with 8-stringed poison, watching in horror. You killed them all. No one is bothering us now. Let's showcase the power of Nu Hua on you and experience the power of ancient gods first. It also opened my eyes. He had realized that Fang Shu was a ruthless and cold monster, and there was no way out of falling into the hands of such a person. So he wanted to escape, but he forgot that Fang Shu also possessed the power of the Hua Shen. As Lam Tam Ha tries to activate the power of the flower god to escape, at that moment, within Fuang Hua's body, Lin Lan Luke Lan unexpectedly emits a strange wave that hinders the opponent's attempt to escape. Lin Xinruxia, who was forced into a desperate situation, revealed her cruel and bloodthirsty side and began to burn her life to transform into the real Nu Hua. I don't believe in the myth of Nu Hua's form, but it cannot defeat you. There are two completely different powers, one good and one evil, simultaneously appearing on him. At first, Lin Xing was unable to activate the real Nu Hua, but with the help of the Black Lotus blue power, he activated it, causing a part of his life to collapse. In the end, everything became even more interesting. Fang Shu smiled faintly. This is the battle he wants. Time summons the demon god Hachiko. When Hachiko appears, he overlooks humans directly from above. Lin Xingli instantly recognizes the demon god as a demon god. When Feng Shu uses time summoning, he directly summons Dao Jia. Time summoned Bian Hylian hanging in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Xingli and Da Jingdu were startled by the name of the flower god. However, before he could finish speaking, Feng Shu summoned Nu Hua and within a second, brought her out, a stunningly beautiful woman. Lin Jingjing saw the goddess pavilion inside and his body trembled. He began to jump uncontrollably, wanting to jump out from inside. He was so scared that he quickly pressed the goddess pavilion inside his body and could no longer maintain its mythical shape. Feng Shu ordered these images to kill Lin Jingnucleus. Lin Jingnucleus was surrounded by 4 gods. Now, he clearly expressed the meaning of loneliness, weakness, and uselessness. Even in battle, he was very afraid. You realize those gods aren't their true selves, but you can't defeat them mainly because Nu Oa is there. You can't use your full power, you have to use a part of your strength to control Nu Oa's divine power, otherwise, the divine power will fly away. Seeing Lam Tin Hat surrounded by the 4 gods, Feng Hu silently evaluates his current strength. Simply put, he is the strongest under the heavens currently. Besides than men, no one can defeat him and he doesn't need to run around the world avoiding fairy gods or demon gods. Thanks to the ability to manipulate time, then men also can't kill him. It's just that, although he can regenerate himself, he can't die. Why? On the path to immortality, does he go further away? Lam Tin Hat is surrounded by 4 than men. In a moment Feng Hu even feels a bit of a waste of time. He realized he didn't need to act on his own, the 4 gods were powerful enough. He saw people like Fuang Dao tragically dying. He waved his hand and a time-stopping power spread. Moments later the 4 people were resurrected on the spot. The resurrected people looked dazed, completely unaware of what had happened. When they woke up they found Lam Tin Ha being attacked. The weak sea god Tan Quang expressed intense emotions. Knowing he had been truly resurrected by the gods made him even more excited. Previously he feared Fuang Hu to what extent, now he respected him to that extent. Indeed, great person Fuang Hu. Lam Tam grunted, wondering if his effort to endure killing his wife and harming his child, bearing the burden of the world, had become a strength that should not have been endured like this. The pain on the body cannot be compared to the damage on the soul. He cannot accept reality anymore. I don't believe, I am the undefeated Bathai. Once again his power was destroyed by the snake's Tan Hat, but with the light of 5 colors rising. Zero Tin Hat immediately recovered with the creative power of the female deity. They were also considered immortal. The difference from Fuang Hua's time-changing immortality is that thanks to the creative power of the female deity, she can be endlessly resurrected. Lam Tam screamed madly that Fuang Hu couldn't kill him. I am not dead, I am not disappearing. Fuang Hu Nen Hu Dao as an immortal character like him has encountered too many times. I have only one request, hoping you can give me a little joy. In a flash, he appeared behind Lam Tam Ha. Before the opponent could react, he infiltrated into his heart. Immediately the painful power countered. Lam Tam Ha immediately screamed in intense pain. Before me, not dying, not disappearing, it's all endless pain. Enjoy every part of the pain that I bring to you. With a malicious expression, Phương Hưu continuously imposes his insane pain on Lin Tam Ha. For him, this is a very comfortable way to express emotions. After a short period, Lin Tin Ha can barely breathe. His spirit is almost collapsing, but his body remains intact, thanks to the protection of the new Oathan Kak, helping him to stay alive. Along with that, his spirit is also protected by the new Oathan Kak. While he is on the brink of collapse, the power of the new Oathan will help him recover so he can clearly feel the pain. Although Lin Tin Ha still has power, he can no longer fight. Even moving a finger causes him great pain. The heartbreaking situation makes Lin unable to endure it anymore. Without turning back, Phương Hưu calmly gains some benefits, then generously opens his mouth to begin swallowing his spiritual and divine power. Along with Luke Lid Tin and Hak Lin Luke, they quickly absorb the spiritual and divine power in their bodies. He is like a pale black lotus fiercely struggling in Phương Heu's hands. The roots are like crazy arms, constantly emitting strange energy. Although not understanding what the black lotus is saying, thinking of curses is very dirty. Phương Heu's black lotus has been prepared for thousands of years. Discarding billions of clones wanting to control Dao Tiet and even the Then Kok Nuoa through this opportunity, but ultimately gaining nothing, losing a large amount of power illogically. Dao Tiet and Hak Lin Tu's combined power is completely swallowed. At the same time, another strip of Hak Lin Luke slowly awakens in Phương Heu's body. At this moment, Phương Hưu realizes that the potential of his clones is advancing further. A while ago, he had to cut off his hand, but now there is no need for such bloodshed. The whole body can be split into many parts. Even just plucking a hair and throwing it on the ground can transform into that part. It can even turn flowers into parts like Bai Non Hak Lin. If one day his flowers bloom all over Bai Non, it will become the next Bai Non Hak Lin. It can also reincarnate by planting its own flowers on others to reincarnate. Those who are reincarnated are equivalent to a part of themselves after awakening this ability. Fang He's first concern is Duong Min and others. In the past, he used their power and needed to call Tianji Lake to prepare a series of tasks. In intense battles, there was no need to worry, but now it's not as complicated, just planting flowers so they can freely use their power. You can even immediately transfer your power to others after the elf leaves. The elf loses the power of the lotus. It's difficult to kill the king. There's no need to waste time anymore. That familiar title reminded him of Fang Yaoru, who used to love acting spoiled in the arms of his father the most when he was a child. He remained unmoved in front of her. And all these years you have suffered. I deserve to die. I am not worthy of you. I have been bewitched by demons and gods. Having made such a big mistake, Fang Shu's eyes did not waver in the face of Lin Xingyi's forced bleaching. Once again, he unleashed the power of pain, and Linger swayed quickly to save me. I am your father, the emperor. Ling couldn't help but catch a small gem in his eyes. He wanted to speak, but stopped in front of Fang Hưu and Fang Hưu. From afar, a long fan on Ling's face hit him and he flew out. Bai Shangqing went to Ling Ren. I ran to lift Ling up. Are you okay? Ling shook her head and tried to stand up. Bai Shangqin, hurry up, Ling, you're not an idiot. Have you forgotten what this animal did? Have you forgotten who killed your mother? Ling bit her soft lips in a pale manner, but little did she know that Lin Xingyi took out a grasshopper made of licorice. Ling, do you remember when he taught you how to make a grasshopper? I cried. I have been carrying this locust here all along. In fact, this story is impossible because Lin Xingyi's body has been bombed countless times, and this locust can only be a mythical creature. Obviously, this locust was created on site using NU's creativity, but Ling still believes in this. More precisely, NU's descendants still believe in this. Seeing the locusts, Ling couldn't help but shed tears. Lin Xingyi also said that it was not because her father was bad, and everything she had done over the years was not her own will. It was because she was deceived by the demon god. Ling looked at Fang Shusheng and said that he could hand me over to him. If you dare to ask Fang Shusheng for anything, what do you want from Fang Shusheng when you wake up? Lin Xin asks for Fang Shusheng's forgiveness. My son has been released, and I hope you can give me a chance to make up for the loss of his mother Ling and Yao, and never lose my father again. After practicing for 10 years to understand many of God's laws, Lin has freed himself from the secret control of spiritual recovery. He requests forgiveness from Fang Shusheng. It has nothing to do with me when you wake up. You think I killed you because you're evil, but you begged the wrong person, because in my eyes, whether you're good or bad, you still have to die. As for Lam Lam, she was directly knocked unconscious by Bak Shang Khan at this moment. Now, Lam Tam Ha is completely desperate. He is indeed awake, but wanting to change as a new person is pure deception. He may be drawn by the Black Alliance on the other side. Indeed, Lin Tam Ha has awakened, but wanting to change himself is just a lie. The fact that he is being pulled by the Luke Lean Hak Lean only proves that deep down in his soul, he has had such thoughts for a long time. Like drinking alcohol sometimes only reveals deep thoughts, not created out of thin air. A person who has no intention of killing, no matter how much alcohol he drinks, will never commit murder. After a short period of time, Lin Tam Ha truly cannot endure anymore. He has experienced the feeling of being unable to live or die. He completely overlooks the things about the song Nu than ruling the world and immortality. At this moment, he only has one thought: he wants to die immediately. Please kill me, this god, I don't want it anymore. Lin Tin Ha even withdraws directly from the goddess of women, throwing her down to the ground. However, Phương Hưu calmly says, you don't need her anymore. Are you being compassionate or not? Lin Tin Ha says nothing and chooses to self-destruct directly. He doesn't want to live another second. His face shows relief as if liberated. But in the next blink of an eye, Phương Hưu uses the power of time to resurrect Lin Tin Ha. Looking at the calm face before him, endless fear spreads in Lin Tin Ha's heart. Phương Hưu tortures him for an hour before ending it. Phương Hưu picks up the goddess of women on the ground. In the moment of touching him, he finds his hand breaking, unable to withstand the miracle of the goddess of women. Lin Tin Ha feels his spirit beginning to go mad. He truly fears Nu O's divine power. It seems the terror of the divine power palace compared to the demon gods is even greater. In an instant, the divine power unexpectedly escapes control and disappears once again, blending into the image of Nu O. Phương Hưu, not paying attention, plans to first nurture Feng Dao to become a divine body. Then merge Feng Dao with the Divine Power Palace based on the evidence of the Divine Power Palace that Phương Hưu has kept to be preserved until the new Oa Divine Temple is opened later. When the divine power disappears, Phương Hưu feels his spirit is rapidly declining wildly. The laws of the Solar Kingdom are taking effect. Phương Hưu cannot resist. He can't even resist. Fighting against the Solar God in the Divine Kingdom is even more difficult than fighting against the Solar God outside, because the Divine Kingdom is the territory of the Solar God. But Phương Hưu quickly seizes the opportunity while still in his right mind to directly use Hak Lean Luke Le to create two seeds. Each seed infiltrates the bodies of Niet Hai and Phương Hưu. With these two seeds, the two of them are considered parasitic beings. When returning to Vu Man, Phương Hưu doesn't sit still, constantly using his power to create subordinates. Eventually, the power will be completely consumed. After creating 10,000 subordinates, Phương Hưu has exhausted all his power. If he wants to create subordinates, he can only find materials from his own body. He sent 10,000 subordinates to Vu Vat and Vu Man, crazily seizing everything. Instead of waiting for 10,000 fathers to be completely consumed, Feng Shu had already exhausted all his power. If he wanted to create a father who could only find materials from his body, he sent 10,000 fathers to witchcraft, which crazily took over everything. Swallowing the people of man, swallowing strangely, then passing on the accumulated power through Hak Lean Luke Le to Feng Dao, trying to nurture Feng Dao into a divine body as soon as possible, controlling the divine power, he found a way to leave the Solar Kingdom. That is to use the Divine Pavilion Hall to open the passage to the outside. In the Sun God Kingdom, only Divine Pavilion Nu Wa can resist the sun. From Divine Pavilion Nu Wa's ability to block the sun's devouring power, it can be seen that as long as we wait for Feng Yao to develop and grow stronger. Leaving the Kingdom of Illusions during this time, Phương Hưu did not sit still but began to understand different laws, such as the 8 Mysteries Law and his own law of suffering. A month later, Lam Lin became the new emperor of the Blue Sky Kingdom, ushering in a peaceful era. If the situation stabilized in the Blue Sky Kingdom, the people could rest. Without hesitation, Phương Hưu asked Lam Lin to search for a poisonous medicine using the nation's power. Similarly, in the south, on the Weak Coast, they supported a bud that turned into the new king of the Celestial Sea. Generously collecting poisonous medicine through relentless efforts of the soul, after a year, Phương Hưu finally condensed the first pill of the poisonous medicine. He then began to travel with Feng Dao, continuously absorbing pain in each place. Every time he arrived at a place, he would plant a pain-absorbing lotus, using the continuous absorption of pain. A year later, Phương Hưu finally understood the law of suffering, from nothing to something. The law of suffering is different from other laws. Other laws can be found through references, but the law of suffering can only be created through one's own perception of suffering. Under Phương Heu's rule, Phương Dao also quickly completed the fourth promotion. Looking back over the past 10 years, Phương Dao, thanks to the bloodline of Nu Oa and the brilliance of Phương Hưu, finally became a deity. Although the deity brought immense power, it did not increase his height. Perhaps due to being confined during the developmental stage for 10 years, he lost a lot of vitality. Although eventually compensated, his height remained fixed. However, within this small body lies an unimaginable force. Punching through a towering mountain thousands of meters high is not a big deal. Even Vu Nha Hai became a deity during these 10 years. Of course, we can't forget about Phương Heu's spirit Phương Hưu and his subordinates day by day swallow in a strange way, accumulating an immeasurable living force by using this living force to propel himself onto the divine body. His physical body encountered a hindrance to avoid waste. He divided the surplus living force to Wan Nuok Hai, helping him advance to the divine body. The divine body is just a grandiose concept, but in reality, when faced with the real gods, it is inconsequential. It only has an advantage among the sub-gods besides the physical body. Phương Heu's own laws also encountered an obstacle. It's not that the law cannot be gathered together, but rather that the internal laws of the body begin to lose balance, preventing him from ascending to the level of God. Now, what Fang Shu lacks is not the law, but a perfect system, just like after collecting a large number of greedy laws. The body cannot escape greed to make the laws a system that cannot be a single law. Too much must maintain balance. The issue he faces is that the laws of the solar kingdom are too polluted with the laws of the demon god, while the laws of the heavenly god are too few. After 10 years of continuous cultivation, he now possesses 2 laws of time, 2 laws of destiny, 8 laws of pain, 2 laws of black and blue, 6 laws of greed, 2 laws of dreamy green, a law of life, 2 unique laws of green, a total of 25 green laws. The potential of dreams is huge, so he doesn't completely abandon his obsession but is deploying illusions across the entire kingdom of greed. Finally, he harvested 2 laws of green dreams, and indeed, the green dream law did not disappoint him. Under the combination of the green dream law and the green life law, a bit of creative meaning has emerged. Dreams weave illusions, while life injects vitality into them, turning dreams into reality. Although he cannot create humans like Nu Oa, a little emptiness can create simple creatures. In these laws, specific commands follow the order of time and destiny, as well as 8 laws of dependence on the self. The law of pain does not conflict with any other law, and the law of pain does not belong to the heavenly gods and demon gods, only to himself, and is neutral, meaning there are 12 neutral laws within his body. The law of pain does not conflict with any law that does not belong to elves, while the law of demons belongs only to themselves, and neutrality means the 12 neutral laws in their bodies. There is only one law belonging to the side of the immortal gods, which commands life and commands the side of the demon gods. However, 12 laws have become seriously imbalanced, forcing him to mobilize neutral laws to suppress the side of the demon gods, which has also resulted in the inability to fully exert his power. In fact, if it were other people with so many conflicting rules, they would have already become obsessed. That is to say, Fang Shu's special resistance in his mind is very high, so he will not become obsessed, but this also limits his mutation. His plan, which has been keeping him from receiving a salary for a long time, is to wait for Fang Yao to take charge of the Nuwa Divine Pavilion and have him teach him the mystery of Nuwa. After that, he will condense 11 life laws to form the final balance of supporting laws. It is the optimal solution he has obtained through 10 years of research and experimentation on death wandering, which can maximize his own strength. Among all the laws, he values the pain law the most, even if it is the pain law and other special laws. Compared to the law of command and the law of God, the law of pain is very weak, but only the law of pain is completely exclusive to his wife. She can wander without looking at death, indicating that the power of time has no effect on him. She can also ignore the attacks of demons and immortals, indicating that gods and demons have no effect on him. Therefore, the only hope that Phương Hưu can entrust lies in his own suffering. The command's torment is also his fundamental ability. This is also why he gathers so much torment. The reason for the torment, the essence of suffering, what is it? It is only through suffering that one truly understands. Various types of suffering will bring different torments. At this moment, 2 Nhuoc Hai eagerly looked at Phương Hưu. Can we leave the thou Thiet than qua or not? Phương Hưu nodded immediately, looking towards Phương Dao, where Nu Oa Ton Kak was. A second later, Phương Dao took out the evidence of Nu Oa Ton Kak, which then merged into Phương Dao's body. A moment later, a beautiful figure appeared from the colorful light, with long hair cascading like a waterfall. This is Fuang Dao, weakened, eyes wide in surprise, not expecting the short time to pass. It's still little potato Fuang Dao, transformed into a cold female leader. Fuang Dao not only grew taller but also opened many small faces. On the beautiful and delicate face, there is not only a pure and innocent look like a girl but also a great charm. The only weakness is the expression. Reluctantly, before a second passed, the five-colored light in the sky gradually disappeared, and Fuang Dao returned to her previous form. Fuang Dao slowly approached Fang He's body, the king of anger, heavy and slow. We run here, he definitely can't catch up anymore. Just then, as they merged into the spirit of life, it seemed to contain some information. Fang Hu also asked about what information, and Fuang Dao answered about the information regarding the goddess. After a column of incense following Fuang Dao's story, Fang Hu finally understood why the temple of the goddess Mak was swallowed by the king of anger. At the same time, he also partially understood the ancient and mysterious origins. The basic reason for the strange appearance is the pollution of the heavenly Tao. In ancient times, both kings and divine beasts existed. Despite the evil creatures, the overall rulers were divine beings. However, until one day, for some reason, the heavenly Tao is suddenly polluted. This also means that the world is polluted. The most fierce and ferocious creatures are affected first. Especially the demon beasts become strange, even called demons. This is the original source of the strange. The kings and lords can still cope with the strange phenomena, but as time passes, the heavenly Tao becomes more and more polluted, and the strange phenomena increase. The demon beasts, especially the Kim Quan beasts and even the territories, are invaded, and even many corpses are not lucky. The most terrifying thing is that some interesting gods are infected by an evil force, through which the power of the dark forces becomes increasingly powerful, and the war between the two sides begins to lose balance. After thousands of years of war, the gods fail one after another. Most parts of the world have been engulfed by darkness, and Manhwa is surrounded by demons, injured and falling down. It is only now that you discover the hidden historical secrets, and then you continue through sports dungeons to return to the opposite side where you obtained Manhwa's heritage. Listening to Tu Nuok Hai recalling the suffering in the hidden kingdom and the return to the present, it makes his soul unable to stop being confused. Fang Hu also cannot feel like them. He breathes a sigh of relief, recalling the continuous attack on the body. The temptation cannot be denied. Fuang Hu is uncertain whether this is the existence that has polluted the heavenly Tao in his mind. He cannot avoid the bloody scene that he cannot forget. As one of the most important gods, the female scholar Minwu has already fallen. He is no longer a god, but he said he wants to kill him. At this moment, Zi Ruohai asked Fang Shuying if she knew who had polluted the heavenly way. He was seriously injured. Unexpectedly, you have suffered injuries from the ancient battle of Fuang Hu, looking at you calmly and gently saying, the words of the gods are few, so don't be curious, Ku. If Hai doesn't immediately suppress the cries, Fuang Hu asks Fuang Dao, how much power of the goddess Nuoa can you activate now? Transfer it all to me. Facing Fuang Hu's request, Fuang Dao directly transmits the precious power of the goddess Nuoa without hesitation. The fierce power of the gods penetrates Fuang Hu's body immediately, and he begins to focus on creating the command of life blood. A year later, Fuang Hu finally succeeded in creating the entire command of life blood. The reason why it was so quick is because he accelerated time 20 times. In total, there are 12 commands of life blood, each corresponding to a demon command in the body. Fuang Hu's command of life blood is too simple compared to the divine command. But this cannot be avoided, and in the end, he still comes into contact with the harm of the demon. When 36 commands of life blood are completed, Fuang Hu begins to control them, arranging them in a specific way, finally forming a proud image. A thunderous sound resonates between heaven and earth. In a moment, both Hai Duck and Fuang Dao are spiritually shaken, feeling as if their souls are leaving their bodies. It is not a normal thunder, but the thunder of the law. The resounding thunder seems to herald the appearance of a certain competition. Immediately after that, from the high sky, a resounding sound echoes. The sky brightens with brilliant golden lotuses falling down, carrying strands of the law force. From the thinking of heaven and earth, who has attracted the will of heaven and earth only after passing the scene of worshipping the gods? And this is in the divine kingdom. If outside, the excitement would be much greater. After a long time, all wills disappear, and Fuang Hu also wakes up from cultivation, feeling the powerful force in his body. Agreeing with a nod, 36 combined laws create superior effectiveness although still unable to defeat the divine beings. The gap with the divine beings has been much closer. Fuang Du is preparing to leave the then Quoc Dao Du facing Fuang Hu's command. Fuang Du rarely shows a furious look. Fuang Hu is calm as he merges with the new Oa for 10 days in the divine body. He can become a supreme god like Nu Oa, and as an indispensable deity, he must have his own then Kwak. If we leave here, we must also take the former Nu Oa then Kwak. And Kon Deen Duong Mat nods without emotion, but in those blank eyes, a gentle spirit appears. He then begins to use the power of the five-colored light envelops the entire then Kwak in the imperial palace Kang Dan Kwak Lang Lang. Everywhere is covered with a five-colored wall of the sky and earth. A complex conspiracy with joy and sorrow, but just no jealousy. He grumbled to himself that in the end, he finally overcame that wave. Dao Dao might be more suitable for holding the power of the new Oa. She can only make him a good protector of his then Kwak after the five-colored light dissipates. Fuang Du also makes the then Kwak absorbed into the after a long time in the then Kwak Dao Du. There are no living beings, only countless mysterious things waving. Fang Shu, Fang Yao, and Fang Yao stood still in the brilliant mist and strange moans that they dared not approach inside. They were both pushed outside by the five-colored light on Fang Yao's body. Fang Shu calmly said, "Let's go, Fang Yao." Fang Yao nodded. Looking back at the endless mystery, he struggled and followed Fang Shu away from his former residence. The little boy waved his small hand and suddenly released an incredible force from the imperial ladder, giving the divine kingdom bird a great vibration. When they appeared again, a colorful beam of light surrounded everyone and they arrived at the other shore. Is this the outside world? Fang Yao's empty eyes looked around, and her silent expression finally came out. Tu Nuoc Hai nervously recalls the suffering in the hidden kingdom and the present return that makes his soul unable to stop being confused. Fang Hu also cannot feel like them. He breathes a sigh of relief, recalling the continuous attack on the body. He is physically comfortable and has been fond of buying weapons from Guo Jing on the other side for many years. After meeting with the recluse king Fang Hu found that the recluse king seemed unhappy, even though he was still eating. This is a kind of angry eating on one side, waiting for oneself with fierce eyes. Among the three people who showed signs of voluntary attack, Shu Ruohai was the first one to be afraid. Although he is much stronger now, this is only limited to the world god. He is still very scared when encountering true divine clarity. Wang Junfeng felt that Wang's anger was a bit off. At first, he thought they were ambitious, but now there was a mix of anger. Fang Hu remained calm and normal. Wang's biggest hobby was eating fruit. We can directly empty the women's clothes from his belly, and he will naturally get angry. Shu Ruohai also asked us what to do now, so naturally we should go. The Chi King is difficult to kill, so there is no need to waste time anymore. Three people appeared thousands of miles away, and Shu Ruohai slowly came to meet Fang Huing, whose heavy body did not move quickly. We ran here, and he definitely couldn't catch up with the strange crying of the baby, breaking Shu Ruohai eardrums. And in the Sea of Apricot, what exactly was this strange noise? He never imagined that in his current divinity, he would suffer such severe harm just because he heard the cry of a baby. He was staring at himself in a familiar yet unfamiliar aura. Familiar because this aura was very similar to the unfamiliar Dao Dai, because this aura was obviously stronger than the Dao Dai. At this moment, Fang Shu said that it was a mythical shape, an indescribable mythical shape. Fang Shu frowned and said that the shape of mythology is not exclusive to goddesses, and that the shape of mythology is an ability possessed by every god. That's right, the shape of mythology is the essence of their gods, but in order to maintain its true shape, it requires a lot of divine power. Gods do not maintain their mythical form, but rather remain in a normal state unless there is a fatal battle or extreme anger. As they speak, the Golden Palace is undergoing a transformation, and they suddenly realize that the land beneath their feet is moving. More accurately, it's retreating backward like there's something behind constantly dragging the land. Fang Dao looks around the empty space in horror, saying that its space here is retreating. Fuang Hu calmly says it's not retreating, but swallowing. Thou Deep is swallowing the space around, and we are in the middle of the space that cannot avoid being pulled. Fang Dao, although not hearing any sound, but from the mouth gestures, he's fine swallowing the space. That's the true power of Thou Deep, isn't it? Not surprising that we run away and he remains calm. Turns out he doesn't need to chase after people. Just swallowing the space around is enough. It seems that this time Thou Deep is serious. Fuang Hu also cannot imagine that the one who always avoids and doesn't fight back like Thou Deep is unexpectedly angry today. The distance between them is getting closer. Everyone can clearly see the mythical figure of Tai Din. At this moment, Tai Din opens its mouth wide like a horrifying black hole, eagerly swallowing everything around as if the whole world is about to be devoured into its mouth. Fuang Hu tries to activate the Tai Din law inside his body to escape from this terrifying swallowing force, but the result reveals no effect. His own Tai Din law in front of the real Tai Din seems as futile as retreating on the ground. Is the true reason behind Tai Din's power the weakest among all the deities and demons, he wonders. Tai Din is said to be the weakest creature among all deities and demons, but now, whether it is truly weak or not remains unknown. When all deities and demons deploy their mythical forms, it is difficult to predict who will emerge victorious. Fuang Dao softly calls out, then immediately transforms into a deity form. The originally white-haired girl has now turned into a cold goddess, unleashing the full power of the female sage to temporarily halt the terrifying swallowing force. Following that, Fuang Hưu and everyone seize the opportunity in a flash to escape from Tai Din. At this moment, Hua Nhuoc Hai remarks that he did not expect Tai Din to be so enraged. It's terrifying. He used to think that he could live at Tai Din as a last refuge, as it could avoid the pursuit of deities and demons, truly the safest haven. But now, the plan has fallen apart. Having wounded Tai Din, perhaps when they meet again, he will not forgive us. Fuang Hưu then calmly states that in the next encounter, he will no longer fight. Hua Nhuoc Hai, slightly confused, asks Fuang Hưu why. Fuang Hưu does not explain unnecessary things to let others know, even though Hua Nhuoc Hai has become a part of him. Only he knows clearly in his heart why when facing Tai Din again, he will not be attacked. Because he has done something similar to Bok Lin He Lin from the other side. In the past, he used their power and needed to summon Ho Thien Ko to prepare a series of tasks in a fierce battle. There is no need to worry, but now, it's not as complicated as before, just planting flowers for them can freely use their power. They can even transfer their own power. Ling Tin, when exhausted of the Divine Power Palace, becomes a different person immediately after they leave. Vuat Tuk is very hard to kill, no need to waste time again a moment later. Encountering the deity poses no danger to Fuang Hưu, even without cultivation, he can still defeat the deity with his divine body. As his fighting prowess grows, he becomes a formidable opponent even for half-deities without any cultivation process. Under the guidance of Tu Nuoc Hai, he learned to admire Ba Nu Mak and began practicing with the power of the deity, reaching the peak of cultivation on the first day. Every 3 days, he achieved a small breakthrough, and after 5 days, he reached a major breakthrough. Cultivating like a rocket accelerating, the three of them headed to Bai Nan Fang Hu, always waiting for the visit of the heavenly deity. Finally, he erased the traces of the heavenly deity within his body. He could have eradicated those traces with the power of Nu Mak, but he chose not to. Because he planned to play with the testing angel to gain a threat to the enemy's body, but strangely, the angel seemed to have forgotten about Fang Hu and he didn't show up. The next day, Fang Hu grabbed Fang Hu's wrist. The image of the law of destiny slowly rotated in Fang Shu's eyes, as if it could freeze the future. Then he said it was almost there. Zi Ruohai asked Fang Shu where we were going. Amazed, Tu Nhuoc Hai says, find a way back to Bai Nan and head straight to the Kun Luan district. Immediately, Fuang Hưu leads Tu Nhuoc Hai and everyone to the Kun Luan district. In no time, they arrive in front of a dark mountain. Suddenly, countless strange souls rush towards Fuang Hưu. Without hesitation, Fuang Hưu activates his insatiable mouth and swallows them all. In the blink of an eye, the Kun Luan district appears. When speaking of anyone daring to trespass unlawfully, the self appears and introduces itself as Thong Sao Chin, the chief executor, along with 9 other chief executors. While discussing the Kun Luan district, suddenly, his throat feels tightly constricted. Unable to utter a word, eyes fixed on Fuang Hưu, the Prime Minister's previously loud and hoarse voice suddenly becomes alluring, even carrying a hint of lament. It has been 10 years. Do you know how Old Slave has been faring? Prime Minister Old Slave thought he would never see the Prime Minister again. When the Kun Luan district is less than 100 meters away from Fuang Hưu, he suddenly kneels on the ground. Under the influence of physical laws, his body forms a majestic statue, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. Finally, in front of Fuang Hưu, the majestic statue tightly embraces his legs. The Prime Minister pretends to weep. Old Slave thought he would never see the Prime Minister again. Tu Nhuoc Hai beside him looks directly ahead, eyes wide in surprise. He senses the evil demon embracing the Holy Spirit's legs in front is a collection of malicious executors. Related to the nation's anti-God contradiction, can even the collection of malicious executors be respected by the Holy Spirit? Fuang Hưu remains calm. This is his new body. Kun Luan district immediately responds, this is one of the 9 executors painstakingly assembled by Old Slave over many years. The 9 executors had long died on the Kun Luan mountain, and Old Slave is the result of nurturing from their bodies. Drawing from old slaves' memories, he used countless demons to create himself. Phương Hưu immediately inquires, "What is my strength like the peak of the anti-god hierarchy?" In the Kunlun area, Fang Shu's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't even notice the presence of the peak deity. The disappointment was evident in his eyes after hearing the 4 words peak deity of the peak deities. Silently observing the 2 individuals walking beside Fang Shu, a chill ran down his spine. This was not a weak deity. Hai had pursued the old man Fang before, so why did his gaze now exude such coldness and fervor, and who was the white-haired girl with such formidable vitality? The combined power of these 2 seemed to surpass even the peak deity, yet they were following Fang, the old man. Had the old man Fang progressed in strength over the past decade? Luckily, Hai's intelligence prevented direct conflict with the old man Fang, or else he would surely suffer. With the power of the peak deity in the Kunlun area, Fang Shu was not surprised. Only he knew about the existence of the Kunlun area, a place born from the remains of countless ancient strong individuals, along with the support of the ancient treasure, the Kunlun mirror. Such a foundation far exceeded most people in the world. Truly like a romantic novel, the protagonist possessed the memories of numerous ancient strong individuals, along with the potential of the deity-grade treasure. If not for self-restraint, he would have reached the peak deity long ago. If he could obtain a deity-grade pill, Fang Shu becoming a deity would not be surprising. At this moment, the Kunlun area activated the berserk mode, understanding that perhaps he still couldn't defeat the old man Fang, making him even more ruthless. O ancestors, after many years, his figure remained steadfast, akin to the lofty snow-capped mountains. It was as if a great deity was looking down on the mortal world from above. "Master, please forgive this unreasonable servant so he can witness the celestial eye of the old man Fang once more." Fang Shu paid no heed to the flattery from the Kunlun area, gently mentioning the mysterious flowers he had been collecting over the years as the old man entered the realm of the God-eating kingdom, leaving Kunlun outside. He only gathers the hellfire flowers when he hears the 3 words hellfire heart from Master Kan Lan. He suddenly shudders. A few years ago, he was truly diligent in collecting them, but after a long time without results, he couldn't avoid different thoughts arising in his heart. After that, he became more careless. Honestly, in the past 10 years, that was the happiest period in Kan Lan's life. Free, carefree, only killing the demons he disliked. Killing any demons he saw. If they had a beautiful figure, he would capture them to be the king of the mountain, subduing his gang to rule a region. When happy, one easily forgets, especially Kan Lan, a place that has never experienced joy. He pretends to be calm and tells the master that the hellfire flower is stored in the old monk's cave. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The name of this black mountain is Fuang Sun, named after you by the master." In the years without age near the master only has this way to relieve the longing. Phương Hưu listens without reacting. Beside the mage Tu Nuok Hai, his gaze becomes more vigilant, feeling like he has met his destined rival. When entering Kan Lan's cave, standing in front of the door is a beautiful demon woman who has met the chaotic old man Kan Lan before, explaining to the master not to misunderstand. These are just rooms formed from the bodies of female monks after death. Regardless of their weak combat power, they still retain some instincts from when they were alive. Compared to other demons, they are quite clever, most suitable for gathering hellfire flowers. Unlike other clumsy demons who easily spoil the hellfire flowers, Phương Hưu remains calm, only asking where the flower is. "Here it is, follow me to Kan Lan," leading Phương Hưu and the gang deep into the cave, revealing a group of hellfire flowers like a small mountain. Tu Nuok Hai trembled in horror at the sight before him. It was the first time he had seen so many Bai Non flowers gathered in one place. The malicious aura emanating from them was truly enough to swallow a person whole. These were all Bai Non flowers that the old servant had laboriously collected over the past decade. In the midst of it all, he couldn't help but wonder how many dangers and destructions these flowers had witnessed, how many lives they had claimed. Amidst the chaos, the calm voice of Phương Hưu rang out, but to Kan Lan's familiarity, there was a hint of unease. Master, listen to me," he explained. Within the 100,000 miles, all the Bai Non flowers had been picked clean by the old servant, mainly out of concern. After not finding you, master, upon his return, he will not dare to venture far. The more Kan Lan explained, the more anxious he felt, for he knew Phương Heu's temperament very well. Fundamentally, he never listened to others' explanations. But beyond his expectations, this time Phương Hưu did not punish him, instead calmly nodding in agreement. In that instant, Kan Lan felt no joy, but rather a sense of disconnection, even displeasure. It was as if Ho Wai whispered. In the eyes of Phương Hưu, Could it be that his power in Tay Dan was merely superficial? His recent act of rebellion had just surfaced when Phương Hưu extended his hand, revealing a mysterious gray destiny wheel in motion. A painting slowly unveiled the horrifying fate of this thief. Within the grand image of Conlan's great righteousness, you called Phương Hưu to kneel before the master, to kneel at Conlan's feet. In Conlan's grand righteousness, the master's mouth fiercely scolded Phương, the old demon. Did you not expect that you would have this day? The master's authority reigns in all directions. However, your past actions will not escape retribution. The current feng shui is changing. Today, I will definitely repay all the humiliations I have endured before. Seeing this scene, Con Luan Quan turned pale, quickly waving his hand to dissolve the scene, fearing that Phương Hưu would see worse things behind and misunderstand that everything was a mistake. Someone intentionally harmed the old man to change his fate. Phương Hưu tortured Con Luan Quan, and the screams of agony after more than 10 years resounded, reminding him of a past time. The day after, Phương Hưu succeeded. He swallowed all the bien gun flowers that Con Luan Quan had collected. The power of the deity accumulated by him was gradually consumed to create a new black lotus flower. He looked at Con Luan Quan lazily beside him, waving his hand to sow a seed, turning it into a parasitic image. Please stay at the border. Continue collecting border flowers. Border flowers. Listen and resurrect immediately. General, if you want to give up my old body, Phương Hưu pointed out, remember the next time we meet, I want to see the border flowers 10 times more than this time. If we don't complete the task, we will take back your current body and continue to detain you in the mental space. Eel County. Please rest assured we will meet again soon. Fang Shu and Fang Yao set out on their journey again, without bringing the county eel scarf, because he really needed someone to collect border flowers. With his strength increasing, he had already learned most of the world's secrets. When Fang Shu returned to Yunzhou, he found that it had completely changed. Even the nearby Zeruohai was surprised. This was Yunzhou. When Fang Shu learned that Yuzhou had been occupied, he furrowed his brow gently. He didn't know that in the more than 10 years since he left Yuzhou, he had been occupied. What was the 9 provinces God doing? He didn't stop it. When he arrived in Yuzhou, he didn't encounter any attacks, which was not surprising because he should. This is no longer the territory of the Kyushu gods, is it? He has once again activated the power of fate. He wants to see what has happened in the past 10 years. Only the cloud god is leading the strange attack on Yuzhou, and even the immortals are weakening. Fang Shu understood what had happened. After all, Yuzhou had not been completely occupied yet. The entire land of Yuzhou was covered by the power of magical gods and elves. The 2 fairies who were starting to separate were on the brink of failure. The power of demons constantly invades Yuzhou, just like previous world invasions. The only difference is that behind Yuzhou, there is the support of gods and powerful local residents. Therefore, although it has failed, it still exists. Unlike the real world invaded by the border, it was unable to resist for a few days, but what made Fang Shu doubt was why he had kept the martial bead last time, but in just 10 years, the demon god left traces in the clouds. There must be other magical gods involved. If it weren't for a cloud god, you wouldn't have been able to defeat all the lives in Kyushu. After some thought, you didn't expect this. The main goal of returning to Yuzhou this time is to find the statue of Manhwa. Then sow the seeds and make Manhwa a part of yourself, so that you can use Fang Yao to rebuild your power and help you formulate the rules for this month. Now you don't lack magic rules, only elf rules. So the law of the moon is destined to succeed. As long as we look at the current situation in Yunzhou, Fang Shu is uncertain about the current situation of Zhang Mengyue. Based on their sacred connection, he immediately activated the law of fate and began to infer Zhang Mengyue's position, only to discover that Zhang Mengyue is really in Tianzhou. Yunzhou is considered your place of cultivation, especially Nanyue. This is your root. In order to become the god of Zhang Mengyue, Nanyue is indispensable. But now that she has come to Tianzhou, she deeply furrowed her brow. Zhang Mengyue becoming a god is part of my plan, and I cannot make mistakes. Fang Shu, what should I do now? Zeruohai, I am worried that in the end, I will be the people. Seeing Yunzhou being invaded by demons, I am also very worried. Now it is Yunzhou. But what happened later and then in the end, the entire Kyushu will collapse. The people will no longer have a place to live. Fang Shu said they will look for monotheistic consumption. Go to Tianzhou. I want to see what these people are doing. On the day when God's people gather together to worship, the Spirit of God worships in front of God's throne. It is a wonderful place to worship in front of God's throne. This place is also full of wounds, the glory no longer exists, and Purple Ruohai looks very uneasy. Unexpectedly, the once glorious Tiantian Red City has been destroyed. The fairy's ghost is at this moment. Suddenly, a fairy flew over from outside the city gate, with a terrified face and a wide mouth, shouting that the enchanted motherland was coming. The next minute, an endless gray sea of mist appeared in the distance, like a tide, crazily invading everything. In the mist, countless demons were shouting. Now, an elf emperor stood up and, under the guidance of everyone, used magical elves to fight against the invasion of demons. This led to a tall humanoid demon coming out of the mist. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The demon's master." The master of the demon roared and then charged towards Akaji with his weapon, striking the castle on Akaji Castle. When the first injured late emperor shouted to his students, the shadow of darkness was shattered. A student expressed concern for his master and insisted on not allowing anyone to disturb him. As Wei Yi's father, Ding Xiancheng, went to ask Zhao Gongzi to take action, a young woman walked out of the crowd with a pair of eyes full of resolute beauty, which had a strange tiger-like smell. The city lord looked at his own daughter with a complicated expression and wanted to say, "It's just about Zhao Gongzi's background and the people of Wanzhong." Although Feng Shu and others are far away from the city lord, with their strength, if you want to hear a few people speak, Zhao Gongzi is incredibly simple. The connection between He Wanzongzi and these words inevitably reminded Feng Shu of a person who, at this moment, was weak and couldn't help but look at the urgent possibility that the city and town might take action on their own, but was stopped by Feng Shu. He immediately said that there was no time for someone to take action. After a moment, Ha Hon Tong's true nobleman Tru Hao appeared with a sarcastic expression, accompanied by two charming beauties and Hu Nuok Hai. VV frowned, and Fuang Hu, the gentleman, said he would handle it. This person is his target. Despite having the power of a former emperor, his combat prowess may not even match a deity. Clearly, this power is accumulated through combined cultivation. He did not expect to meet Zhao Hao and Van Chao. Ali said it would be more accurate if Yang Ming and others from Thanchu were there. But apparently, Zhao Hao is still alive and well. Zhao, come out quickly to capture this demon. The man will protect the city lord. He also teases his daughter. The girl pouts and looks at Zhao, asking him to save the people of Ku Din City. The girl used to be a slave to repay your kindness. Seeing the girl in this state, Zhao Hao remains unchanged as before, not strong. Immediately, he assures that he will not let these demons harm even a finger of hers. The city lord doesn't know how long this defensive tower can hold. The city lord looks pale and points a finger at Zhao Hao. Immediately, he joyfully approaches to the extent of lighting an incense stick. Right, the city lord shakes his head once. After a breath, the defensive tower collapses, and the demon general rushes in like an ancient god. Because Zhao Hao is the closest, he becomes the first target. Zhao Hao's face turns pale and he shouts for help, turning away to flee. The demon general chases him from behind, attacking Zhao. Small master, don't just run away. Use the sacred energy to protect from the master. Under the woman's reminder, Zhao Hao quickly took out a red handkerchief and threw it. The red handkerchief flew in the wind like a heavenly silk. The demon general was enveloped inside it, groaning heavily. 8 arms simultaneously attacked. The red handkerchief echoed, tearing as if it couldn't withstand for long. Another woman quickly reminded the little lord, "Where's the red name given by the old master?" The thief pulled out a red silk thread from his chest and threw it towards Barbie Manong. The red silk thread wrapped around and tightly bound Barbie Manong once again. Young master quickly fastened the hairpin of White Lotus Saintess, the pearl of Mu Nham Divine, and the flower basket of Win Min Fairy. In a moment, Tru Wan pulled out one precious item after another from his chest, all throwing towards Bob Bichma General. These precious items are of high quality, mostly personal items of women, not very attractive but very practical. Beside, 2 Nhuoc Hai was surprised as he almost knew all the titles just now. All of them were famous goddesses from ancient times. He truly couldn't imagine how a man with this unattractive appearance, even slightly humble, could have relationships with many goddesses and obtain many of their personal items like this. Under the influence of all the precious items, Bob Bichma General was restricted for a long time before loosening the constraints. However, he also became angry, glaring at Tru Wan as if wanting to tear him apart. The two girls in Tru Wan's heart felt less optimistic about the situation. Quickly fleeing, Bob Bichma General paid no attention to them. At this moment, in his eyes, there was only Tru Wan. Tru Wan, frightened, turned and ran, silently promising to get to know more goddesses in the future so they could give more personal protective items. Without personal protective items, Tru Wan was no match for Bob Bichma General. The general continuously traversed through space to attack Tru Wan. Red marks appeared on True Wan's body, blocking the general's attacks but couldn't withstand them for long. The girls who had fled earlier were also shocked when they saw True Wan almost unable to withstand it. 2NHUOC High couldn't help but ask Phương Hưu, great scholar, does he really not need my help? Your friends seem to be almost unable to bear it anymore. Phương Hưu calmly said there was no need to intervene at this moment, the time is coming. 2NHUOC High was surprised. Without personal protective equipment, Zhao Hong is no longer a match for the 8 wall demon generals. He constantly travels through space to attack the red Zhao Hong on his body, appearing to block the demon generals' attacks, but cannot tolerate them for too long. He was also shocked and defeated, and Zhao Hong could hardly bear it. Si Ruohai couldn't help but ask Lord Fang Shu if he really didn't need to seek help from me. No, your friend seemed to be almost unbearable. Fang Shu calmly said, there was no need to interfere. The time was coming. Si Ruohai was surprised. As everyone was puzzled, the mysterious general finally shattered the death of Du Du, the supreme rival, and knocked down Zhao Hao from the sky to the ground. 2NHUOC High was astonished when he said to Phương Hưu Dai Nyan, he probably didn't die, right? With his own power and no treasure to protect him, the mysterious general could not resist. The corner of Phương Hui's mouth drew a smile for no apparent reason. Just by seeing it, the entire body of Zhao Hao emitted a golden light and transformed into a Vong Vit. He even changed his hairstyle forcefully, emitting the breath of a half-god. The 2 women who had fled before did not go far. At this moment, they were staring intently at a beam of light appearing in the night. Not only them, but also other women in the city, including the daughter of the city owner, were praying at this moment. Zhao Hao looked at the mysterious general with a faint smile. The story has come to this point. Phương Hưu looked into the air and realized that he seemed more beautiful than before. He even emitted an irresistible attraction, creating a sense of discomfort for others. Phương Hưu guessed that this was related to Zhao Hao's participation in the Hop Hua Tong. The mysterious general seemed to be quickly agitated and rushed towards Zhao Hao. The daughter of the city owner panicked and warned, be careful, general. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao still had time to turn back and smile at the daughter of the city owner. I won't lose. If I lose, who will protect you? The daughter of the city owner immediately blushed and looked slightly radiant. Taking advantage of Zhao Hao turning his head to flirt, the mysterious general suddenly reached out a black arm that crossed space and directly attacked Zhao Hao's heart. However, Zhao Hao did not turn around to open his hand to block the attack. A strong energy appeared around Zhao Hao, and he turned back to look. The beautiful furrowed eyebrows, the other hand waving, the hair being blown into a mess by the wind. If you don't understand, you can split your hair, but it's not allowed to mess it up. When you touch it, it's just messing up my hair. But the only response to him is a fierce attack. Zhao Hao also starts to take things more seriously. Facing the strong attacks relentlessly, both hands solve the opponent's attack. His hands have long created a cruel image in front of him. The girl's eyes brightened when hearing about Zhao, who usually only pretends to be passing by with a deceptive face. Only when facing a truly strong enemy does he reveal his true nature. Unexpectedly, today I get to see Zhao's true face without regrets. It even surprises the weak C hidden in the crowd. Phương Hưu, this ordinary person, can emit a half-godly power. What kind of magic is that? Phương Hưu gently says that this is a type of magic beyond limits called Tu Thoi Diak Dao. Only in Tu Thoi can it be performed, enhancing the power of a strong individual. The weak C is surprised by this magic beyond limits. This person should not underestimate his foundation by concealing his power. Before the emperor, it turns out that he surpassed the limits to have a stronger power after surpassing the limits. But this is equivalent to placing all bets on Tu Thoi. He understood how Zhao enhanced his power through recent divine items. Clearly, through watering the divine items after many direct battles, he could strengthen his power before the emperor. Phương Hưu nods. Yes, it's better to make a difference effectively than to sit still. This has come to the stage of greatly enhancing the strength in an outstanding way. The initial stage of the immortal after enhancement corresponds to the mid-level immortal, corresponding to the peak-level immortal. Zhao's actions clearly abandon everyday power, only focusing on strengthening. Then wait for this, relying on powerful force to crush another person. Although he is currently at the peak of demigods with enormous expansion, it is not a problem when facing advanced demigods. Zhao Hao's posture in the competition was very great, with a strong physique like an immortal. The light emitted by one punch was like a magical light, surrounding each layer of terrifying power layer by layer, shocking everyone in the competition. The bully-turned-demon was directly smashed to the ground, and he was so fierce that he refused to give up. After recovering from the wound, Zhao Hao walked up to the hostess of Gentle City and asked Princess Wang if she was okay. Princess Wang replied, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for saving my life. Because I cannot afford such great gratitude, I can only dedicate myself." This time, Shu Ruohai said to Lord Shu, "Although your abilities are amazing, you were too careless. You let Ba Bian Mo swallow the evil fox and let Fang Shu recover." Unexpectedly, over the years, although Zhao Hao's strength has increased, his personality has not improved. Perhaps due to repression, he only needs to transform and start to become stronger. At least he doesn't need to spit during haircuts. However, his character has not made any progress, perhaps due to being accustomed to daily restraint. Once transformed, he begins to thrive. So there has been some progress. At least he no longer needs to spit when doing his hair. At this point, the wound of the Ma Tuong has healed, and his strength is even stronger than before. His body becomes tall and strong. Seeing this, True Hua is also amazed and says, "It seems like you've been taking hormones, right?" He then attacks the evil demon, but with just one strike, the evil demon knocks True Hua to the ground. The daughter of the town chief also worries about the master's safety. True Hua also says, "It's okay. My uncle was just a little slow to avoid." But before he could finish speaking, the evil demon struck True Hua to the ground. The daughter of the town chief also thinks of the master's safety. But he can't help but talk to the woman. It's really a waste of half the intensity of a god. At that moment, True Hao saw the familiar figure of Phương Hưu. Phương Hưu officially appeared. The surprise on True Hao's face immediately turned into fear. As if instinctively triggered, he shouted loudly, "Phương Hưu, save me." Meeting True Hao again and understanding the current situation of everyone, just before that, True Hao saw Phương Hưu and quickly triggered the passive skill. "Phương Hưu saves me." Phương Hưu comfortably stretches out a hand and blocks a horrific blow from the 8 secret demon general. True Hao also said, "It's really you, Phương Hưu." Phương Hưu nodded in acknowledgement, saying that a lifetime has been dedicated to you. At that moment, True Hao felt as if he had returned to the initial dream of the Black Water Village. The figure of Phương Hưu from the past stood before him, and at present, it slowly overlapped. Phương Hưu did not rekindle old memories but raised one hand to the sky, the other delving into the earth. A wave of gray energy emanated from within Phương Heu's body, from his 7 mystery divine arrays. Only the large shadow of the 3 spirits emerged in the sky. The imposition from the devil made everyone unable to breathe. Even the Bong Ma Kuang was looking up with a face full of fear. Then the large tongue fell down, opening its mouth wide as it fell. The giant black snake-like body of the devil Ma Kuang, Ba Dong Ma Kuang, was directly swallowed whole. Then Phương Hưu slowly retracted his hand, the large body of Ba Fai disintegrating between heaven and earth, as if a dream that had never appeared. The 2 maidens almost hugged True Hao, vigilant, looking at Phương Hưu. True Hao immediately pushed the 2 away and said, "It's okay, he's not the enemy, this is Phương Hưu." Then True Hao approached Phương Hưu with reddened eyes. Opening up to An Hong, "I've been waiting for you." Before getting close, Phương Hong stopped Zhao Hao, not in anger but in excitement with An Hong. "Over the years, you haven't changed at all, you're even stronger. Before, I thought I was the fastest to progress among us. But compared to you, I am still far behind. You're not on Tan Chao, why are you here? This is the town of Trandin." The town chief interrupted the young master True and the senior. "Now is not the time for reminiscing. The demon empire has not yet retreated. The old man pleads for the 2 of you to help Zhao Hao, also forgetting that the battle is not over yet. An Hong, wait for me a bit, I will go solve the demon empire first." Right after that, he stepped into the demon empire. Continuously struggling with unpredictable situations, the town chief of the Heavenly Tower invited Phương Hong and company to the town hall. "An Hong, have some tea first. Now I will change clothes to black. Then I will change clothes and come back in half an hour." Zhao Hao returns to his original form and goes to meet An Hong. "It was not my intention to change clothes. The 2 maids were stuck to me and didn't let me out for any reason. They never let me touch them on ordinary days, waiting until midnight to come. Because in Ha Hon Tong I can only use it at midnight every day and am often taken over by the elders of the sect. These 2 maids have a rare opportunity to go with me. They always look forward to midnight." Phương Hong also asked before, "How did you always stay on Tan Chao and appeared in Van Chao?" "I was ordered by Thien Vu Ha Hon Tong to come to Van Chao to save people. Van Chao is on the brink of collapse. The headmaster has assigned me the task of saving people at Kung Wei Palace. Not only me, but also the major sects on Tan Chao have sent people here." I am late. There aren't many people from COC Wei Palace here. Phương Hưu immediately thought of helping COC Wei. Is it because of wanting to help Mong Wei? Why did you help COC Wei? Of course, it's because of the Great Fairy. First of all, COC Wei Palace is the sect of the Great Fairy. There are even disciples of her. When Yunzhou was on the verge of defeat, a god secretly bestowed a secret to save Qian Luke, and even the people of Nam Nok. I heard that there was even a god who directly intervened to save us. Ha Hon Palace has arrived. That's Dao Dao V looking for people at Shuat Tin Palace who are on missions or lost. So you should get to know Tai Tai and Moon God. The things you have done in Yunzhou have spread everywhere, even many legends about you on the god's platform. Hearing this, Phương Hưu immediately frowned. He entered Yunzhou wearing the clothes of Chu Tin Fong, but now he made himself famous. He asked if Chu Tin Fong had been to Kuchao. Tru Hao also said that he was hunted because of you, then Chu Tin Fong ran away. Afterwards, I don't know why he teamed up with the god. Misunderstandings have been clarified. Phương Hưu also mentioned the matter of the god at Kuchao, which you also know. Chu Tin Fong told me that when he returned, he looked for me and Duong Min, saying if anyone of us meets you, tell you a sentence. Phương Hưu also asked what that sentence was. Tru Hao also said that he warned to be careful with you. Phương Hưu immediately understood the meaning of Chu Tin Fong. Tru Hao also said that Phương Hưu, I think he is quite good. He cares about Phương Hưu. He asked about Duong Min. How are they doing now? Duong Min is not doing well at all. Not only becoming one of the 9 sects of Thien Chao but also the sect leader of Tuyen Thien Dao sect has become an emperor. The most terrifying thing is that he even found an ancient artifact, the supreme ancient divine artifact Kongdong, and truly a formidable person. Compared to others, he is truly AWE inspiring, remembering me for many years like this, diligently working hard every day with those aging jewelry. The divine desire, now reluctantly breaking through to the immortal emperor. He, on the other hand, at the sect, all have the immortal crane, swallowing the immortal Dan, delivering goods to the door, just coming out the door is even more frightening. Not a hero saving beauties, but clearly remembering Master Bao chasing after him to feed him. Phương Hưu did not expect that the destiny's power is still somewhat weak, relying on his original imagination. He should do something artistic now. Tru Hao also said, Hu Xie, don't let the immortal emperor speak like that, it's not worth it. So you can become a fake immortal emperor anywhere, it's all about strength. Phương Hưu also did not have too many explanations. In his eyes, all immortals, and emperors are just different levels. Phương Hưu also asked, the supreme ancient divine artifact Kongdong and has what effect? Kongdong and is praised as an ancient artifact that is perfect in response. It is neither old nor dead. It is said that even the god of war wants to kill the immortal emperor, it is not so easy. Phương Hưu stayed silent, blaming himself for not breaking through slowly. Originally hanging here, he immediately asked others about it. Others, here I am, said Phuong Mac Li before, this little boy is also an infinite radiance, the grand disciple of the sword sect's president, praised as the younger generation, but his cultivation has not made a quick breakthrough. It is said that not long ago, the first powerful immortal emperor of the modern world now belongs to me. Speaking of that, I haven't seen him in a long time. Mainly because this brat never stays at home, running around every day with the excuse of encountering demons. Day never stops. Phương Hưu nods in agreement, not surprised by this, leaving reality for a bigger stage. Phuong Mac Li can finally shine in front of everyone. Phương Hưu then asks, have you all joined the sect yet? Zhao Hao shakes his head. Not everyone has joined the Vo-Vi sect. The head of the Vo-Vi sect joined another sect. Phuong Thong Kong Jian Dai Su entered the temple. They are not like Duong Min Phuong Mac Li, who, upon leaving the monastery, made a big name for themselves upon joining the sect, always maintaining purity. Gamap never joined a sect, or at least it seemed that way. Initially, it is said that he may have joined a small sect. However, due to being looked down upon by his peers, he angrily stole the sect's treasure and fled, only to be continuously pursued by Ap Van. But thanks to his spatial abilities, he was never caught. From then on, he seemed to awaken a strange attribute, using his spatial abilities to steal everywhere, self-proclaiming as the sacred thief. There is no secret on earth that he cannot steal. He cannot be found now. Every day, he is hunted. However, this only sharpens his spatial abilities. I read on a wanted poster that he has now become a half-god, surely having stolen many treasures to increase his power. The story of Gamap surprises Phương Hưu. He never expected Gamap to always be so low-key, but that is the correct use of his spatial abilities. Zhao Hao tells Hu, in fact, Ga Map isn't that bad. Despite being hunted every day, at least he hasn't angered the half-god yet. Dai Lao Hak is the truly terrifying one. At least they do not disturb the black old man, who is truly fearsome. Now, if anyone dares to claim they know Xiao Chu Ha, without delay, they will be surrounded. For years, gathering the power of deceit. Truly ruthless, specializing in deceiving the strong, even deceiving the ancient gods. The former companion of the fairy tale gate, half of his body buried in the ground. He calls himself the physical god of mysterious sound, the superb physical system of the peak twin stars. Perhaps to marry the last female demon, marry them all, use them and then leave. After leaving, he will go online and speak ill of the demon, saying that the demon is plotting to take over his body to steal his wife. The former companion of the fairy tale gate, half of his body has been buried in the ground. He also impersonated an ancient relic, attracting a group of geniuses to search for treasures in the relic. The result is that they lost the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, opened the final relic, and the treasure turned out to be just a written paper. They were deceived, losing their composure in front of those geniuses. Badly searching the world for the Black Sword Master, but the Black Sword Master is very good at deceiving. After changing clothes completely, even the demon couldn't recognize him. He always changes into different clothes to deceive people, the biggest deception. Even deceiving a town, counterfeiting evidence of the invasion of demons, the entire village was deceived. Fuang Hu discovered these people after coming to Qin Chao. They all had a little freedom here. Why couldn't they be recognized in reality? Perhaps because they were initially beside him. Beyond the limit, they expressed themselves. Immediately after that, he asked what level he is currently at. Tru Hao also said when talking about Fuang Hu, not a word is true. At present, he can no longer deceive even his fellow disciples. Just ask if he is a true god. I guess one day. All the people of Then Chao believe that he is a false god. He may become a real false god. His cultivation level is always unstable, mostly using fake intelligence. I heard he often goes to remote areas to fake, but in my perception, it may only be a saint. Certainly not a god. The god of heaven can't progress so easily. Duang Min relies on the heavenly decree, Fuang Mat Li relies on the heavenly sun, and I rely on beauty. The old black man relies on what regarding Tru Hao's words. Fang Hu had an opposite attitude. Only he has directly experienced the ability to eliminate deception. He understands the power of deception. Truly powerful. By the action of elimination. As long as the power of deception is strong enough, he can constantly break through. Like he just said, if everyone in Thenchu thinks he is a half-god, then he will be a half-god. And when everyone in Kuchao thinks he is a real master, maybe he will become a real master. Fuang Hu doesn't spend too much time talking about Tiu Soha. He doesn't spend too much time explaining about Tiu Soha. He continues to ask about Bak Ki Lat. Is he dead yet? If there is no luck, no natural talent like Bak Ki Lat, and no clever way to handle it like Bak Ki Lat. After we parted ways, they became failures. Their power also gradually increased and gradually left behind. Then they together to enhance their power to explore a forbidden area. Then they disappeared forever. Tru Hao nodded seriously and said, Lacton Tin Hung Thin Quan Le laughed as they all fought Fuang Hu calmly to death. How did they die like that? They have no yang energy, no fame, no intelligence like Fuang Mak Li, and no cunning like a fat man. After we separated, they immediately became Tan Hu. Their real strength gradually increased, slowly being left behind by us. Then they formed an alliance to increase their strength to explore a forbidden area. Since then, they have never returned. I followed Tru Hao to Thenchu to directly call Then Min Ku Chao to meet me. Immediately after that, Tru Hao mentioned about Bokko and how they had infiltrated. In fact, they just need to communicate with anyone among us. We could gather a large amount of resources or accompany them to the forbidden area. But they couldn't do it. In the end, they had to use their strength to invade the forbidden area, bringing back the bodies of several people, and this is where Zhao Hao asked Shu Gi. We have been waiting for you to come back to revive them. Now that you have returned, they have been saved. That's also why Yang Ming used the power of the sect to take their bodies out. In fact, when they first learned of their deaths, everyone was very sad at first, but then they realized there was nothing to be sad about. They had died before and were not dead. Anyway, with Shu Gi here, everyone relaxed. Shu Gi, can you revive them? And Fang Shu's face still maintained its usual calmness. It seems that there is nothing in this world that he cannot do. And gently said Zhao Hao also said, Great, Shu Gi, let's go back to Shenzhou immediately to find Yang Ming in the Tu Dao sect, where the body is being stored. Fang Shu also said, this trip to Shenzhou is also to investigate the time when the cloud region was invaded. Zhao Hao also said, Shu Gi, I have heard some rumors about the cloud region being invaded. Fang Shu then asked, can the rumors be trusted? I heard it from the women there. Shenzhou is the town closest to the divine spirits, so there are often rumors about the divine spirits. That's right, Shu Gi, do you know about the 9-province town? Fang Shu also shook his head, not knowing about 9-province town. It is a defense system that protects 9-province from invasion from the other side. It is rumored to be deployed by a great magic from an unknown divine spirit. Every week, a divine spirit from a different country is appointed as the protector of the territory. Initially protected by the Wu divine spirit. This led to Ku Chao no longer being perfect. Although not perfect anymore, Ma Then still can't invade in a short time. The issue lies with Then Thien Then, one of the Then Ku Chao. He naturally knows everything about Then Thien Then and the vast area after being pushed back. He has not given up on the idea of relying on his knowledge of Ku Chao's major case, the erosion of Van Chao. He even initiated a group of old cases that led to Van Chao being invaded. Phương Hưu also asked Ku Chao then why. But he cannot control the 9 Chao Then lords who are operating in the 9 Chao major market while the Ma Then are constantly attacking the 9 Chao major market. Both sides are in a fierce stage. The 9 Chao Then lords are completely unable to free their hands to act, hence activating all the sects in the world of Then Chao, then saving the Moon Palace and Nam Nok. Because these people are the key to Wei Then becoming a god, the foundation of his belief. Pham Kao also talked about Zhang Mongwei not becoming a god yet. Right. True Hao also mentioned hearing fake god women saying he was very close to the gods, just one important step to start the god's palace. Just as he becomes a god, he can replace the heavenly god in front of Nyan Nok to suppress the 9 Chao, making the 9 Chao major market perfect. That's why the gods of the 9 Chao are now striving to nurture Wei Then so he can progress quickly in a short time. It is a pity that the gods of the 9 Chao know this, as well as the betrayer Then Thien, who also knows. Then Thien never invades Wei Then's 9 Chao. Becoming a god is just his first step. His goal is to destroy Wei Then's foundation, not to enlighten his divine land. Pham Kao suddenly asked, so if the majority of Zhang Mongwei's disciples have been saved, he can't be directly in Then Chao, right? Not that simple. I heard the fake god women say that Wei Then relies on the Quan Then to become a god, surely not as good as the gods who create their own Quan Then. It is possible to take over Van Chao to replace the Van Thien Then who previously suppressed Van Chao, making the Ku Chao major market perfect and flawless. This is because only then can Ku Chao Then Min fully nourish the moon Then to allow him to cultivate the great Dharma in a short time. It is regrettable that Ku Chao Then Min knows. The betrayer Then Thien certainly knows Then Thien will never work. The invasion of Wei Then into the 9 Chao to become a god is just his first step. His goal is to destroy Wei Then's foundation, not to enlighten his divine land. Pham Kao suddenly asked, so if the majority of Zhang Mongwei's disciples have been saved, he can't be directly in Then Chao, right? Not that simple. I heard the fake god women say that Wei Then relies on the Quan Then to become a god, surely not as good as the gods who create their own Quan Then. If Jiang Mongwei's believers have been rescued, then he is directly in Tan Chao as a god. That's right, that's Nam Viet. To become a true god the fastest way is to gather believers in Nam Viet. To establish a divine empire, Phương Hưu understands it best. This is the plan of the Van Thien god to invade Van Chao and force Mongwei to become a god as soon as possible. If he becomes a god too late, Van Chao will gradually become part of the abyss. But to become a god quickly, you need to use the land of Nam Nhac. The problem is that Nam Nhac is currently under siege. Therefore, to become a god, you must go to Nam Nhac. But the consequences are easy to understand. Once Qin Mangwei arrives in Nam Nhac, the Van Thien god will surely stop him from becoming a god at a critical stage. Nung muon tro tan than Nhanh chong kan phi su dung dat di nam niok van de lahin tai nam niok da bai that tu vi ve muon tro tan than phi den nam niok nung hao qua ti de hu roi mo ki Qin Mangwei den nam niok than Van Thien chak chan se non chan niogi dong quan trong tro tan than. When Qin Mangwei is weakest. At this point, Phương Hưu thinks about an important issue. Did the devil invade Van Chao? Tru Hua said loudly. Surely not. If the devil had invaded, Van Chao would have been destroyed long ago. Even though the 9 provinces Great Barrier is no longer as perfect as before, it still has no effect. The devil cannot advance. If we say the 9 provinces Great Barrier used to be a perfect wall, now it is a loophole on the wall facing Van Chao. The size of the devil is too large to crawl through the loophole. Phương Hưu began to think deeply. He feels that something is not right. If what Tru Hua said is not too dangerous, Because the devil cannot advance, even though the 9 provinces' Great Barrier is constrained and cannot go out, it can still send the devil's envoy to confront Jiang Mongwei. This battle will turn into a battle between the devil's envoy and the Lord. Although the number of devil's envoys is certainly less than the Lord. They don't need to win, they just need to prolong the time. The opportunity is still there, the plan of the Vanthene god is not that simple. Although the opponent is very strong, it is not certain to win. He can't control himself right now. Or is there a secret that no one knows? The information is not enough for Phương Hưu to evaluate. And there are too many deities related to this incident. Even predicting destiny is unpredictable. In his mind, the image of Chu Tanfong reappeared. Those who exist thanks to the path of destiny can rely on destiny to survive difficultly. Let's go to Tan Chu. Phương Hưu stood up without any delay. This time he will help Chu Tan become a god. Then, after being nurtured by the moon god, his cultivation power will surely progress strongly. This is much faster than Zhao Hao's search for the future god girl. Phương Hưu is looking for future god women. The fairy Trong Mong Wei helps Phương Dao become a god. When nurtured by the 2 goddesses, Phương Hưu will also not be delayed. This is much faster than Zhao Hao searching for his girlfriend Fang Shu, searching for the future goddess, Xianju Zhang Mengyue helping Fang Yao become a god. When the 2 goddesses irrigate on the day Fang Shu becomes a god, they will not delay. Zhao Hao pointed to a high mountain thousands of feet ahead, which is Ku Chao. At this point, the daughter of the town chief of Tandu town also walked alongside. This princess spoke up and kept her promise. Since Phương Hưu saved her, she would offer herself to him. Finally, following Zhao Hao on the transport ship to Chu Tan. However, the princess still maintained the restraint of a woman. Although she agreed to offer herself, she only agreed to Zhao Hao for an hour each day. Fang Shu stared at the 10,000-foot-high mountain and found that it was towering and long, with no end visible from the horizontal. If it were an ordinary person, they would even foolishly think that this was the end of the world, like a wall in a house. This whole world is like a house surrounded by 4 walls. From the top of the immortal mountain, he felt strong energy waves. The space at this location is almost frozen, unable to transmit space, even having a rule of near zero space. This means that people who want to enter Tanchu must rely on their legs to climb the immortal mountain. How majestic is the immortal mountain? This is the first time I've seen the immortal mountain like this. It's like there are about 10,000 peaks. They look like stars surrounding the moon, placing Tanchu in the midst of them. Phương Hưu evaluates this with 2 words, vu fuck. It's not surprising that direct transmission cannot enter Tanchu. The main reason is that the gods in the 9 provinces are too crowded. Even in their own territory, they had to design the immortal mountain. The reason for this evolutionary defense measure is because they're afraid of neighboring regions being invaded. At that point, enemies can easily invade Tanchu through diagonal transmission. It's also a point that he hates most about the gods of the 9 provinces, completely a kind of low-level bone. Such an attitude is no different from waiting to die. Facing the relentless invasion of the abyss, he never thought of advancing. Always passively defending. Tru Hao looked at each other and smiled lightly. He understood Phương Heu's intentions, but also understood the gods of the 9 provinces. Because not everyone has the courage to fight to the end. Especially not in a near-death situation, then you have to resist. At this point, one must protect one's life, which is even more difficult, let alone the deities. At this point, he reminded Hu Sao in a low voice. There is one thing I almost forgot. Now you have been added to the blacklist of the 9 provinces gods. Before that, you were also in Vanchao, but there may be a secret no one knows. The information is not enough for Phương Hưu to assess. And there are too many deities related to this incident. Not even predicting destiny can be done. In his mind, the image of Chu Tanfong reappeared. No one can be sure if God can solve Hu Jia's problem at this time. Don't worry, I will have my own solution. Feng Shu's eyes are calm like deep water. It seems like there was a way to deal with God a long time ago. I absolutely believe in the words of the Hu family. If they say there is a way, there must be a way, there is no need to doubt it. So everyone headed towards Wanshan Mountain, and under the leadership of Zhao Hao, they spent a few days successfully crossing Wanshan Mountain. Arriving in the land of Shenzhou, Zhao Hao smiled and introduced talented people. The scenery here is pretty good. Paintings like this would not be cheap in real life. Hu Jia nodded and said, yes. This beautiful scenery is about to disappear. Zhao Hao dumbfounded Hu Jia. What do you mean? Do you see ghosts trying to invade China in the future? Impossible. This is the residence of the central god of China in the 9 provinces. If invaded, the entire human race will disappear. But Hu Jia calmly said that the destruction here is not ghosts. but the mysterious Zhao Hao demon emperor who is confused about what this means. In the next second, Hu Jia's behavior made him so scared that his soul almost immediately used 8 mysterious gods, summoning their power and spreading wildly. The people of China were surprised. This is impossible. Shenzhou is the center of Kyushu. How could a demon god come here now the Hu family has coldly summoned the gods of Kyushu? Go away, meet me, and you will see your solution. Zhao Hao doesn't know what to say. Although he flourished in Shenzhou and laughed with his female companions every day, he had never seen such a scene before. It was when the elf Zan Shen appeared in front of Fang Shu, and he couldn't believe he would return to Zhou Fang Shu. If he wanted to return to Zhou, he should now be called the 8 States. A person who only knows women and goddesses, laughs every day, but sees such scenes every time. This is when the spirit god appeared in front of Fan Ko. Like a stray dog running away from home, a true Kyushu god who, in the face of attacks from the people, surrendered himself to the devil. This is true, the Kyushu god faced powerful attacks but surrendered himself to the devil. Rubbing the god's self-esteem on the ground again, facing the immortal giant spirit god, the other party was shocked. Just as Fang Shu spoke directly to the giant spirit god just now, the turtle shrank its head and pulled off the other party's veil. The giant spirit god's face had already darkened to the point of being gloomy. With a golden expression and eyes full of anger and shame, Yunzi's killing intent was already a heavy blow to the gods of Kyushu when invaded by the other side. Now Fang Shu is like sprinkling salt on the wound, which makes the Kyushu people think. Kyushu Divine Fist is someone who bullies the weak. Once this idea develops a belief in the gods, it is definitely a fatal blow. Fang Shu, you deserve to call yourself a member of the human race and just a lackey of evil demons. Today, he came to Then Chao to deceive Ling Then to death. Ling Then clearly doesn't want Pham Kao to speak more. Directly as before, activating the heavenly law above the sky, a deep vortex without a bottom suddenly appeared, continuously swirling. The destructive odor from the widespread competition. Keep your distance a bit. Fuang Hoi Trong Hao and others have instructed Fuang Hoi. Last time he was lucky to escape to the other side, this time he will die without doubt. Chao Tan is billions of miles away. Even if you use the void magic, you can't escape. A fierce beam of light falls to the earth, about to split the earth in half. People who are hit by the dazzling light cannot open their eyes. The bright beam falls on the great god. They can't even see the result. Next they focus to create another thunderbolt. Because they knew Fuang Hoi could not die by thunderbolt, only relentlessly attacking, waiting for the opponent to drain their strength. But when they were preparing to summon the second thunderbolt, they suddenly stood still because Fuang Hoi arrived in time. Fuang Hai's death was too surprising, even the divine spirit found it hard to accept. When he first faced Fuang Hoi, he was destroyed by the river of destiny and his body was shattered, leaving him to escape. Now just a thunderbolt can kill. The development of the situation is really unreal. But then the divine spirit thought of something. His face changed color. Then laughed coldly. That's your plan? Voluntarily let me kill you, then take advantage of the opportunity of life and death. When the heavenly fate seal is born with the same life and death, killing the divine moon, leading to the total collapse of Vien Chao. It's a pity that you won't know until you die. The divine moon is cultivating in the center of Nine Chao Town. The heavenly fate seal is falling down, can't break Nine Chao Town. Finally the heavenly fate has weakened, has been polluted a lot. Fuang Hoi carries the divine god on his body. They have come to the other side long ago. According to the divine spirit, naturally they consider Fuang Hoi as a part of the other side. Then the great god descended from the sky, a giant yellow hand ready to chase Fuang Hoi and the divine spirit in the body of Fuang Hoi. But then a shocking scene appeared. Only seen the skeleton of Fuang Hu disappearing, like an empty illusion, disappearing, replaced by a perfect Fuang Hu, undamaged, calm, upright, unchanged. The Fuang Hu looks towards the giant golden hand descending from the sky. A prestigious circle suddenly appears, the prestigious river of destiny, only seen in the void. A mighty river flowed towards the center of heaven and earth, as if gushing out from an endless source. Seeing this scene, the giant spirit god immediately remembered the scene of his body being destroyed by the river of fate, which was a false force of fate. Like a dog running away from home, facing a powerful attack from humans in order to evade a god from Kyushu, but having to surrender to a demon god. Once this sentence is spoken, the final veil of God is truly lifted, revealing their breasts. He decided to quickly and directly cut off 3 fingers to prevent the power of fate from invading his body. After completing all of this, the giant spirit god had already exerted his strength and anger. This was the second time he had been injured by a deity under an ant. Of course, anger is anger, but it is impossible to immediately condense the thunder tribulation blood in the lower realm. Once again, Fang Shu looked up at the sky's gaze, and Yi Ni no longer cared about the thousand thunder tribulations, nor did he show any action. Despite Lei Jia devouring the giant spirit god in the sky, he stared at Fang Shu's every move as if trying to see through the secret of his resurrection. In no unexpected moment, he completely disappeared into his golden eyes. Filled with uncontrollable shock, just because Fang Shu's figure was intact and once again in danger, the giant spirit god trembled, and your eyes, which were no less than Fang Shu's admiration when you returned from the river of time, were only contemptuous in your eyes. No one will realize that when you praise the great god, you will be surprised, and you can even come back from the river of time. What kind of person are you? Feng Shu is also cool. You don't deserve to know that the great god will be angry immediately. Even if you can come back from the river of time, it doesn't matter. This is just another empty path. God may fall 1,000,000 times, how many times you may resurrect. Then lightning recombines and rushes towards the pension recipients. There is only contempt and a cold laugh for the next death. God is still rushing towards him, wanting to see how long your strength can withstand. He nodded dejectedly. He thought God would bring him something special, but more than 10 years have passed, and he is still an old man as usual. Then he immediately resurrected, repeating, the huge god wanted to see a little expression on Feng Shu's face, but his hope was shattered. There was only a hint of sinking on Feng Shu's face. The huge god realized that his breathing on his body not only did not weaken, but also showed signs of rising. What surprised the huge god this time? Feng Shu gave a cold laugh. How could he finally understand? What does the part of the river of time that I spend my energy delving into have to do with my previous part? The great god suddenly understood the power of the wind. He believed that when enemies use this regenerative ability, it will consume power like nothingness, losing spiritual strength. When your power is depleted, you can only be killed by others, but the result is not as he imagined. The enemy has no power to consume time at all. Wind shock activates the power of time in an instant, which consumes power. But the problem is that the power consumed in this moment has nothing to do with the previous moment. For a period of time, Fang Shu remained in a powerful state, which meant he could regenerate infinitely. The great god knew things were starting to become very uncomfortable. He could neither kill nor detain. If I allowed him to act arrogantly and freely, Fang Shu's calm voice began to sound. The gods finally realized that they are useless. Don't they? Faced with invading ghosts, you are really useless. Now facing a group of mortals, you are still useless. Instead of committing suicide, it is better to hand over the control of God to those who have faith in themselves, which is an insult to God. The wrath of God was like thunder, and the terrible thunder immediately fell on the place where Fang Shu was, turning into a sea of thunder. Fang Shu's wisdom was life and death. His breath did not weaken, but became stronger, even with a hint of the world's breath. At this moment when you were devouring the heavenly tribulation giant spirit god, he finally saw that every time Duani punished the soldier Fang Shu with thunder, a hole would crack in the palm of his left hand, taking advantage of the opportunity to devour the thunder, even though it consumed power every time. But the real purpose of the other party is not for the power of the heavenly tribulation, but to comprehend the laws of the heavenly tribulation. The damn law of gluttony. He used the law of gluttony to devour the origin of the heavenly tribulation and then comprehended the law of the heavenly tribulation. The giant spirit god noticed that Fang Shu had finally stopped descending into the heavenly tribulation. For a moment, the sky returned to calm and the air was slightly awkward. After all, Fang Shu had caused such a big commotion, and the result was that the gods were just thunder, lightning, and heavy rain. Speaking of the greatness of the gods, I don't believe God would put my hand on him because he understands God's heart better than ordinary people because he is an evil person. Cutting it down not only does not harm anyone, but also helps others realize God's law, but if it is not cut down, God's majesty will disappear. Anyone who dares to curse him on God's land will be in trouble. Whether to chop or not, it's terrifying. He doesn't know what he's doing here now, being stared at by everyone in the Tianzhou continent, as if putting him on fire. He looked up at the sky, his gloomy gaze passing through Wu Jingyun and landing on the tall picture. With a faint sentence, the great spirit god felt choked up in his heart and wanted to vomit blood in anger. Utterly arrogant devil, don't hope then nod. The words were each very clear useless anger. The divine being can only do that. Facing the merciless sarcasm of Hu Duang, the great spirit spoke out fiercely, just die for me. Countless lightning bolts converge and strike down. The corner of Hu Duang's mouth revealed a bitter smile. Looking at the enveloping range of the heavenly realm, he understood the plan of the great spirit. The great spirit clearly wants to strike down Fuang Dao, Tru Hao, and others. Useless anger directed at others. The divine anger is not beneficial to ordinary people. The Great Spirit cannot kill him, so he starts attacking those around to vent his anger. Of course, he will not say that he will just do it at that time. Hu Duang suddenly said to Fuang Dao immediately used the power of the 5 elements to transform into the form of the goddess of legends. Using divine power to resist the heavenly realm. Of course, with his current power, he cannot use too much power of the goddess of legends. Lonely cannot resist the divine magic pouring down, but Hu Duang wants him to do it. He will not refuse when Fuang Dao prepares to resist the heavenly realm. The giant spirit in the sky was suddenly surprised by the birth of Nu's descendants. It was impossible for Nu's descendants to exist in this world, and they still carried Nu's blood. At this moment, a sea of shocked thunder also fell one after another, covering Fang Zufang Yao and others. He broke through the clouds in the sky with a mysterious punch, but the thunder still made him panic, so everything was worth it to avoid harming the descendants of Nu. So when he wanted to kill Fang Yao and others, he didn't need to take action. As long as Fang Yao revealed her identity, it was enough. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he saw the descendants of Nu today. It was truly a reminder from the will of heaven to Fang Shu on the land of Zhou. The nearby deity, Lingchen, suddenly blushed and turned his angry gaze towards Fang Shu and Fang Yao. He recalled that the descendant of Nu was called Fang Yao, and suddenly had an unfortunate feeling. If you were a descendant of an ancient god, why should you ally with Fang Shu? The sinner Fang Yao was numb and unfeeling. It's okay for the 8-week god not to glance at the huge deity, but Fang Shu was forced by you. Fang Yao still didn't feel the huge deity angry. He's not a fool. Of course, he recognized the deep relationship between Fang Yao and Fang Shu, but because of this, he became even angrier. He met the master of the modern heavenly court and directly challenged 8 gods. Soon after, the giant gods discovered that the descendants of Nu Fang Yao were very close to Fang Shu, which made him very angry. First of all, there was the Moon River Dreaming Moon. He met the contemporary ruler of the heavenly court and challenged 8 deities on the spot. Just now, the great spirit god discovered that the descendant of Nu, Fang Yao, was very close to Fang Shu. The first thing that made him extremely angry was the moon god Zhang Mengyue. Now, the descendants of Nu and Fang Yao. Why are all these people related to demons? Fang Shu must have deceived Nu's descendants, just as he controlled the moon god with the way of love. The giant god was also influenced by Fang Shu's illusion. He immediately thought of all the answers and became increasingly angry. Instead of speaking, he directly attacked Fang Yao, but Fang Shu did not take any action. He believed that Fang Yao would make the most correct decision. It was no surprise that strong colorful lights exploded on Fang Yao. The light was like boiling water, and the instability of his entire body began to become very unstable, as if it was about to explode at any moment. The giant god panicked and did not want to explode on his own, quickly retracting his golden finger. Don't touch the descendants of Nu anymore. What are you doing? I am an elf from Kyushu, and you are a descendant of elves. Why do you want to contact them? Fang Yao didn't say anything, just expressed her opinion through actions. He slowly walked up to Fang Shu and stood beside him, facing the life in the sky. The face of the giant god became dark, completely causing a stalemate. Staring at Fang Yao, who later transformed, she was not surprised by the identity of Nu's descendant, but because of Fang Yao's beauty. At first, she was a little girl without a waist, chest, or buttocks, but suddenly became open-minded and charming. A powerful visual impact in the confrontation between the two of us. A terrified voice came from the sky, and both of us were invited to the heavenly court. I am the master of the heavenly court. When a huge gate appeared in the sky, facing an unknown invitation from the master of the heavenly palace, Fang Shu was naturally fearless. He walked into the pillar of light like a walk, and Fang Yao naturally followed behind him. I remembered the huge gate I saw in the ancient battle of gods and demons in Kunlun Mountain. In the ancient battle between gods and demons on the mountain, he saw the coffin of the Jade Emperor, which was empty. Everyone knew that the Jade Emperor was the master of the heavenly court. If this mysterious invitation came from the missing owners Fang Yao and Fang Yao. After entering the heavenly palace, Fang Shu discovered 9 planets. Fang Shu's eyes fluctuated, and each planet represented a god. Right, you could feel some familiar aura, like that huge golden planet, filled with the aura of divine bones. And the moon-like silver planet is filled with the aura of Zhang Mengyue. The reason why the planet is dim is because Zhang Mengyue has not truly become a god. Fang Shu vaguely understands that these planets represent the power of the gods in Kyushu. Divine Bone Chi is an orphan god known for its immense planetary power, like an idiot. Fang Shu keenly sensed this unknown black planet, and a terrifying aura permeated, even making him feel familiar. The power of the black planet represents death. You finally understand why this familiar feeling occurs, because there are few people in the sky who have died more than you. You are the person closest to death. Feng Shu has become accustomed to the breath of death. The voice of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace comes from the black planet Feng Shu. I have been observing you. You are a special existence. Feng Shu's expression remains unchanged. To be frank, you are not the Jade Emperor. It's been a while since I heard that name. Yes, I am the current owner of the Heavenly Palace. You can call me Diamla. Immediately after, a cold man in black appeared, strong and with clear eyes, his pale skin and blood-red lips. Behind him, it seemed like 18 hellish shadows emerged, countless evil souls rising among them. Pham Kao sneered in disappointment. Yes, I am not the Jade Emperor. I am just the owner of the Heavenly Palace today. You can call me Diamla. His pale skin, red lips glowing like blood. Behind him vaguely appeared 18 layers of hellish illusions, endless demons floating within. Phương Hưu frowned slightly and said, "You are Diamla." Diamla nodded. "Indeed, you are my Phương Hưu. I never thought of that." Today, the leader of the Heavenly Palace is Diem Vong. In ancient legends, Diem Vong was not truly considered a powerful deity. But thinking back, among the 9 deities in Ku Chao, including the spirit deity, he was also among them. Therefore, Diem Vong becoming the owner of the Heavenly Palace is not surprising. With more than 10 like this is the center of Ku Chao, the heart of all Ku Chao. The voice of Diem Vong echoed slowly. All the deities of Ku Chao rule here, but currently, there are only 8 deities left. Thus, the decay of Ku Chao has created an opportunity for the demon god to take advantage of. Looking at the arrogant figure of Diem Vong standing there, Phương Hưu calmly asked, "So, what do you intend to do with these matters?" Diem Vong coldly replied to Phương Hưu, "You are special. Although you carry the spirit deity and demon god within you, it seems you are not tainted. Even with me, it's hard to determine if you are human or demon. The future of the descendants of Nu Oa and Mak Tan Hong are related to you. Chao Tan Fong also told me that you will definitely not join the demon faction. Therefore, I have decided to give you a chance." Leading to the great battle of Ku Chao's decline, creating an opportunity for the demon god to exploit. Looking at Diem La's proud figure standing there, Phương Hưu calmly said, "What do you aim to achieve with these actions?" Diem La smirked. "You're causing these events for what purpose?" Phương Hưu, you are indeed special. Although you carry the spirit deity and demon god within you, you seem to be untainted. Even I find it hard to define whether you are human or demon. The future of the moon god's descendants involves you. Chao Tan Fong also told me that you will never join the dark forces, so I have decided to give you a chance. A chance to prove yourself. The day the moon god becomes a deity, the demon god will attack the 9 regions with the goal of keeping us from stepping away. At that time, there will be no one to protect the moon god, and your job is to protect the moon god. Supporting you to become a god is also beneficial for me. After all, we have formed a bond of fate with each other. When Yama mentioned this, the laughter of Nin made it impossible for him to hold back. His forehead wrinkled, his eyes gleaming with a cold gaze as he looked towards Phương Hưu. Seeing Phương Hưu unable to suppress Nin's laughter, as if hearing the most hilarious thing in the world, Yama asked, "What are you laughing at?" Phương Hưu, still adhering to the etiquette, asked, "Is this the arrogance of a god?" Suddenly, his face flushed, his pupils turning red. Intently gazing at Yama, Phương Hưu said, "What are you? If you help Thang then become a god, it will be a good opportunity for you. Just help the god become a god, and it will prove what you are aiming for is Dia Chao. We gods cannot pursue you in the future." The matter of the Quan then of the demon god, in a moment, all the different stars in the sky displayed various images. Some criticized Pham Kao, some tried to persuade Pham Kao to compromise. Diem La stared intently at Pham Kao. "We are not begging you. You must know that helping Thang then become a god is not impossible without you. Although the god rank of Dia Chao cannot intervene, the demon god also cannot invade Dia Chao. With the order of 5 god ranks, there will be countless demigods rushing in. Among them are those who inherit a part of the god's power. They will intervene after 11 days, they are capable of dealing with any danger. So you have to think carefully, the 5 god ranks are giving you the opportunity. Don't feel inferior after hearing this." Phương Hưu laughed until tears were about to fall. What made him laugh the most was not the words of the other party, but the self-confidence and arrogance of these 9 continents gods, their high and mighty attitude reflected on their faces. That blind confidence makes others laugh. Are you really used to being above? Do you all think that the world should obey your orders? Do you think that anyone who receives your father's decree should be afraid and happy to accept it, but have you forgotten that the so-called divine power is nothing but a puppet in the hands of the demon god who has forced the 9 provinces to stay here and not dare to go out? I really don't understand which god has turned you all into such greedy wolves. Finally, what are you proud of? What are you barking about? Losers! The faces of the gods immediately became extremely ugly. Some evil gods even began to gather their divine power and prepare to attack. The gods started shouting in protest. You useless bunch, remember this well, I will support Moondream to become a god. But as for you, even this 9 provinces, I will not participate in anything. But he belongs to me, I will help him. Not only that, in the future I will also help Dao Feng become a god. Waiting for the day when I become a god is to overturn the history of 9 provinces. Your gods are only useful to me as 8 reserved divine machines, your gods are waiting for me. The gods have shown their anger on high, when they are humiliated like this by a filthy ant, not even a god can bear it. Cursing them can endure the demon god, but absolutely cannot bear Phương Hưu. At this moment, Zhang Moondream suddenly appeared in front of Fuang Lang. I didn't mishear, did I? You just said I belong to you, I am so touched. Fuang Hưu also frowned and told him to leave for cultivation. 9 provinces. Divine Ming is terrified of the moon god, you cannot step out and return. Moondream suddenly appeared in front of Pham Cao. Did I hear that correctly? You just said I belong to you, I am so touched. Pham Cao also frowned. You can't appear and come back at such an important time, moon god cannot let you appear and return. Do not truly think that we have no way to deal with you. Let me tell you the truth, your life and death are always in the hands of the 5 elements. 9 continent great array, also known as the Battle of Chu Tianjing. This great battle can separate time and space, even all the forces of the world cannot reach you. Your cultivation may not be a talent that can create miracles. I do not wish to cause pain. If you continue to be so blind, do not blame me for being ruthless and heartless. Perhaps you have been a bit heroic recently. Come, let me see the true power of the gods in the 9 continents. The eyes of Diamla flare up with a violent meaning. He looks at where Zhang Mang Nhuoc is standing, then looks at Fuang Hưu next to Fang Dao. Finally, he decides to act. In fact, if it weren't for his constant concern for Zhang Mang Nhuoc and Fang Dao, he would not have given Fuang Hưu any chance. He only sees him make a big gesture. Immediately pulling the star that Meng Wei is in disappears in the blink of an eye, along with Fang Dao. A look of interest appears on Fuang Hu's face. The powerful force of Chu Tianjing battle is truly unique, worthy of being able to resist the erosion of Bianhi. Pham Cao, I will give you one last chance. If you want, Pham Cao immediately responds. How to warm the pot is really a hesitant choice. All of this makes the demon Ma hinder in the 9 continents. Just a little more and forget not the 9 continents but the 8 trigrams. Diamla becomes completely cold. This is the sealing ability of the heaven and earth battle. Even time can be sealed, so here you cannot use any power, only the body remains. Pham Cao, you cannot be reborn anymore. Directly cooperate with other spirits to establish a great battle. Fuang Hưu discovers that his time ability is lost, unable to feel the existence of time. Even his ability to freely move under human form is also lost. He cannot see time. Everything here is limited. Time, space, the 5 elements and others. Diamla has come. That is the sealing ability of the Chu Tianjing battle, even time is sealed. Therefore, here you cannot use any power, only the physical body remains. Fuang Hưu, you cannot be reborn anymore. The corners of Fuang Hu's mouth draw a solemn line. Perhaps you cannot be reborn here anymore. Right? He senses the great upheaval of the stars around, not only sealing all their powers but also sealing the powers of the gods. The battle has created an absolute land. Everyone there has turned into a scene of giant gods, constantly domineering and arrogant. Although temporarily we cannot use divine power, only with the power of the physical body, we can easily crush humans. Fuang Hưu pays no attention to the arrogance of the giant god, only silently looks at the palm of his hand. The white and powerful palm opens and closes, the terrifying power flowing in muscles, bones, and blood. He whispers to himself, it seems even laws cannot get angry here. It seems that only the purest physical strength remains here. He steps into heaven. Just with physical strength, he directly confuses the mysterious god. Immediately after Fuang Hưu falls into the great battle of the surrounding stars, he realizes that the formation has isolated all powers. Only the power of the physical body can be used. The giant god approaches Fuang Hưu. Immediately, his eyes contain a hint of ascension to deal with him. Ancestor said and took a big step towards Fuang Hưu, breathing heavily like mountains. In the space of mountains, the breath roars like suppressing a giant dragon. The giant god approaches where Phương Hưu is truly fighting. Lan Xin, does the god of isolation have anything to say? Phương Hưu looks intently at him, coldly saying, I don't like wasting time. Let's attack together. As soon as these words are spoken, the gods immediately frown. Some despise, some hate, it seems everyone is disgusted with Phương Heu's arrogance. Approaching death, the mouth remains stiff. In the eyes of the giant god, a hint of mockery appears, saying, your ancestors know your power, it's just the power of the divine body. Do you really think we can't see through it? Have you become a deity yet? But today, this deity will show you that even within deities, there are differences. As you step forward, the surroundings suddenly become empty, and your body trembles as if a huge wave of blood energy is rising. The wind blows Phương Heu's hair, the black robe still loudly whispers in the cold sky, but it doesn't disturb the calmness in his eyes. He softly utters 2 words without hesitation, his eyes full of anger and divine spirit burning. Without saying a word, a punch lands on Phương Heu's face. A moment later, the star with the massive blood energy explosion causes the emptiness to shatter. But Phương Hưu simply uses one hand to grab the opponent's punch. The tremendous punch of the giant deity is like hitting an indestructible wall. He is overwhelmed by an unbelievable expression, his forehead gently pushes up, his face flushed with effort and hatred, but still unable to push back. The giant deity roars vehemently, not believing that he has lost his power to an ordinary person. The giant deity still has pride, especially when facing the strongest power limit currently. The giant deity roars vehemently, not believing that he has lost his power to an ordinary person. The giant deity still has pride, especially when facing the strongest power limit currently.
It was clear that even he, clearly, if in ancient times, the powerful gods stronger than him are countless, other gods were watching, they could not help but take a cold breath full of astonishment, they could not believe their eyes. The great power god, in a powerful battle, was defeated by a common man. At this moment, Phương Hưu had that the strength of the earth gods is truly so small. Phương Hưu confidently believed that his body was no less than an god on the skin. But unexpectedly, it exists so much. It seems to have underestimated the power of Manhwa. In more than 10 years in the kingdom of diviner beasts, he had completed the supreme refinement to become a god. Then he swallowed with countless strange powers, realizing the power of Manhwa was transmitted through many unparalleled land refinement. He pushed his body to an extremely high level. This enhanced physics lasted to an extreme level. He only started to see the life force he had absorbed for the Uyển Phương. Seeing that his body had reached the peak of the diviner. If not for Manhwa, the ancient god, or Phương Giao after becoming a god, no one dared to challenge the power of the body without any means. The great power god was angry, one hand clenched tightly, ready to strike Phương Hưu strongly. The other hand also received the strong force, the great power god struggled, but both sides were trapped as if by iron clams, unmoving. At this moment, Phương Heu's rider eager suddenly punched out, turning into a remaining shadow attacking the belly of the great power god with a tremendous force. The great power god screamed, even flew backwards continually colliding with some stars, only stopping when his body was sizzling. Phương Hưu stared at the gods on the skin, seeing their astonishment, gently said, let's all go up. The linh diện suddenly became very embarrassed. This time, they suffer a major loss of faith. Relying on the power of the 9-point battle formation, they thought victory was within their grasp. They believed that with just one person, they could easily defeat Phương Hưu. But the outcome was not as expected. It was a self-inflicted loss of faith for the linh diện. Looking towards the disastrous thần hùng, they finally decided to unite. The 8 gods joined force, even though they did not carry weapons, relying solely on the power of their diviner body. Every action they took could shake the heavens and earth. Phương Hưu nodded in satisfaction and said, indeed, only when the 8 gods unite can they witness me power. Among the 8 gods, a man stepped forward towards Phương Hưu first. Phương Hưu vanished in the blink of an eye, avoiding the attack. He gazed intently at the man. WHO stepped forward and speculated that this person was a black dragon. The physicality of a dragon god is already powerful, let alone a black dragon. At that moment, Phương Hưu suddenly felt something and looked to the side, where a pale face devoid of any blood, the linh diện, moved like a demon and attacked from the side. Phương Hưu raised his hand to counter, but at the same time, Three other ghosts appeared behind him and launched a powerful attack. The remaining ghosts shoot up all directions, blocking all escape routes for him. The cooperation among the extremely insightful ghosts creates a sense of spiritual connection. Normally, when multiple people attack one individual, it is the most dangerous scenario as it can diminish the overall strength and even harm allies. But with the SSS ghosts, this does not happen. The harmonious coordination among the ghosts feels spiritually interconnected. Usually, when many people attack one person, they will keep the HER distance, leading to an inability to fully unleash the HER combat power and even causing harm to allies. However, with the SSS ghosts, that does not exist. They have known each other for many years, working closely together without any distance when 8 people cooperate. Not only do they not affect each other, but they also enhance the HER power to reach the peak in front of the HER server. Despite Phong Hu's strong physique, it was difficult to resist. But just when the 8 ghosts thought they had succeeded, Phong Hu's clever actions surprised them, seeing Phương Hưu seemingly having eyes on their back, gently dodging all attacks while kicking away two mysteriously floating men. He then kicked the man with two legs, breaking his spin and using him as a shield against all attacks, which was unbelievable. Iam Lo could not believe the deadly attack that just happened. No god in the world could resist without being hurt. Antop each god, Antop not deeply versed in martial arts, living for so long, observing the world and witnessing history. Thanks to this knowledge was enough for the HER martial arts to reach the peak on Earth. However, there was still no way to deal with Phong Hưu. The sensation Phong Hưu just created for them felt like they had undergone thousands of training sessions, anticipating thousands of variations in the HER own and the HER teammates' attacks. Even the timing of each attack was meticulously prepared before the opponent. Usually, just reaching out, the opponent had already moved forward, executing the perfect reaction. Phong Hưu, calmly, truly the arrogance of the diviner beings what they could not saw. They consider impossible. Iam Lo face suddenly turned dark. This time is just your luck. I don't believe you can dodge every time. He let the ghost to continue the fierce attack Phong Hưu. But the ghostly figure of Phong Hưu kept reading swiftly in the battle like a celestial being. Mỹ Liêu dodged on attacks effortlessly, even easily seizing the opportunity to attack. I don't believe you can always avoid. He let the 8 ghosts once again to launch a powerful attack on Phương Hưu, but Phương Hưu remained agile in the battle, evading like a ghost, continually avoiding all attacks, easily seizing the opportunity to attack. The ghost was fiercely attacked in just a few moments. Iyama and his teammates were beaten. The HER face covered in blood, losing the arrogance of the god. Only Charles remained. The giant ghost was stunned by this situation. What's going on? Why can't you always anticipate our actions to the extent of sensing the emotions, heartbeats, and such of our body? You have betrayed me. Even the body of the ghost is just fresh. When you strike, the frustration is not the punch but the muscles and blood. The ghost on looked towards Phương Hưu with eyes of amazement, as if facing a monster in the attack of the 8 ghosts. They even have the ability to observe in such detail, even have time to listen to the sound of blood flow. This is impossible. Iyama and his teammates glanced at each other carefully, adjusting the blood flow speed in the body and muscle transformation. For the ghosts WHO have perfect control over the HER body, it is not difficult. Secretly chuckling at Phương Hưu excessive arrogance, even boasting. So they plan to take advantage of this to intentionally convey full attack information to him to create misunderstandings. The 8 ghosts regain the HER confidence and continue to attack Phương Hưu. However, history repeats itself. The 8 ghosts are once again defeated by Phương Hưu. How is this possible? We have changed both muscle and blood. Why can't we deceive him? Even being struck harder, only Phương Hưu knows that he just lied. You can't possibly did tactics in battle with the ghosts through muscles and blood to predict the tricks of attack. It is a battle with the high intensity of the ghosts, even if it's you. He cannot pay attention to such unnecessary matters. The reason he can seize every deadly opportunity is due to his ability to reincarnate after death. A strong belief in death, as Li Han expressed shock and despair, but Khan Van Kiem cannot strike down even a little bit anymore. Instead, it is increasing day by day. At least when illusion cannot be activated, only the recovery of death can be used to continually start over. The Great Spirit also says that you are deceiving me. Phương Hưu frowned slightly, expressing a hint of suspicion, seemingly questioning why the gods are so naive and if you truly believe in them. People are angry, THER pride deeply wounded. They, WHO are usually seen as wise, are now looked upon as fools. Despite THER anger, none of the gods dare to act first, instead following the approach of Phương Hưu. The gods keep retreating mainly because they are being hit too hard. In-law is hesitating about releasing the tapping SSS system. The scenery clearly holds no mystery itself, and the allies are not Phương H유's opponents. The issue is that releasing the scenery cannot kill Phương Tu. While he is contemplating whether to face betrayal once again, a strange noise suddenly rings out. In-law is astonished at the demon god invest the night room. Phương Hưu, standing beside, gently reminds Giao Si bất trao, causing the gods to almost go slowly in anger. But the situation at this moment clearly become more serious. No one cares about Phương Hưu anymore. Fate has chosen this moment, indeed the worst choice. In-law suddenly feels as if struck hard, seemingly sensing something dreadful, leading to no more demon god invasions in Kuchao but the supreme god. Why is this happening and thought the cycle of sterility has been destroyed, the god's body is too large to penetrate Van Chao. Yên Lạc take a deep breath, trying to calm himself down as now is not the time to say those things. As the powerful force spreads throughout outer space under his long command, the powerful energy disappeared in an instant, and Huey clearly felt the complete recovery of his power. The ban has been lifted along with the powerful energy spreading throughout the universe under his long command. The powerful energy disappeared in an instant and Phương Hưu clearly feels the power returning completely. This time they are not targeting Phương Hưu, only darkness visible, the shadowy figure of the gods and demons twisted and moved, resembling giant gods trying to invade this universe. He met Du Thanh Phong to deal with the strange invasion from the clouds just a moment ago. Phương Hưu confronted Jin Châu Thanh, suddenly discovered Thanh Mai leading the demon gods invasion. Jin Châu Thanh immediately retreated to the star stronghold in the sky to cope with the invasion of the demon gods. At that moment, he clearly saw why the gods could not interfere. The devil's invasion of Jin Châu. To invade Jin Châu, they had to break the stronghold in the sky. The stronghold in the sky represents the ancient times. Under the protection of the stronghold, even if the demon gods from outside the universe attack fiercely, but still unable to save. But this is only limited to Ba Châu cannot bear it in Van Châu because the cloud god does not know what successful method has infiltrated Van Châu Yama and everyone is being restrained in a situation without a standing god. The cloud god's infiltration of Van Châu is like a strong tiger invading a flock of sheep that no one can stop. Yama become gloomy to death. He just checked the battlefield in the sky and found that as soon as the wind ban was lifted, Charles appeared in the sky battlefield in a moment. The spirit of Vân Thiên must have seized the Charles opportunity to infiltrate Vân Trung. The spirits were horrified. How could this happen? The ancient heritage of tactical systems was one of the top. How could Charles occur? Even the loss of the celestial realm could fight, let alone the loss of mortality. He did not expect this to happen at this time. It was inevitable that it would happen at this moment. Phương H유's face suddenly turned grim upon hearing the diviner conversation. In his deep eyes, a boundless bloodlust suddenly shook. It must be had error doing. He realized that he might be manipulated by had error once again. As the deity spoke, the choice in this legal process was too delicate. Familiar with his fate, he clearly understood that nothing in this world was ever accidental. Since his arrival in Vân Châu, there were signs of had error interference. Next, the spirit of Vân Thiên rebelled, and now he found himself in the midst of a great battle of the zodiac. A BREF Charles led to the intrusion of the demon god into Vân Châu. He was almost certain that his body still bore the trace of had error, and she was progressively taking over Cửu Châu. As well as the invasion of the previous village, the strange speed of intrusion was all related to had error. The flames of had red were burning fiercely in Phương H유's heart. He had to stop had error plans, had to stop had error at all costs. What though now the spirit of Vân Thiên was infiltrating Vân Châu, he had to completely seal off Vân Châu. There was no time to waste. Under this sky, no one else could stop him. For now, destroy the stone gods and powerful demigods to prevent it. Under the mass pressure, he could only sigh. It felt like he no longer had the ability to change fate. Facing a god that no one could stop, even the sacrifices of Kucho's demigods could only delay the inevitable. Yes, that the voice of the moon god Iyama fell silent after a long time. Let the moon god stay though Hanf gods might not be able to prevent the invasion of Vanchao. Now the only chance is for the moon god to go to Vanchao and immediately become a god. Just let him become a god. This crisis will be resolved on its own if he stays here. Naju will truly become Esu. So you think this is the only opportunity, but have you ever thought that the moon god is waiting for the moon god to come? Does he stay the moon god can become a god? Then not only Vanchao will collapse, even the moon god will be overthrown. Better wait for the moon god to truly become a god and then wait for the opportunity to regain Vanchao. The gods fall silent. No one speaks up. Meanwhile, there are hidden eyes in the records staring at Phương Hưu clearly. The gods know that there is another chance that is to make Phương Hưu. WHO has been beaten to a pulp. If anyone in this world can stop the moon god, can only be Phương Hưu. A creature that is not a god that makes the gods tremble. But the gods do not speak out after going through a battle. Now have to ask someone else not to mention the gods. Even humans find it difficult to do that. However, Phương Hưu is angry to the extreme, not caring about the mood of the gods. He just wants to attack the sky to kill the moon god to prevent his wife's plan. If you cannot kill the wife, can you not kill the moon god? Phương Hưu orders Scully to use the great checking formation to send me to the sky. Fate with Phương Hüü's words. The Lord Lolo is angry in his heart. He is very dissatisfied with his way of speaking, but before he can speak, Iyama is always silent and suddenly speaks at this point. Vanchu has turned into a mess. The faint mist through the mysterious gathering of an unknown supernatural force in the valley of Vô-song, committing ruthless laughter amidst the Vô-song celestial kings. The Vô-song elder, full of anticipation and exhaustion, unable to cry out, was then accompanied by Phương Hưu and the Wickwater fire. The Vô-song elder immediately rejoiced. His gaze fixed on the figure standing on the green mountain. For from that person, he sensed the breath of a demigod. As for the person in black next to him, in his thoughts, he was merely a saint. He cannot for the endless path of heaven, but the fellow cultivators village on earth, coming to the aid of this ferocious demon with 3 heads and 3 different spiritual souls. Joy me in defeating them. The Vô-song elder spoke halfway before he could not continue. People rushed forward as if witnessing a miraculous sight. Just by seeing the monster's 3 severed heads, at that moment, Phương Hưu coolly remarked, this is not Vô-song Valley. Where is the celestial sun god? The Vô-song elder suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of fear as he mentioned that name. There was some kind of demonic power. A demigod arose and sought the celestial sun god. Could it be that he had concealed his power? The Vô-song elder, unable to contain his surprise, hastily told the celestial sun god was in the southern crescent. Subsequently, it was revealed that this was the Vô-song god in Vanchao. Phương Hưu also inquired about the whereabouts of the heavenly eagle god. Upon mentioning that name, the Vô-song elder saw a hint of traditional drama in his eyes. There was a terrifying magical power, a venerable deity, and a demigod coming to fight the heavenly eagle god, perhaps hiding his power. The Vô-song elder could only confront him. As a WHO thought that could not immediately meet the heavenly eagle god in the southern crescent. Ever since infiltrating Vanchao, he had always been in Nam Ngọc trying to control it. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that shadow had disappeared from sight. And to nhức hai also should wait for me, Phương Hưu great matter. With Vanchao being infiltrated and the diviner power of Van gradually destabilizing this place, causing battle chaos, Phương Hưu and the other 2 were not immediately transferred to the place of Van due to the distance not being too far. As time accelerated, they soon felt the difficulty of killing the machine leader in a peculiar way, which Phương Hưu did not want to waste a moment, so he directly activated the time acceleration 20 times and used the diviner power to destroy it. After learning specific information, Phương Hưu continued to move towards Nam Việt. This was the first time he had come to the starting point of Kuchao, while to nhức hai also chased madly but could not catch up. However, upon knowing the destination, they did not get lost, but it was when Phương Hưu was rushing forward. Suddenly, he discovered someone standing waiting on his path. The person was wearing a poor white robe, standing upright with a face like jade, gentle and elegant. Warm eyes stared at Phương Hưu. It was Chu Tinh Phong. Phương Hưu furrow his brows. You are Shooting Phong not dead and smile. Long time no see. What brings you here? Phương Hưu asked. Shooting Phong replied. Friend in trouble need help. Phương Hưu did not understand what was happening. He did not expect to face difficulties when confronting Van Thiên. An thought he could not kill Van Thiên could not kill him either. And this time, it was not about killing Van Thiên. Just be using the river of destiny to destroy his body. Even he cannot so much only that Chu Van Sang seems to know what Phương Hưu is thinking. But declares that the river of destiny has been should be that entity, so if you want to use the river of destiny to push back the heavenly demon, it is no longer effective. At the same time, Phương Hưu disciple suddenly withdraws. The one WHO exists is your wife. You can't blame him for always thinking about his wife. This time the earthquake in you was a mistake. It is determined that it was caused by his wife. The ceiling of the river of destiny is probably also his work. The river of destiny is an area that the gods cannot reach. If it is said that there is really someone in the world, WHO can see it besides your wife. It is hard to think of a second person finally. The four palace and the tomb could not contain themselves and began to act on their own. Phương Hưu did not doubt the words of Shooting Phong. He felt. At this point, Shooting Phong has become half a ghost and as a half ghost entering the true faith. It is clear about the situation of the river of destiny. Shooting Phong respects morality, so now he is thinking about how to deal with a god at this moment. What do you need to do? Not just surviving from the hands of the gods, but really defeating a god. Only by doing so can you prevent attacks from the other side. You seem happy. Phương Hưu looked at Chu Van Sang's smiling face, always feeling that the other smile contains a bit of joy and happiness. When he arrived at the genius of the battle at his headquarters, he lost his glory. The reason is that he is disappointed ever since you came to the heavenly kingdom. I've been watching you. It put me just in you being beaten by the gods of the night show. But the reason disappoint me, but I think the heavenly demon will not disappoint me anymore. How do you want to go? Chu Van Sang not dead in dissatisfaction. Then follows you at this point. Manhwa has 108 antas. But the prediction that the heavenly ego god will definitely not disappoint me anyway. Chu Thanh Phong helplessly shook his head. Really useless as usual. Then follows you at this point. Manhwa has 108 temple. In which contains countless factors. The giant are at the peak of the emperor. Even if you destroy the Anta will still recover. Cho Thanh Phong stares intently at the Anta, frowning, saying there are 108 Antas continually transforming. The urgency in Manhwa is to destroy the HSS Antas first. The strange Antas seem indestructible. The weakness feels stiff and fragile. Carefully staring at the Anta, Phương Hưu stands empty in space, his hand pointing to an Anta with an open palm. Suddenly a powerful, devouring force burst from his hand, swallowing that Anta along with the fire giant inside it. Clean, however, immediately a new fire pit erupts from the ground, the fire boiling. A fire giant steps out of the fire at this point. Cho Thanh Phong speaks behind the HSS Antas are support by diviner power. After you swallow, a new diviner power will appear unless you have swallowed with all the diviner power of the diviner. If not, the Antas can be infinitely reborn. Phương Hưu frowns. Swallowing all the diviner power of the Holy Ghost is completely unreal with his current strength. A diviner force can directly attack his own city, so what the only the diviner transformation can be seen. Phương Hưu has a little worried face. Cho Phong alone holds the fire of the Holy God. The diviner part of the God is right in front of Phương Hưu, and everyone discovers that Manhwa has countless Antas. Even if he uses his greedy mouth, he still cannot decipher compared to the intersection of peace and weakness. Cho Thanh Phong still shows calmness, two hands constantly gripping the force of destiny, reading silently, as if delineating the strings of fate. After a while, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Yes, the HSS 108 Antas are a mesmerizing picture, and thought we cannot consume all the diviner power of the sacred God, just breaking the picture. Cutting across the diviner power of the heavenly God is also like destroying calmness. Cho Thanh Phong has received cooperation from his colleague to destroy all the Antas that can no longer be restored from now on. Hai Nhật and I will go here. Thank you. WHO are attacking the decorative Antas. They will come to each Anta and then attack at the same time, but at that moment it is not necessary anymore. It is a waste of time just in the next moment. Only the command of Cho Thanh Phong is heard, and the black and blue zone in his body explodes with endless light. Then A Châu Thanh Phong exactly like him steps out from the original body until the 108 th grown in the eyes of hai nhật appears a fierce like not red at all. Châu Thanh Phong wave his hand. Suddenly 108 copy image restore different antas. Since he received the black and blue comment, he had as continually created copy image and made them create copy image not only in the heavenly kingdom but also in being even Van Châu own half copy image left be him just in a moment after the 108 copy image are ready. There is no need to say much about the original body. 108 độ F them act at the same time acting evenly like a person. 108 antas on Saturn and cannot be restored after that. Hai nhật look intently at the SSS-3 clouds. Seeing 3 extremely large clouds on manhwa more precisely, they are no longer cold clouds but when they see a cloud saw that skin, even Châu Thanh Phong could not help but become serious. It is the heavenly kingdom. You are devouring Nanue with the fruit of the God. Once he succeeds, no one can stop him, not even a God can become a God. Destroying the anta before can only slow down his devouring speed. You must find a way to dispel the SSS-3 clouds. His elongated eyes revealed a deep light piercing through the clouds. He discovered somewhere deep within the clouds seemed to harbor 3 terrifying mythical beings which is the closet to everyone. Suddenly the sea of clouds began to change somewhere deep within the clouds, emitting a dazzling light like the sun in the dark that a giant thousands of feet tall stepped out the giant, with a volcanic appearance. Looked down at Phương Hưu and two others, his eyes full of mysterious fire to Phương Hưu. IDNT come looking for you, you came looking for me. Phương Hưu gently opened his mouth. That's right, I am just a part of the body of the high celestial God. Just one of the 3 reflected body parts of the high celestial God. The 5 cloud body you divide yourself into 3 parts, but Phương Hưu knows. The high celestial God had as 3 different types of powers. Thunder cloud, water among which thunder cloud is the strongest, fire cloud is next and water cloud is the strongest. Each reflected body part inherits the power of the original body part. In YouTube, no God can resist the original power of 13. I have been bored for too long. I really don't want everything to progress so smoothly. That makes me feel very bored, so I divided the power into 3 parts, not letting you fail me in a prosperous period to avoid making you too desperate. The 5 cloud body, a cohorted face, looked at Phương Hưu and said at this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out his shooting phong. With limited power at the level of a God, he is certainly afraid of being restricted by the celestial circulation force to divide his power into 3 as a reason. He said things that were unimaginable and unbelievable and truly afraid of being restricted by the celestial circulation. He transferred the power within his body through the distribution network, but he didn't resist. On the surface, the hot face continually fall to the ground burning from various holes. Du Qingfeng, WHO was supposed to deal with a balanced mind, looked at US as giant 5 fish like a large sun falling from above. With a roaring sound, the heavenly Vince Diviner Diễm falls down forcefully, even bending the void. The face of Du Qingfeng and his courage appear serious and unstoppable. The face changed, the jaw of Du Qingfeng replaced his figure. Immediately swapped with a stone thousands of miles away to avoid the attack. Meanwhile, Phương Hưu and Hua Nhất Hai stood still, unable to move, being engulfed and burned to the extreme by the heavenly Vince Diviner Diễm. Then Phương Hưu did in a flash. Phương Hưu revived his own subordinates, including Hua Nhất Hai, did, but another part also revealed from afar. THES-Little ends, THES-Little challenging ones truly deserve to diện when defying the authority of the diviner. Overtly not only inheriting the fire power of the heavenly diviner, but also inheriting a violent nature like fire. A strike of 3 people, not even killing anyone, makes the diviner even more angry. Phương Hưu cannot kill. But 2 handfuls suddenly jumped out of nowhere and they didn't diện. He could not withstand 13 diviner powers confronting the handfuls, which should also be an immediate threat. It's just a pity that the diviner encountered THES-2 handfuls. They are not ordinary people. One is the son of destiny. Du Qingfeng become a handfuls befit, the other is Hua Nhất Hai reaching the peak of life. The diviner soon encounters a fire sound in the sky of a sea of fire. Immediately a huge wave shook up from every great star falling down like millions of shooting stars entering the atmosphere colliding with the atmosphere creating a long streak of fire trailing behind the fiery fire towards the group of people. A sea of powerful images shall used to closet fights feel relief when they realize they are just a clone waiting for death. Phương Hưu does not need to avoid letting the black fire stars fall freely. As previously stated, he cannot kill the heavenly demon god, but even the heavenly demon god cannot kill him. This is equivalent to the need to win the original body of the heavenly demon god in a moment. To protect Manhwa and then protect the dream city in future to become a god, but how to defeat the original body of the heavenly demon god? He seemed to be wondering, but not without the chase of fate. Perfectly avoiding a series of deaths, the five clones saw this skin even more furious. He did not expect the SSS-3 to be so annoying that he could not kill them. In his anger, he even grabbed the fury arm that fell to smash into the group. Before, Phong Hai had not revealed the number of his clones because they were limited, certainly not to send them out to Diệt. No one knew where he was hiding, but he was definitely thousands of miles away. In the battle, only Phương Hưu and Chu Thanh Phong remained. One madman did, one continued to evade. Facing the angry five clone, the two even had time to chat. Chu Thanh Phong also said, look at this phenomenon, the spread of the fiery clouds had as noticeably slow, perhaps due to our intervention. Leading to the five clone unable to concentrate on absorbing power from manhwarecommendations, but the spread speed of the fire and water clouds remained unchanged. If no one stops them within the next hour, manhwarecommendations will be destroyed. Phương Hưu looked up at the sky and saw the clouds and water still spreading. He frowned, realizing there was less than an hour left. This also means having to defeat the three original clones of the Thanh God in an instant to protect Manhwa, then protect the city of Dream Moon in future and become a god. But the problem is how to defeat the three original clones of the Thanh God. Each original body possesses the power of 13 divine spirits. This power is overwhelming to anyone under the divine spirit. He clearly perceives his own power thanks to the divine disciples and accelerates them. Can easily defeat a handful, but only limited to a handful once faced with a true god. That is completely insufficient. Gods and mortal beings exist in completely different dimensions. He may only deal with an original body of a god probably only when he uses on his secrets. There are two remaining original bodies. King Feng calmly says to this point, let me handle this original body. You look for the next original body. Fang Xiu look at him and then leaves the five cloud. Original body does not chase after Fang Xiu. He seems unable to leave his own area, only operating within the scope of the five cloud. The five cloud god looked down from above like an another even. Possessing only 13 divine powers is not something that a handful like you can deal with. Be afraid and tremble. King Feng remains unchanged. He still stares intently at the five cloud original body. With fire in his eyes becoming more fury, he had as fate demons when he was at level 6, but now he is a handful, but the opponent is an original body of a god, so he wants to make me fearful. You still don't have the right to call yourself the heavenly demon god. The five cloud original body is angry today. This god wants you to pray for life and death without praying. There is no way a fierce way attacks, sweeping everything. Only a figure in a white robe stands straight regardless of the situation. Officially, Chu Thanh Phong faced a frightening and terrifying figure like that. Chu Thanh Phong smiles gently after becoming a handful. He is worried not finding an opponent. WHO can fight him today. The road can end your life. The frightening figure suddenly turns cold in an instant, overwhelming with a murderous intent that cannot be controlled. Hoping that when you are burned by the fire you can still smile. Then countless flames directly attack Chu Thanh Phong. Chu Thanh Phong also receives the flames and immediately deploys the initial fire to respond. The frightening figure constantly speaks against a handful like you. Your power is not bad, but in front of the gods, you are still far away, and to play with fire in front of this god, that is truly ignorant and a place burned by it become meaningless. He suddenly used the red flame force on the palm of his hand, suddenly burning fiercely, wanting to swallow the black flame of Chu Thanh Phong. But Chu Thanh Phong just smiles slightly regarding the power of fire. I am not as good as you, but in terms of faith, you are not as good as me. The flame of faith. The frightening figure is shocked, because he realizes that the transparent flames do not burn his own body, but the faith flames that are invisible are burning fiercely, even starting to spread from his arm. The places that are burned start to become void. The red figure suddenly rose, cutting off the arm. Then the fire on the figure body shook, countless suns converged towards the broken wall, creating a new arm in an instant. He looked intently at Chu Thanh Phong, the wonderful flame of destiny. The red figure suddenly rose, even cutting off an arm. Then the fire on the figure body shook, countless suns converged towards the broken wall, creating a new arm in an instant. He looked intently at Chu Thanh Phong, the wonderful flame of destiny. Faith is vanity. Can you really make the form of the strange flame exist in history? It seems I underestimate you. But next, you will face a serious life. In a blink of an eye. The friendly Taoist reminded the chaotic spirit that the enraged fire cloud spirit could not bear it any longer, suddenly bending down and fiercely punching the ground. Faced with such a dense attack, even his destined path began to become difficult. The delay of destiny is to find a glimmer of hope in such a life-threatening situation. And thought the power of the fire cloud spirit is only 13 độ F the heavenly cloud. He had as fully inherited the strength of the fire cloud. In other words, the fire cloud spirit's deployment of the diviner swallow is almost as powerful as the original heavenly cloud. He just seanete used the thunder cloud and rain cloud. Once again, together with his companion from the previous war, they joined forces to resist the thunder cloud spirit. Just before that, Chu Thanh Phong alone pulled the fire cloud spirit back so that Phương Hưu could stop the other spirits. When Phương Hưu left the area covered by the fire cloud, he split into multiple spirits, each running towards the thunder cloud sea and the water cloud sea. His main body went to where the thunder cloud spirit was strongest, while his spirit went to where the water cloud spirit was. Indeed, he divided his strength into two parts to deal with two spirit gods at the same time. That was also unavoidable. All three spirit gods must be stopped. If you stop two of them, the remaining one will continue to absorb. Nam Việt can only defeat all three spirits to completely save the day. The mystical sky in this direction become extremely gloomy, dark clouds pressing down, the wind blowing everywhere imposingly, making people suffocate. When Phương Hưu reached the thunder cloud sea, a loud thunder began to rumble above Phương Hưu. Planning to simultaneously block the two spirit monsters is not an easy task. All three spirit monsters must be stopped. If you stop two of them, the remaining spirit monster will continue to evolve. Nam Nguyệt can only defeat all three spirit monsters to completely save the day. The sky and earth become extremely dark, black clouds overhead, the wind blowing fiercely, ominously to the point of suffocation. When Phương Hưu approached the cloud sea, landing on the top of his head began to emit a bright light. I really want to know where the power come from. HMMISIT not just because you spend time lying in bed watching movies and then rewarding yourself. Me young ladies was made Chan how side without answering, seeming a bit strange to other. In the fury red eyes that flicker like bright and dazzling lightning, Phương Hưu shows no emotion. No one knows what he is thinking in his heart seeing Nam Nguyệt being swallowed without mercy. He does not utter a word looking coolly. His actions are 20 times faster. His shape disappears in an instant heading towards the time spirit path. However, the time spirit path just laughs coolly, then gently flaps its wing, landing wing behind it emitting a bright lightning light. Directly acting at 20 times the speed, his figure disappeared in an instant, heading towards Linh Văn Phan Than. However, Linh Văn Phan Than only smiled coolly, then gently waved his wing, emitting a bright lightning. Lightning covers his whole body. He transforms into a lightning bolt flying far away. Avoiding Phương Hưu attack, Phương Hưu cannot help but say that the luck is very bad among all the body parts. I am the strongest and fastest entity. Even in the era of the holy gods, you still cannot defeat me. Now you only have half the power. What can you do with me? Phương Hưu did not answer because Linh Văn Phan Than spoke the truth. Facing two clones at the same time, even he was not confident. However, he still had to fight to the end. Even if he did here 1,000 times, it's not going to allow his wife's successor to succeed. Seeing Phương Hưu refusal to yield, Linh Văn Phan Than suddenly shoot, his whole body transformed into a red lightning tearing apart the dark night. With the red light of the holy fire rushing towards Phương Hưu, he did not dodge but faced the lightning, raising his left hand with a shield, the holy law of destruction turning mad, a destructive force erupting, swallowing up the lightning bolt. However, in just a moment, Phương Hưu left arm exploded directly, turning into a bloody cloud. The time spirit path confidently says that the golden age is not mimicked, let alone a waste like now. Phương Hưu remains calm. The disappearance of his left arm did not cause any disturbance to him. The power within his body shook, a new, pure and white arm emerged from his blood and flesh. His essence knew that you are hard talking, but killing you would be futile. In the end, all he could do was to stare intently. His essence gradually integrated Namwit into the kingdom of gods. His answer was the calm tone of Phương Hưu. The image of the demon god Manhwa in the war of desolation and falling LNDS was struck by a powerful earthquake. A large rose big enough to cover the sky and the earth emerged, with a large black snake rising from the ground like a sacred mountain. Phương Hưu stood on the fixed shape of the source in the sky. He controlled Manhwa, separating it from the thunderous clouds. Wind drew out an endless thunderous light suddenly appeared, even transforming the land and sky beneath him into a thunderous battlefield. Limitless destructive breath spewed out from both sides, and in an instant, the snake tail was blown away. The tail of the black snake continued to fall, turning into burnt black. And cracks began to appear and widen in the thunderous war, but with a soft thunder. The terrifying lightning burst, and the thunderous war immediately recovered. Unfortunately, it's almost over. Perhaps in the heyday, you could break his thunderous war, but now, you are just preparing to it. A deep sense of hatred appeared in Phương Hưu eyes. He always remembered how Phương Hưu had disrupted his plans. If not for Phương Hưu, Venture would have belonged to him long ago. Today is the day of reckoning as well as deep-seated hatred. Phương Hưu stepped out, thunder surrounding him, interconnecting and focusing, summoning a thunderbird that immediately began to fight. Both did not hesitate to engage in fierce combat. Phương Hưu and his thunderous doppelganger fought fiercely. A boundless blood-colored storm burst into thousands of thunderbirds roaring. They rushed straight towards Phương Hưu. Phương Hưu activated the full power of his mouth. Each thunderbird is swallowed, but unfortunately with only half of the power. The power of the mouth is also only half left after swallowing hundreds of thunderbirds. Phương Hüü's left arm exploded again immediately. His body is swallowed by the remaining thunderbirds. Phương Hưu immediately activated the time change under the influence of the time change. Phương Hưu of this moment, this Phương Hưu of the previous moment returns. Seeing Phương Hưu disappear in the thunderclouds, the time spirit laughs. But what does that mean before the absolute power? No matter how many times you come back to life, it is useless. The time spirit directly used the thunder soul, a soul made of thunder, directed towards Phương Hüü's stone, like a river tiger. Seeing Phương Hưu disappear into the thunderclouds, Linh LUC thời gian lâu physically. But what does it mean in the face of absolute power? No matter how many times you are resurrected, it is futile. Linh LUC thời gian directly used the thunder soul, a soul made of thunder heading towards Phương Hüü's stone, resembling a river tiger. Seeing Phương Hưu disappear into the vast square miles, everything disappears. While Phương Hưu continues to sit and resurrect, and thought he cannot sit, his emotions are becoming dangerous. Three clouds covering the South Vietnam sky are still expanding. Have covered nearly 32 regions. Clearly, both his original clone and Zhu Qingfeng have fallen into an unfavorable situation. A victory on three battlefield, even if one side had an advantage, is still good. At that time, they could turn around to help other battlefield. But there is no way not to think about it first. Concentrate force to eliminate a part of the body of the cloud god 10 step by step to keep it out, but time is not enough for that. When concentrating force to clean up a part of the body, two other parts will have no one to control. Expand rapidly the body part of the time force love slowly. Nam Việt is about to be my WHO in the world can stop me. WHO direct to stop me just at that moment. Phang Mori appeared. When it come to this shot, it rejects arrogance and concede immediately. A stream of endless golden short energy spreads across the central axis of lightning cloud divide. Since it was young with a shot, the next day it will become the head of the short set. Now, looking back, it is in the shore. Even the spirit of light has been struck down under me shot. After finishing speaking, he looked at Phương Hưu, trying to sound normal, but COULDNT contained a little joy in his eyes. That was when meeting a long lost friend and COULDNT stopped smiling. In the past, in the battle at the headquarters with Châu Khác, he was robbed of his life. Today's situation cannot be faced by him alone. Chairman Chiu coldly, from a distance, a row of bright short rays rushed towards them. Allow could only saw the body being split into two parts of lightning cloud divide. He didn't know when he recovered, his face distorted, unable to bear the sudden attack. A large dragon, 10,000 miles away, began to form and was heading towards Phương Mật Ly, rooted in darkness and death immediately. Phương Mật Ly's faction immediately turned and raised their sword to defend, but Anthóc their Suyen Nguyễn sword was powerful, it was not a defensive weapon. So Phương Mật Ly was directly swallowed by the thunderous dragon after a moment. A cherished body fell from the sky next to Phương Hưu. Phương Hưu looked at the cherished body, no longer human shape, silent, did not speak. He was sure that it was Phương Mật Ly himself. The true appearance could deceive the Suyen Nguyễn sword, could be cured, but only be acting without regard for life. How dare you kill the owner of the mon sword, a sword master at the demigod level? Phương Mật Ly did instantly. The fire of vengeance immediately attacked Lightning Cloud Divide. Phương Hưu utilized the power of time, causing time to rewind and resurrect Phương Mật Ly. Phương Mật Ly opened his eyes, unable to look at Phương Hưu. WHO stood silently holding the one sword towards the image of Phong Lan, then just forward. Even he could not bear the embarrassment of being struck on the spot. HAS support from the diviner to arrive if Phương Hưu muttered to himself. He naturally knew that the diviner Minh in Ba Châu had also sent a large number of demigods and diviner historians to support Van Châu. Unexpectedly, the first to arrive was Phong Mật Ly. He saw Phong Mật Ly and others being overwhelmed and suppressed by the image of Phong Lan, knowing that this power alone was still not enough. The reason they were not killed from the start was only because Phong Lan's image was holding the one sword in Phong Mật Ly's hand. But they didn't endure for long. As Phương Hưu prepared to attack, a mournful cry from the sky resounded. You fat fool, why didn't you take me to a better place instead of bringing me into the thunderclouds? Phương Hưu did not recognize his opponent and asked, WHO the opponent with the dust of his face and said, I am Hyuga. Have you completely forgotten about me? Phương Hưu frowned slightly. The aura on him and the person before him were completely different, and the trace of the nightmare seemed to have vanished. You truly do not recognize Dương Minh. Even if someone falls to the ground and get covered in dirt, it would be hard to recognize. Of course, what truly makes you unrecognizable is that Dương Minh's aura is completely different now, Dương Minh explained. Perhaps it is due to the fusion with the ancient mark of the celestial seal. Now is not the time for conversation. I cannot let Phong Mật Ly face this alone. Dương Minh's real echoed, as a bright golden light burst from his body, expanding to thousands of meters, resembling a giant ancient deity towering over the heavens and earth, facing the image of Phong Lan. The furious Linh Văn Phan Than brought him to the tiny insects like you. But how many of the HSS insects have equalized his thunder wing turned into a large nest and cut off the base of the celestial palace of Đường Minh? However, it is miraculous that the glow still emanates from Đường Minh body. Linh Văn Phan Than stared at the void seal. Unexpectedly, today, I have another unexpected joy. Absorbing a cloud can also occupy the sword of mystery. Two swords of the void seal. At this time, Chiu Hao and a group of goddesses appeared and said, HSS here. We've been spending a long time trying to contact the HSS sisters, so we're a bit late. Linh Văn Phan Than's face was clearly surprised and interrupted by someone else. You insects like you, why are you rushing to come to pay respects at this moment? Tiêu Soha appeared, smiled, and said, Oh, you're here. I miss you so much, do you remember me? However, Phương Hưu remained calm, showing no emotion. I really like your smile. Tiêu Soha as smile became brighter. After speaking, she wanted to come close to embrace and kiss, making Đường Minh angry, calling out loudly, Oh Manhwa, come help me quickly, that we is quite strong. We're about to give up. The smile froze, turned to Đường Minh, and exclaimed, Don't make me live in the midst of joy, I will hit him for sure. The thundercloud clone was abandoned and angry could not bear it by this time. The fatty appeared claiming to bear me holy vow after him. Follow be a weary crowd for carrying many people into the clouds. Please borrow the power of 19 million of living beings. Let's defeat the gods immediately afterwards. The fatty appeared with a group of people from famous sector support Phương Hưu. You go ahead. Income after everyone is not complete. After speaking, the fatty disappears. A great monk in a purple robe chants Namo Ajida Phật as he search for the disciples of the Buddhist sector exterminate demons. A gentle Taoist in a fisher robe says, Vô lượng thiên tôn, phàm đạo không sĩ countless celestial beings, circular ways without scholar as Harry Futo eliminate the dark path. Indeed, Vô vi không kiếm have traveled from the present world to the other side of the river, reuniting with everyone. This reunion is different as they now carry the power of THER set behind them. While the number of secondary spiritual beings may not be significant, they can still pose a challenge. How dare you underestimate our spirits? The secondary spiritual beings wrote to assert THER existence. What are you shooting about? Lạc Mã Đại Thánh Yang Minh is astonished and displeased, covering his ears. True, the spirits are truly magnificent and capable of great feats. Triệu Hạo agrees. Clearly, under the protection and guidance of a group of courageous goddesses, THER spirits have become much stronger. The secondary spiritual beings are enraged. We have had enough of THES-Level. If the spirits do not show fear, they will descend into hell with you. In the sky, a blood red thunderbolt formed, resembling an iron cage in the sky directed towards everyone. Yang Ming shouts, "You fool, do not underestimate the connection between me. Let's fight against the gods." Hưu Hùng reaches out without saying a word. The gods have had enough of THES-Level. If the spirits do not show fear, they will descend into hell with you. In the sky, a blood red thunderbolt formed, resembling an iron cage in the sky directed towards everyone. Yang Ming shouts, "You fool, do not underestimate the connection between me. Let's fight against the gods." Hưu Hùng reaches out without saying a word. The gods have had enough of THES-Level. If the spirits do not show fear, they will descend into hell with you. In the sky, a blood red thunderbolt formed, resembling an iron cage in the sky directed towards everyone. Yang Ming shouts, "You fool, do not underestimate the connection between me. Let's fight against the gods." Hưu Hùng reaches out without saying a word. The gods have had enough of THES-Level. If the spirits do not show fear, they will descend into hell with you. In the sky, a blood red thunderbolt formed, resembling an iron cage in the sky directed towards everyone. Yang Ming shouts, "You fool, do not underestimate the connection between me. Let's fight against the gods." Hưu Hùng reaches out without saying a word. Among countless such Buddha, a high Buddha 10,000 feet tall begins to gradually appear over and the other draw THER source and begin to form a magnificent seven-star source formation resembling the seven strange constellations falling to the ground. Phương Mắc Ly has no defense. Some swordsmen rise THER source to the sky, pouring on THER source power into one vow to cut off the thunderous laws of the heavens and the earth. The Ming once again transforms into a giant 10,000 feet tall in the sky, and the earth seems to strength. The sisters help me. Chiêu Hao immediately had idea behind the why Robert women can be immune to thunder. Can be immune to thunder to remove the power of deception confidently full. The fatty just screams and runs away. Finally, the thunder game falls. The disdainful thunder light swallows it immediately. Under a lightning strike, except for Yang Ming protecting the fatty body, everyone else did. Yang Ming wonders is this the power of the gods? This is the end of the demon god. The thunder cloud grunted his head and laughs. But in the next second, Phương Hưu used time recall to revive Zhou WHO Workulet Chao Hao Xiao Chupic and other. Their faces are full of shadows. Then look at Phương Hưu with remorse. He thought that now we are stronger. Phương Hưu finally shakes his head and says, "You come at the right time." Yang Ming is excited. What should we do? Phương Hưu calmly says, "You will deal with the water cloud ground. Just keep it tight. It will have enough power to handle it. Just rock it. It will have enough power to kill it." Yang Ming immediately showed concern. They are directly facing the water cloud ground. Even the weakest water cloud ground they probably cannot even obstruct. Can we really do it? Leading to a little confusion. Yang Ming is not afraid of death, merely afraid of destroying the truth of Phương Tu. Of course, with such a strong body, he cannot diệt. Phương Tu's calm eyes swept through each face in the crowd calmly. For many years at thất cách, he finally said his words again. "It's okay. I have seen the future. When to say that, the only way left was to act." Yang Ming shoot loudly with his right arm raised high. Then Suyun and Zhao Hao were ignited by Yang Ming's N8. They also shoot to let the native of Yuchu see the power of our poet group Ngọc Lâm. The phát màn they didn't know when he had returned. With everyone cheering, Lei Yun's murderous eyes explode. One to go have you as the gods is immediately focusing lightning attacks on everyone. At this moment, Phương Tu appeared coolly and said, "The opponent is me." The mythical image of the diviner beast appeared. Immediately swallowing the lightning bolt into Lei Yun's belly, he breathed heavily, clearly not expecting Phương Tu to be able to display the mythical image of the diviner beast. Phương Tu calmly stated, "You always want to see me golden age, don't you? Now you have seen the reason is that after Yang Ming and his team left, he withdrew most of his power from the body image, leaving only the time power image to fully support. When there are casualties in his team, he will resurrect them. That is the delay of the body image. As for the issue of lacking spirit, there is no need to worry more accurately. Phương Tu currently does not lack spirit at all because he has a body image in YouTube Bỉ Ngạn and the diviner realm of diviner beasts. Though images are still absorbing strange powers, equivalent to a pile of batteries 1B1 thanks to the power of the law of mystery link emperor. The secondary body and the main body as well as between the secondary body can transmit power to each other, but just enduring a blow from the two gods of the era is not meaningful. Under the influence of the spirit, everything become like an unnatural war. Zhao has was dead too much time. Fang Xiu no longer has the patience to continue dealing with him in his hurt. He repeats the name Fang Zhao, help me. Without hesitation, Nu Nhuận lent the power of the god Nu Nhuận. Immediately he used time to summon the time image of Nu Nhuận to summon Nu Nhuận. The supporting character of the thunder and lightning is scared when he sees Nu Nhuận. You can even limit him when Nu Nhuận WHO transformed into a snake. Upward, even the supporting character of thunder and lightning could not be controlled. Also felt a little scared, but immediately after that, he reassured himself that it was just an image, not the real Nu Nhuận truly. Nu Nhuận had died long ago, but the image in front of him is not a normal image. It contains a small part of the power of the god Nu Nhuận. Only a god can deal with a god. Therefore, when faced with the supporting character of thunder and lightning, the power under the level of the gods was powerless at this moment. His power had been depleted multiple times, but the secondary body all over the world were constantly transferring power to him. Even some secondary bodies that did not have time to directly transfer power turned into nutrients back into the main body. The image of Iyama the time Agrumi Manhwarecommendations be the breath of death. Upward, the image of time a giant god with millions of golden lights. Upward, a god dressed in a golden robe from the golden light stepped out. A number of earth gods from 9 regions self-empower be the flow of the times. Upward, all of them were filled with the holy light of infinity. Heaven and earth at this moment BSCME dance as a time pushed countless giant creatures in his face. He did not expect that from Phương Heu's era of victory he could summon the clone of the earth and heaven's heaven. For a long time the one saw moon was and gold fed in diviner light, thunder and lightning in the sky, in the water. The sound of the series sound as a galaxy waterfall fell continually attacking Kongtong effect with the water clone. They could only defend passively. He did not expect that from the victorious era of Phương Hưu, he could summon the Thanh Phan Than God. With a powerful aura spreading throughout the universe, under his lifelong command, the powerful energy vanished in an instant, and Phương Hưu clearly felt the power return completely. This time, they did not touch it. Phương Hưu. Phật quỷ sẽ đấu ở đâu tạo thành một vòng tròn bao quanh ai ở trong vòng tròn đều cảm thấy sợ hãi tự nhiên nhìn vào. Hình bóng của Lôi Vân phân thân đang trao đảo một góc miệng của Phương Hưu vẽ lên một nụ cười lạ chỉ còn thiếu màn kết. Thunder Cloud Division first surprise, then quickly remembered something a bit puzzled. Really the time for the image to appear. Thunder Eagle, a noble boy from the mortal world, steps out like the sunlight in spring. Gentle and gentle like a small star on an autumn leaf, mysterious and distant. Phương Hưu look at the Thunder God, an image of the past. Then look at the clone of Thunder God's water, cannot contain emotions. Thunder God's clone has 3 different types of powers. Thunder Cloud Water. With Thunder Cloud being the strongest, Fire Cloud follows, and Water Cloud is the strongest. Each clone inherits the power of the original body. The body of the Thunder God is dazzling, attracting thousands of soldiers descending from the sky like a great storm. Terrifying atmosphere spreads everywhere, not only here but also in the other 3 battlefields now entering a heated phase. The battle between Chu Tinh Phong and the Fire Cloud clone has sunk into a sea of fire. Even thought he is a demigod, he cannot resist the Fire Cloud clone with the power of 13. If Chu Tinh Phong still holds the sky decree in his body, there might still be a battle. He is not Phương Hưu. He does not have countless clones to stop the Fire Cloud clone. Chu Tinh Phong looked at the Fire Cloud clone with a smile on his face, blood trickling down. His eyes vacate. Part of his power has been depleted. He is not Phương Hưu. He does not have countless clones to stop the Fire Cloud clone. Chu Tinh Phong looked at the Fire Cloud clone with a smile on his face, blood trickling down. His eyes vacate. Part of his power has been depleted. Chu Tinh Phong does not hear the words of the fight cloud clone, just laughs naturally and says casually on his white tea that have been burnt and bloody for a long time when he first encountered such a situation. Making him think about the last time he encountered such a situation was when he saw the image in reality. Everything was in vain, only the country trying to protect it, thinking of the people Phương Hưu mentioned. I have seen the future, this time the country will definitely win. I win to that along with thousands of Su not even curious about the strange things even once so not so why. Surprisingly, after so many years, I have become like this. The human has not progressed, but at least faith with a true diviner clone. Still enough can talk about the heavenly ego. You say it that there is no diviner power that can kill you. I do not agree that in my opinion, in this world, there is no other power that can kill you. Five cloud clones corpse at the human WHO always fantasize that they can defeat the diviner. Sages do not know if the god can be defeated or not. Chu Thanh Phong gently smiles and says do not forget. The diviner power is merely a creation of human belief. Water can be anywhere. You can also go there. Chu Thanh Phong links his faith with all souls in Van Châu, instantly mentions millions of souls in Van Châu. Please borrow harmonious breath. Let's fight together with the Asians. Wang Zhaohuo even kissed the five cloud clone fiercely. Just before that, Du Qingfeng borrowed the faith of millions of souls in Yunzu to slay the gods. You plan to use the power of Enstalking me. The masked cloud clone laughed heartily, as if mocking Du Qingfeng's incompetence. But Du Qingfeng shook his head and said that they were not ants, they were all sentient beings. They were just the lackeys of God, and their existence value was only to serve God. God was their heaven and earth. Today, I will show you clearly what it means to be blessed by humans. I only saw a huge golden dragon that could cover the sky. The first golden dragon from Yunzu rose from the ground, circled between the nine heavens, spun in the clouds, and looked down on the world. The first golden dragon stood on top of the nine heavens. Even the cloud layer was broken, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone looked up at the sky, at the incredible sight in front of them. The five cloud clone and their facial expressions were changing widely. I truly felt the threat of the golden dragon, the threat of fate, and the threat of death. But this is impossible. He is as angry as thunder. Mysterious powers burn like flames. In his image, there is a mysterious stone stretching thousands of feet, like a diviner earth burning in the void. Exploding to the extreme, almost melting the world into ash, mountains and rivers turning into dust. Facing the terrifying power of the diviner Chu Thanh Phong, he just smiles gently. His calm and powerful gaze glides through the clouds, as if seeing the gazes of billions of souls. He gently lifts his lips, gently listens to the roaring thunder echoing like the collapse of mountains and the vast sea breaking through the heavens and earth. At this moment, in the world, there is no other sound, only the roaring representing the billions of souls emitting the dragon's fortune from the sky, carrying the trust of the gods and billions of souls, fiercely clashing on the body of the clone of Hỏa Vân. The diviner being reaches tens of thousands of feet, attracting the nerve stone soul of mountains and rivers to melt with the diviner clone, all disintegrating at this moment. The clone of Hỏa Vân explodes with a final roar. I am a mystery. How can an anate defeat a god? His voice suddenly fell silent. His giant figure shattered into rain of fire falling on the ground. Like a brilliant fireworks, the clone of Hỏa Vân ends. No one expected that the fastest to resolve the battle would be Chu Thanh Phong, and he also fell. This battle had a house that on his strength, even exceeding the endurance to contain the breath of all species. Therefore, when the battle ends, the belief supporting him gradually fades, he falls down. But at that moment, a strong hand lifted Chu Thanh Phong body, a nameless monk. No one knows if he come from the clouds or elsewhere. No one knows which muscle at school he belongs to, or perhaps he is just an ordinary soldier of little significance in this battle. But that doesn't matter. Chu Thanh Phong victory brings strong belief to everyone. Though like Dương Minh WHO as struggling in the battle have been, they immediately realized that they just wanted to catch the water cloud clone and wait for Fang Xiu to solve the problem. But seeing Du Qingfeng victory, they regained their sanity and on their eyes turned to water cloud clone. The most beautiful of the three body parts is a woman with mysterious blue skin, like the world's most precious sapphire, which is of water on her body. Hair flowing like a waterfall, The only imperfection being a faithful of negativity that makes everyone look down on me. What are you thinking with a cartoon? I remember that I am not worthless like Fight Cloud. I was killed by an ANT, but that doesn't mean Jones can kill me. His negative gaze turned even more negative, and Zhao Hao kept swallowing saliva. If not for the crowd's presence, I would have shot. She stepped on me, and Yang Ming is whining. But I heard you are the weakest among own body, water cloud clone, angry, strength is not the criterion for evaluation. Right after, Yang Ming asked, so what is water cloud clone angry to the point that person is now, US must it. Water cloud clone waved his hand, a furious sea dragon roared, taking the wind and way towards everyone. Yang Ming's face changed, saying, Công Tông Y, quickly protect everyone. But they all had to spend a lot of energy, THER facepalm. Water cloud clone's mistress continued to attack. Under the white hand in the sky amidst the water clouds, the sound of the roaring sea echoed, a galaxy-like waterfall continually attacking Công Tông Y. Facing water cloud clone, they could only defend passively. We can't continue like this. How do we have to cut back now? Yang Ming asked anxiously, looking towards Phương Hưu at the end of the group. Phương Hưu looked calm. I'm only responsible for going back in time. I don't care about the rest. Yang Ming looked towards Zhao Hao. You're not from the Supreme Honor Society. Are you bewitched by him? Then we take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Zhao Hao also said, it's not time yet, as Yang Ming grumbled. Challenge Phương Molly, why don't you go? Phương Molly immediately turned cold. Stay away from me, he said. Yang Ming frowned. So what so we have to endure being continually attacked here? Phương Molly also said, you will give me the opportunity. Just one encounter, and I can punish them. Yang Ming replied, I only know how to procrastinate. The two were about to act when Xiao Chu Xia spoke up, don't act, I have a way. Yang Ming felt puzzled. What way? Xiao Chu Xia confidently smiled. Let's Zisen bewitch him, creating an opportunity for Phương Molly to thanking him. Zisen has a rift for Phương Molly. It's not actually related to the time, but to his biological clock. Meaning, as long as his biological clock thinks it's his time, he can use energy. Zhao Hao looked puzzled. Really? No one knows where his abilities come from. Because he often lies on his son's bed watching movies and rewards himself, right at the same time, if he doesn't enter his son's room, he can't reward himself. CLSHUS was left Zhao Hao speechless, making others feel a bit perplexed. Where your abilities come from everyone knows. Not just because you often watch movies on the bed and reward yourself. Isn't it impossible to reward yourself if you're not in the room? Miss audience was made Zhao Hao unable to answer, making others seem a bit peculiar. Sorry for just making you believe that now is the time of the executioner. You can transform into the Dark King. Zhao Hao immediately appeared, emphasizing that this is his final stubbornness. What matters is what is not important now. Look into me as time is running out. Xiao Xixia immediately activates the power of deception. If you have an ethos on the executioner, you can transform into the King of Darks immediately. Zhao Hao looked confused while his right hand starts to get nervous. Xiao Xixia also hurriedly says transform into the King of Darks now. The moment that eyes come, Zhao Hao angry shouts out. Instantly a miraculous skin appears. Zhao Hao transforms directly into the executioner. King Lung Ming also shockingly successful. Zhao Hao confidently says let me take care of the rest. The rest let me take care of it. He look at my water tears with eyes full of emotion. Warm eyes that make my water tears shudder. Thanh ban kết nhan. The sorrow has gives to the criminal. Zhao Hao sighs deeply. Including the endless intersection of spiritual force. Do you want to diện water tears sexually and bitterly? Zhao Hao still ignores, still calm. If it were you, I would be willing to kill you. Water tears. Feeling deeply insulted, even thought he is a part of the water tears. His essence is still the diviner loss of water tears. A truly fierce man over the years, there have been those WHO respect him, those WHO fear him, those WHO want to kill him. But no one like Zhao Hao wants to be his boyfriend as you wish. The fatty has brought me closer to you. Zhao Hao does not turn around. The fatty is shocked, truly unbelievable. He is a good girl. Just lost he will use love to pursue him. Delay a little bit, but eventually activate the transmission. He thinks that no matter what, there is his own self that does not need to be achieved for Zhao Hao to comfortably seek romance. Immediately Chiêu appears in front of the water tears, four eyes facing each other. The water tears themselves and so say you dare to appear today, but before he could finish the account was directly activated. The field of white tea and meat seems to have a different style of the account appearing in abundance in a hazy atmosphere. The fatty stands bewildered looking at the skin in front of him, his face uncontrollable why as if recalling something terrifying. Water tears suddenly stands still, feeling like his body is about to crack. He does not understand why a normal battle suddenly turned into this. A powerful feeling suddenly rises in his heart. The woman quickly came to his side. My patience had a limit. The voice of strength and not allowing from Chiêu research. Water tears suddenly angry cannot bear, immediately concentrating into a terrific bronze spear. About to throw it at Chiêu at this time, Phương Hưu appears behind the water tears with the tang van sword in his hand, suddenly emitting millions of brilliant golden light. The fifth disciple of the sword set Phương Hưu alive. Let be the golden light carrying boundless power divides the heavens and the earth. The water tears suddenly stood still, his face changed. Horror had turned around immediately. This had been close when the sub tang van was about to arrive. He raised the terrific bronze spear in his hand. The entire spiritual power in his body virtually stopping the attack. The surrounding space suddenly become continuous way of undulating image from the void. Water tears are very frightened, just looking into a flock of uncountable chickens. The attacks beneath the sacred layer did not harm him, they only created ripples on the water-like body of the water deity. But the warriors from those deities truly hurt him. They didn't even possess much magical power. They were just minor warriors. The real deadly weapon is the pure origin sword, an ancient weapon that can directly harm him. If Phương Hưu were a bit stronger, being hit by the pure origin sword could lead to death. With the empty plus formation in hand, Đường Minh rushed forward. Embracing the empty plus formation onto the body of the Cloudstone clone, the clone screamed in agony, feeling its diviner power being suppressed. The warriors on its body also began to heal slowly. The Cloudstone clone stretched itself out. Even small ants like you cannot brush against it. Before he could finish his sentence, a handsome image of a deity appeared before him, a face full of emotions, the most handsome one. The Cloudstone clone shows a horrified expression, only to see Chiêu slightly bowing to swallow the words of the Cloudstone clone. In that moment, the mind of the Cloudstone clone lost control, feeling like being struck by lightning. Chiêu method not only surprised the Cloudstone clone but also made everyone in the group feel like their skills were tingling. How they had kissed a deity in the long period of diviner sensitivity on the heavenly court. The battle made him fearful for the first time in his long-lasting diviner career. It turns out there is something stronger than the spiritual attack in this war, that is the attack on the three viewpoint. The absorption of the lightning solution by the Cloudstone clone gathered natural energy in an instant. Chiêu boldly kissed the Cloudstone clone directly, making everyone feel like their scales were tingling, feeling the warmth and pure wetness. The Cloudstone clone felt as if its one body was being torn apart, its mind empty and hollow. That strong feeling. Even his mind is beginning to brew at this moment. The only feeling in his soul is dirty, but what even more terrifying is behind him, like a submarine passing through the spinning propeller in the powerful ocean. For his gods, his offspring cannot deny the virtue of how this powerful hand not only can control the water and cloud clones but also control all his teammates' own eyes are fixed on the shocking skin before them. A strong physiological feeling did not flow into the soul. Finally Chiêu, the one with the widest knowledge, first realizes that now Phương Hưu is tightly clenching his teeth to pass on his life into a shot. Several swordsmen raised their swords to the sky. Placing the palm of his hand behind him, the fierce sword energy flowed into the golden sword energy on the sword sunshine became even brighter as if wanting to break the clouds. In the sky, relying on the mythological history and so explodes powerfully at this moment, constantly devoting the foundation to aggravate the warriors of the water cloud clone. The body soft red water under the continuous destruction of everyone continually spews water. The heavens and the earth borrow strength to create a reputation loud sound. From the sky falls it is the love of the heavenly Father for him. The oppressive power on the bronze shield of the earth truly overwhelming the origin of the water and cloud clones. Không cho hắn bất kỳ cơ hội phục hồi nào, Suruo, hai người luôn ở xa, cũng đã sử dụng độc tính của mình từng sử dụng để đối phó. Với thần chân thật, đây là biện pháp duy nhất mà hắn có thể làm gì nhân lúc phân thân nước và mây mất tập trung độc tính thạch giác trực tiếp xâm nhập vào cơ thể như nước. In a moment, the soft skin initial began to show a black mark. The three joy ten rails in the hands of the water and cloud grounds were cut, and at the same time, he finally woke up, feeling the strong threat of death. The first thing he did was spit out a drop of water. A diviner stream of water suddenly spurts out from his mouth, breaking Trần Hau's brain. Trần Hau's body falls flat immediately as the Thanh shot is about to pierce through his body. He grabs his hand back, performing a mid-air hammer strike, but the intrusion of toxin and the pressure of space have rendered him unable to use his power. Not resolving the biggest danger immediately, the Thanh shot once again falls into a deadlock. But the ultimate god is still the god. Phương Mật Ly cannot chop down anymore, instead, it increases more and more. In a crucial moment, Phương Mật Ly launches an attack. Phương Mật Ly can unleash demigod power in a short period of time, erasing the accumulated deceitful power of Manhwa. Like a flowing river falling on Phương Mật Ly's body, as at the beginning of the battle, the overall power in Phương Mật Ly suddenly explodes. To briefly promote him to a demigod position, hiên viên kiếm exchange expands gradually. Thủy Văn splits perfectly on the face, cutting Thủy Van's crown. Thủy Van's crown look at hiên viên kiếm, Mộc Tử, getting closer day by day, wanting to crack him. It's very clear that a shot falling on oneself wins it because of the unusing and toxic influence. He cannot recover, don't dream. He unleashed his final anger, the magical energy in his body burst out uncontrollably, so that the other. Both sides have completely entered this white hot stage of battle. This battle cannot avoid death. As everyone is ready and cannot see, it can break mountains, islands, rivers, and turn monsters into magical spells. The demonic utensil here is the hot blood mixture of me. Under the suit of Đường Minh, the hot blood Thanh Long shot falls down powerfully. Thủy Van's body is cut into two beautiful faces, divided into two, still showing surprise and a hint of malice on the face. What can a god do? In take care of this myself. What do you mean by taking care of this yourself awkwardly? It's our wide combination. Don't you dare. Me fish has been killed. Giao Hao, the reviver, looked at the dead body on the ground with a face full of regret. That always. He has never experienced the truth of a god. While he was preparing to collect the dead body for Suijun, before he went in, he saw two hundreds of a dead body turning into two poodles without any thought for Giao Hao. At the end of the crowd, Phương Hưu looked calmly at everyone's excitement. Antop defeated in battle, he also saw everyone grow. No one noticed that everyone had grown to a level where they could surpass the diviner level. While everyone was jubilantly cheering, Xiao Chuxia's eyes towards Phương Hưu shifted. How are things on your end? Do you need me help? Xiao Chuxia asked shortly. Phương Hưu shook his head, not wanting to spend too much energy. Rest where you are. Every time Xiao Chuxia approached slightly. Do you care about me? Phương Hưu felt a bit surprised, while Lei Yun's knew. Regarding the death of the two clones, there was no surprise. He was the strongest, even thought he was exhausted at this moment, with many wounds on his body, and even the spear on his back was broken. Phương Hưu felt even more agonizing, his body drenched in blood. The diviner imager in the sky seemed all destroyed, as if it was time for the last breath of Phương Hưu lamp. He thought that with both those just gone, he could stop me. Even if I am alone, I can still devour you. Lei Yun's crown shoot to the heavens. He was lightning like a diviner gun, continually hurling it at Phương Hưu body, which is constantly frozen. Yet he doesn't use the power of time, instead continually absorbing pain to heal his wounds. Thundercloud approaches Phương Hưu. You have the power of time, why not use it to the fullest? Phương Hưu looking at him with a bloody face, a pair of black and white eyes glaring calmly. You still haven't realized, HUH so far is still inferior to how much it pretend to be diviner. At this moment, Phương Hưu. Since the beginning, every time the thunder deity could kill Phương Hưu, the opponent had to use the power of time to come back to life. Now, every time the thunder deity strike, it only inflicts severe injuries but cannot kill him because the thunder deity's power has weakened, not because Phương Hưu is the thunder deity's rival. At this point, the disciple of Thundercloud suddenly tightens, staring intently at Phương Hüü's injured body. In the next second, his face turns pale as he utters, "Damn you, you're using me thunder to gather the loss of the diviner fairyland." Finally, he realizes the real reason why Phương Hưu didn't use the power of time from the beginning. It's not because of exhaustion from the power of time, but because the opponent is devouring his own body. Phương Hưu senses. The heavenly eagle has taken form, the ultimate Taoist deity has finally realized. But it's too late now. I have always anticipated the heavenly eagle form. What are you waiting for that slowly, he rises to his feet. The wrath of the heavenly command erupts with lightning light bursting inside the body at the same time. The command of pain and the command of greed and so joy fox in that moment. His words healed themselves instantly before. Phương Hưu was repeatedly struck by the thunder gods until death. He himself swallowed with the heavenly command, understanding the heavenly command afterwards gathered the heavenly command of ceremony only when it was not yet complete was it discovered by the diviner archangel and to stop the heavenly command, but it was not. In vain it left the foundation for the heavenly command today in the battle with the water cloud ground from the beginning. He continually swallowed with the opponent's witty several clear attacks could have been avoided with a speed 20 times faster, but he did not. Killing the water cloud ground is not difficult, but what he wants is not talking but to swallow the water cloud ground. He was both scared and angry. The opponent did not expect that he had been calculated by Phương Hưu from the beginning, had considered himself a stepping stone. Even if the insects gather the ley lanh tiền kiếp, they are nothing. Perhaps you think the thanh minh only needs one order to win. Phương Hưu coolly laughed. When the heavenly order is complete, you have lost the right to fight me. Arrogant on the sea of clouds, thunder bursts towards Phương Hưu. Phương Hưu just lightly smiles as he runs towards the thunder statue. The water cloud ground has already found its own way to death. Phương Hưu devoured by lightning, the crazy lightning destroying his body. Like the five clones said, a single order cannot resist the thunder god, but he is not without other orders. The existence of the thunder god's order is only a foundation for the thunder god. Phương Hưu was engulfed by lightning, which gradually destroyed his body. As the tearful Aitianjian said, one tearful Aitianjian cannot resist the thunder god, but he is not the existence of another tearful Aitianjian, only the foundation for accommodating the thunder god. In the distance of billions of square miles, Phương Giao did not hesitate to contribute the power of the Thanh Nua to Phương Hưu. Inside the palace of the Thanh Nua, he was spinning rapidly. The terrifying power of the Thanh Nua participating in the battle began to help him resist part of the diviner spirits. The exact poison directly invaded his body like water. But that was not enough. Soon after, he activated the terrifying power of the seven-leaf god Nuvka from the temple. He participated in a competition and began to help him fight against some of the gods, such as the Tiamat of demolition iron, the Tiamat of black lotus, and the Tiamat of pain. The three types of tears in his body simultaneously exerted the higher power. The food that devours the gods has absorbed the pain, causing Julian to be dragged into the power of countless clones. With Phương H유's current strength, he is completely unable to completely devour the attack of legion clones. He can transfer the excess parts that cannot be contained by the thunder god to a myriad of clones to digest. The thunder god can transfer the power of thunder to many clones, with Phương H유's current strength, unable to completely resist the attacks of the thunder god. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it grew strong and eventually split into 2, 4, and 8 parts. When the tears of the 8th heavenly realm formed the lightning light in the sky, it was completely engulfed by Phương Hưu. Hiren's eyes fell from the sky. Unbelievable. How can you accommodate all the diviner thunder with only one small tear stream of the 8th heavenly realm? Phương Hưu has remained calm until now and is in the realm of the immortal sovereign, which the 8th realm does not believe in. Why is it that the peaceful devouring of the thunder cloud ground of the 8th realm causes excitement and continuous thunder, with tens of thousands of diviner thunder falling from the sky and gradually bombarding Phương Hưu? However, Phương H유's body was like a bottomless black hole, devouring all the diviner thunder in the scattered thunder cloud grounds but disappearing without a trace. Phương Hưu frowned slightly and ran away. In the past, the choice of Lôi Văn split personality was merely a pretense to escape. At this moment, a reflection of Diêm-La appeared in the sky of Nam Nguyệt to completely restore the power of Vân Châu. The most urgent task is to ensure that Thần Nguyệt become a god. We will transfer Thần Nguyệt and his disciples to Nam Nguyệt. You must wholeheartedly support him. Vân Châu only needs one press to dispel Diêm-La's reflection from darkness to light. Quách Trang Win combine the power of faith to begin the investigation. Just now, Vân Châu directly ignored Diêm Lát words and directly dispelled the opponent's reflection. This has been the case for many years, even ignoring the fate of Thần Dương Minh and his teammates after the battle. Whatever this god thing is, it's worth it for me boss, Triệu Hạo said, looking at the god's mesmerized face. At this moment, the god is in an inflated state. Me boss is so handsome. He sparkles his eyes towards Vân Châu, seemingly wanting to make up for all the time not spent together. Vân Châu does not care about people's price, remaining calm until the battle is over. Everyone, go clean up the strange intrusion into Vân Châu. He plans to temporarily let everyone know, merely to inform Xin Đầu Hạ and Tiểu Hạ because Mộng Nguyệt will arrive soon. Given Mộng Nguyệt personality, conflicts may arise when meeting Xin Đầu Hạ and THESE two women. He does not like senseless arguments, so let Xin Đầu Hạ know first. This is not through spreading from that, but through the simplest logic. Thần linh Cửu Châu is not a fool, naturally knowing that Mộng Nguyệt is about to become a god, which will definitely lead to conflict upon seeing Xin Đầu Hạ. Two bright eyes stared at Phương Hưu as if wanting to make up for all THESE years not looking back. Phương Hưu did not pay attention to people exaggerating, staying calm until the battle is over, still not finished. You go deal with the invasion of Vân Châu, the sinister one WHO intends to temporarily let everyone know. Merely to know Tiếu Sơ Hạ because Khương Mộng Nguyệt will arrive quickly. Based on Khương Mộng Nguyet's personality, after seeing Tiếu Sơ Hạ, it is very likely that the two girls will fight. He does not like unnecessary conflicts, so first open Tiếu Sơ Hạ. This is not through the circle of knowing through that, but through the simplest reasoning. Cửu Châu, the god, is not a natural fool, knowing that Khương Mộng Nguyệt, WHO is becoming a god, will surely cause conflict upon seeing Tiếu Sơ Hạ. How Lord Hyuka, we are ready to move forward in eliminating the strange things. Only Xiao Chu-ha with a smile on her error face approached Hyuka to remove the strange things so that she can stay by his side, can see. At this moment, a surprisingly cartoon resounded. WHO is it Xiao Chu-ha immediately frowned, turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress like the moon, with skin as fair as jade. What must come will eventually come. Phương Hưu was also surprised that Mong Nguyệt arrived so quickly. Perhaps the diviner Baidu has used the Trưởng Thiên Tinh Giao Giai Tranh to transfer to him. WHO Xiao Chu-ha stood firm and did not yield to Mong Nguyệt, looking down at Xiao Chu-ha's chest, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Reborn cùng is now the moon goddess, the wife of Phương Hưu. Xiao Chu-ha was surprised. What surprised him was not the moon goddess but the wife of Hyuka. Have you been married in recent years? Mong Nguyệt, the dazzling eyes of this woman. Stay away from me, Phương Lăng, or don't blame me for being harsh. This sister is too violent, has she hurt you a lot in recent years. Unlike me, WHO only knows how to love you. Xiao Chu-ha realized right away when she opened her mouth. Mong Nguyệt was immediately angry. Her one body emitting endless moonlight, a terrifying power almost reaching the level of a deity at this moment. Yes, this woman looking for that Xiao Chu-ha was so scared that her fainted pale, quickly hiding behind Phương Hưu. This sister is too much, could it be because she has hurt you a lot in that moment? Mong Nguyet's blood pressure skyrocketed, a green vein appeared on her pale forehead. While Yang Ming and the other had not left yet, they were watching an interesting story. Yang Ming also said, Antop HAC Trưởng is not as handsome as other, not as powerful, not even as prestigious as other, with years of acquaintance, he still support HAC Trưởng. The complaints on the forehead of Tiêu So-ha looked like he wanted talking, while Phương Tu stood between the two women, frowning, not caring about the HER argument. What matters now is not the time for arguing. Giang Module is bearing the invasion from the other side. In the process of accelerating to become a god, Phang Siêu said to Giang Muzue, but after listening to it, Giang Muzue COULDNT believer you said in right you away. After hearing Phang Siêu put her finger on her nose, she felt embarrassed. Giang Muzue continued, for the sake of this girl, in right you away now, brother rest, or you change. I don't want you and me sister to have difficulties because of me, Tiêu So-ha said sadly, leaning on Giang Module, shedding a few tears. Phương Tu felt embarrassed again, his forehead wrinkling even more. Enough, Becky, Tiêu So-ha said, I'm going to investigate the strange issue with Yang Minh. Giang Module, you go up and become a god. Seeing Phương Tu angry, Giang Module said, shut up. Tiêu Soha easily let out a small sigh, then ran away. Giang Module still refused to let go of Phương Lao. Phương Tu directly said, shut up. If you say one more word, solve the marriage issue of the heavenly way, a sentence that touched Giang Module's weakness. He did not want to solve the marriage issue of the heavenly way. That is the love bond between him and Phương Tu. In the end, Giang Module could not help but exclaim and assent to Thanh Thiên. Only a breath of Huyên Ngao Giao breath emanated from Giang Module's body, since connecting with the heavens and earth, he seemed to disappear into the mist of heaven and earth, still there but giving others a sense of emptiness. In the position of Sajenamnguyet, a mysterious transformation appeared, as if he was everywhere in Phương Tu's eyes. A bright figure appeared, but when Giang Module merged with Nam Nguyet, he seemed to be dispersed and integrated into every corner of Nam Nguyet. At this moment, his disciples began kneeling in front of a future where everyone had dignity, constantly praying that they had a intangible spiritual power would begin to emerge and converge into Giang Muju's body. As the spiritual power increased, Giang Muju's body began to emit a constant mythological light. A fairy soul quietly available to the temple for a man, constantly spinning the power of the gods and merging with them. The connection between him and the temple BSCME is easily close, almost like his palace. However, Phương Hưu frowned. Slowly, he directly activated the power of time. This action affected Giang's disciples, and over time, more and more spiritual power emerged from them. He did not choose to accelerate Giang's time because God exists outside of time. Unlike other creatures, God always drifts in the flow of time, which is why God never exits or this. Now, although Giang Mu has not yet become a god, he cannot guarantee that using time acceleration will affect his ability to become a god, so he chose to accelerate time for his disciples. With Phương Hu's participation in accelerating the accumulation of spiritual power, the speed of Tungmo's godhood instantly increased. The huge spiritual power converged in the godly palace, almost reaching a specific level. Phương Hưu frowned a bit. Too slow, you directly activated the power of time. He stared intently at the Giang Tung, which had been accompanying the temple renovation, as time passed by minute. At the last minute, the spiritual power accumulated by becoming a god had reached the level of transformation. A light gray white spark split into four parts, creating the god. Absorbing spiritual power, igniting the gods, and the final ritual of becoming a god, Giang Mu has now entered the third part of the process of becoming a god. Igniting the gods, Phương Heu's eyes are shining brightly. It turns out that igniting the gods is in the symbolic temple. The power of the palace and the power of the spirit combine to create under his gaze. The grey white flames gradually turned into a bright red, finally erupting from the palace and igniting Tương Mo's body. Tương Mo was completely enveloped by the white flames. It had showed no signs of pain, instead exuding a solemn and sacred aura. It was a transformation process from within the body, each part of the body transforming first. From a delicate body to a diviner body. Not everyone is like Phương Hưu. WHO created a diviner body before becoming a god. Usually, a diviner body is formed from diviner fire, but Phương Hưu encountered the celestial palace Nữ, helping him skip this step under the burning flames. Tương Mo appeared as a diviner being, seemingly setting every part of his flesh completely transformed into a new layer of life. Changing from a petite body to a diviner body. Not everyone is like Phương Hưu. WHO BSCME a diviner body before becoming a god. Usually, a diviner body is created from diviner fire, but Phương Hưu met Đạo Nguyễn Thất Các, helping him shape this step under the flame. Giang Mộng Nguyệt appeared as a spiritual prince, seemingly setting the last remnants of flesh entirely transitioning to a new level of life. Giang Mộng Nguyệt, like a spiritual deity, seemed to remove the last trace of flesh entirely, heading towards a new layer of life, making his skin translucent like jade, untainted with a silent moonlight swirling inside. After a few hours, the white flames gradually dimmed, but in reality, they did not extinguish, but integrated into Tương Mo's body, beginning to burn. The transformation process of each part of the body has been complete. Now the transformation begins. The varying side of spiritual power have now transformed into a white, dazzling spiritual power within the body. Thus, each part of the spiritual power has been transformed into the ultimate divine power. The white divine light shining brightly within the body that is the divine power of Tương under the influence of the flames on the force in his body have been transformed into the divine power of the man God finally. The ultimate transformation is the divine soul, which has no weaknesses, both physically and spiritually. That is the divine power of Giang Mộng Nguyệt under the influence of the divine fire on the power in Mộng Nguyệt body has been transformed into the divine power of the moon god. The final step is the divine soul. Without any weaknesses, in terms of physical strength and spiritual essence, they represent the soul. Only when the soul is complete can it become a god. The transformation of the soul become more secretive, even Phương Hưu cannot see through it. Only feel that Tung Nguy's personality is changing, gradually transforming into a godly being, making people fear, unable to look straight. Of course, this is only in comparison to others. For Phương Hưu, there is no impact. He has looked directly at many gods, most of them have encountered. There is no fear in the face of divine beings. Thinking Nguyệt had finally completed the transformation, he shortly opened his eyes, inside shining moonlight. The figure became independent, a great power spreading from him, sweeping away all night realm. Phương Hưu stared at Tung Nguyệt soaring high in the sky, realizing that despite the opponent's powerful breath like a god, it was still not calm enough. Compared to the Thiên Văn gods or the other gods of Bất Châu, they are one level below. The difference is the training of the Thanh Nghiệp god from within the deep blue space. Suddenly remembered a dark thunder as if it were foretelling something. Then, the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their air light, the tremendous pressure made Tung Nguyệt unable to contain his contemptuous laughter. You have passed the test. The pressure he felt was greater than the person standing staring at him countless times, even the white jelly-like skin of his felt a throbbing sensation. He was not sure he could overcome the final ritual. In the end, he is only the inheritor of the Thanh Công An Phường Nguyệt Thanh God, almost becoming a god. Me nature is inherently stronger than other gods, and now it quietly turned me head and looked at Phương Hưu in the distance. His eyes are filled with love and unforgettable determination, but soon the complex expressions disappear and are replaced by smiles, but the moon smile is lonely. That's what Phương Hưu and Giang Mu said to Phang Lang. If is it, remember me most beautiful appearance. So you know that Phương Hưu has a way to avoid the curse of heavenly merit, so he won't sacrifice himself for love. This makes you happy. Don't worry, I'm here. You want it. Phương Hưu even adjusted himself before a ceremony. It's too scary. You want change. Giang Mu trembled a little in the beautiful eyes. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, shut up and focus on crossing the Reborn wall. I have decided to temporarily eliminate everyone, especially Xiao Zuxia, because Giang Mule time is very fast. Based on Giang Mule personality when meeting Xiao Zuxia, the two may have conflicts. I don't like issues beyond the problem, so I have decided to get rid of Xiao Zuxia first. This made him very happy. Don't worry, which may be your side, you want it. Phương Hưu said shortly, even if he became so nervous in the face of the ceremony, he didn't change. Giang Mu trembled for a moment. Emotions appeared in his beautiful eyes. From the space above, a thunderbolt struck down. The powerful and sharp thunderbolt contains the utmost destructive power, which is the five elements thunderbolt, one of the purest thunderbolts in legends. The five elements thunderbolt alone help to more overcome the ritual to become a god and break the blocks of the heavenly god. The first thunderbolt that to more had to face was the five elements thunderbolt. Containing the test of destruction, to more had no fear in his eyes, only fierce combat. He is not afraid of death, but he does not want to die. Phương Hưu shows his love for life. With the support of this love, he unleashed unprecedented strong potential. Directly using the weapon of divine dispersion can surpass the first hurdle to become a god, but there is no joy on the face, instead, it is play. The power of becoming a god far exceeds his imagination. After passing the first hurdle, he had a exhausted half of his divine power. It even made the Linh Chi Le Lun emit a cry. The next divine fist had a 6 rounds, each stronger than the previous one. The thunder divine round did not give Giang Meng Yue much time to prepare quickly for the second round. The thunder release fell down. It is a green thunder release. Not only does it not contain an destructive breath, but it also brings a vivid feeling. The thunder release fell down like a big branch in the celestial palace. It is the thunder release lynchy of wood, also known as the wicked thunder lynchy, specialized in dealing with demons. Fortunately, there is no trace of demons on Jiang Manhwa, although this thunder would restrain him. However, even so, it is not easy for him. The third round is the thunder release lynchy of water. The poisonous thunder water winds specialized in controlling poison in the sky and on earth.
Phương Hưu stared at Jiang Manhwa as she overcame the difficult obstacles, her brow furrowed. He felt that this difficulty was aimed at him in a special way. While the celestial deity's guidance would be more comfortable, the second malevolent deity specializes in carving charms for the demonic. With too many protective powers on his body, they would be strongly restrained. The third path of Phương Hưu, the water human dry, is the same. It contains the attributes of thunder, specializing in carving the world's poisonous creatures. It is entirely aimed at the Ki Bat Hoi deity, the most crucial being in the deity realm that cannot be transformed through deception, because that is the opening of deceptive transformation, equivalent to non-deceptive transformation, with no training of the deity's essence. One cannot truly become a deity and cannot use the power of time to be reborn. The experience of becoming a deity blocks the life of those overcoming difficulties. Once dead, the experience of becoming a deity will vanish instantly. Therefore, one cannot overcome difficulties by reincarnating after death. However, Phương Hưu also didn't pay too much attention to that. When one day truly steps onto the path of becoming a deity through his power, at that time, he is not strong enough to deal with the sand deity. This time added to the wound of Manhwa. The sand deity does not give him any breathing space. The fourth deity almost stopped in an instant. The firewater deity Thunder. Fire-blazing thunder has the power to burn and destroy the world fiercely. This thunder deity comes with intense fire in the world of fire. The deity's fire floods everything limitlessly. The fierce deity's fire began to burn Jiang Manhwa's body, as he uttered painful groans from his mouth. His teeth clenched in a few seconds. His lips devoid of any blood, his whole body giving off a sense of utter devastation, making others pity him. When he overcame this thunder deity, he fell into a severely injured state. His form swayed, almost causing Manhwa to die. After overcoming the fifth deity, he will face the sixth deity, Lu Bo Chin Chao. The deity wants to help but cannot intervene, needing to maintain the protection of the 6 celestial stars. The malevolent deity Bai Nan continues to attack the protection of the 6 celestial stars. It's clear that their purpose is not to free themselves and others. At this moment, the 9 heaven spirit can only hope in Phương Hưu, who will quickly meet the earth thunder god of the 5 elements. Earth thunder's name is Lei. He can hold the world with a powerful blow. Due to the defensive mistakes of the 5 elements thunder spirit, this thunder strike is extremely heavy. When it falls, it's like a divine mountain. Jiang Manhwa starts trembling, making it almost impossible to stand straight. He remains firm, gritting his teeth. At this moment, almost all of the 9 heaven spirits are looking intently at Phương Hưu, a slight doubt arising in their hearts. What is he waiting for? Does he know that Jin Ting and Jiang Manhwa cannot surpass the fate god to become divine spirits? No one knows what Phương Hưu is thinking. People say he should have acted long ago, but he hasn't. Suddenly, Jiang Manhwa lets out a desperate cry. His whole body collapses to the ground, blood starting to ooze from his 7 facial orifices. Fortunately, Thursday has passed the fate god. He just doesn't have the strength to pass Friday. At this moment, Phương Hưu finally acts. He slowly raises his right hand, aiming at the dying Jiang Manhwa to activate the time reversal. A mysterious and incomprehensible force of time emanates from his hand. Time slowly envelops Jiang Manhwa. The power of time cannot affect divine spirits as they have escaped the flow of time. It's like sailing on a river, where water cannot touch divine spirits and influence them unless the spirits voluntarily leave the boat to immerse themselves in the river. Jiang Manhwa is indeed considered a divine spirit who has escaped time, but not yet perfected. Only after passing the fate god can one be seen as a perfect divine spirit. But when faced with Phương Heu's help, he doesn't think Phương Hưu is harming him. Of course, he will voluntarily jump into time. The darkness slowly covers the moon. The power of time cannot affect divine spirits as they have stepped out of time, like being on a boat on a river where water cannot reach divine spirits unless they voluntarily leave the boat to immerse themselves in the river. Jiang Manhwa is essentially considered a divine spirit. Stepping out of time but still not perfect, Only through the ceremony of becoming a god can one be considered a perfect god. However, facing Fang Shu's help, he doesn't think Fang Shu is harming him. Of course, he will voluntarily fall into time. In the long river, at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind Phương Hưu at Kim's shop. He placed his hand on his body, emitting a terrifying sealing force that could seal the world, turning into blood-colored chains forming a tight link around Phương Hưu. The deity laughed loudly and said, unexpectedly, Phương Hưu, you are finally me surpassing all the heavenly deities on 9 states. Everyone is shocked, their faces unbelieving. You are really the embodiment of. Phương Hưu slowly turned around to stare at the cold-hearted angel cloud. Finally, I have met you, said the cold angel cloud. Phương Hưu, dare you to think of attacking me when you are on the brink of death? Do you think I will let myself be deceived? I am especially waiting for the moment you attack to counterattack. The purpose is to prevent you from deploying the Void Island. Finally, when you are in a void state, you cannot attack. Once you attack, it means you are no longer in a void state. Currently, all your power has been sealed by me, even suicide cannot be done. Listening to the explanation of the cold angel, all the heavenly deities on 9 states were angry. Despicable cold angel, how did you get to 9 states? The cold angel laughed coldly. A bunch of people sitting in the well looking at the sky did not recognize that after 9 states became a deity, the entire universe on 9 states shook. Getting weaker day by day, right? You have taken advantage of the moment of becoming a deity to attack the moon god, creating a huge loophole in the star system in the sky, invading 9 states. Now, you are just beginning to realize, it's too late. This time no one can stop me. Now I just need to control Phương Hưu. Then no one else can help the moon god pass the lifelock. When the moon god fails, it will happen naturally. If the moon god cannot become a deity on 9 states, even the fate of 9 states will be affected. That is the day I occupy 9 states. As soon as I saw Phương Hưu, I was immediately blocked when trying to steal Van Chao. You stopped my concentration again. This 3rd time, I will see how you can stop me. The feeling of victory will surely come to me. Making then Mei Thien unable to escape, he began to enjoy the sweetness of victory. He desires to see Phương Heu's face change in fear and disappointment. Only hearing Phương Hưu calmly say, as you wish. This is the thunderbolt. Annihilate the 6th great elemental. This thunderbolt is truly a combination of the previous 5 thunderbolts. The rotating energy of the 5 elements is being nurtured within it. This thunderbolt is almost entering the temple of the 5 elements. Before dying, he still pretended to be strong. Today, I want you to see the moon god die before you, so that you witness your own failure step by step. Finally, in the expectant gaze of then Mei Thien, the 6th great elemental falls with a resounding echo. The whole world shines brightly like daytime, but then Mei Thien does not feel dazzled at all. He only focuses intently on Zhang Mongwei, who is critically injured, silently waiting for him to die. Before that, he did not choose to surprise attack Zhang Mongwei because he dared not interfere with the heavenly ceremony. A surprise attack on Zhang Mongwei could result in both him and Zhang Mongwei being struck by lightning. And he clearly knew that with Phương Hưu here, Zhang Mongwei would definitely surpass the heavenly ceremony. Death cannot even die. That's why he chose to surprise attack Phương Hưu. When he was proud of his perfect attack, something he didn't expect happened. Surprisingly, Zhang Mongwei, who was already severely injured, suddenly stood up straight. His cold and determined face was filled with determination. He emitted a powerful and magical energy wave, directly facing the thunderbolt. The 6th great elemental continuously attacked his energy body. He was constantly injured but also constantly recovering. Within his body, 5 hidden colors of light shimmer and circulate. He stands firm amidst the continuous strikes. Though nervous, ultimately overcoming the 6th challenge, the god of clouds can't believe it and shouts that this cannot be happening. This leaves the god of clouds doubtful. Not knowing what is unfolding, he is surprised by the calmness of the situation. Why was he able to overcome the 6th challenge? Not only is he shocked, even the god of 7 stars is as well. They are completely clueless as to what is happening. Their emotions seem to be going through a roller coaster at this moment. The calm voice of Zan Wu continues to resonate, asking if this is according to your will. The god of clouds suddenly turns fierce. Indeed, it is you who have caused this. This cannot be happening. You have been sealed by me. Zan Wu nods. Yes, I have been sealed by you. Unable to use any power currently, I cannot even commit suicide. But have you ever thought that you sealed the wrong person? I haven't. Under Zan Wu's calm gaze, the god of clouds suddenly feels a chilling sensation. He suddenly realizes something astonishing to the point of losing color. She is your other half. Only now you realize it's too late this time. Zan Wu's voice comes from the body of Dream Moonlight. Dream Moonlight, a transparent white gem, flies out from the collar and gradually transforms into a human figure. Unexpectedly, your true body is hidden within the body of Dream Moonlight. The god of clouds is shocked. Dream Moonlight is blushing, covering her face, feeling the warmth within her heart from above the light on the symbol of red fortune on her beautiful face. He is someone who knows things. Zan Wu found him earlier and transformed into a gem for him to wear. As for why the gem usually worn on the waist is placed on the chest under the shirt, that is entirely his personal decision. He calls it a better hiding place. Concealment is not easily detected at this moment. Celestial Van seems to suddenly realize something indeed, this time becoming a god on the wall. There are many famous gods of the 5 elements. The reason is because Tuong Mang Neok is not alone in experiencing this disaster. But 2 people. Tuong Mang Neok is a purebred of the human race, not a demonic sect. The secret is that lightning will not strike down the divine Beat Ta. Finally, this lightning is to eliminate the Fuang Hu malediction. I should have thought about it a long time ago. Celestial Van is extremely regretful for falling into Fuang Hu's trap. Because he has focused all his mind on Fuang Hu to the point of neglecting Zhang Mongwei. How dare he conceal his breath in front of a malediction god? Finally, what method did he use to deceive the heavens and mislead the sea? Celestial Van is angry and astonished. Fuang Hu is as weak as a useless person who still has not realized how did he dare to infiltrate the clouds while becoming a god. While I used the breath of the ceremony to hide myself, Celestial Van suddenly became extremely embarrassed when he knew that I had returned to Van Chao long ago. Celestial Van asks the final question in his heart because Fuang Hu's actions clearly show that he knew his plan in advance, hence becoming a traitor. Because he concentrated all his mind on Fuang Hu, he ignored Zhang Mengyue. How does he dare to hide his breath in front of a malevolent deity? Finally, what method did he use to deceive the heavens and change the seas? The angel of the sky was angry and surprised. Fuang Hu, pale as a useless person, still hadn't realized it. He had invaded the clouds while becoming a deity, and I used the breath of the ceremony to become a deity to hide himself. The angel of the sky suddenly changed his skin color and became extremely embarrassed. When he knew that I had returned to Van Chao long ago, the angel of the sky asked the last question in his heart because Fuang Hu's actions clearly indicated that he had known his plan beforehand. That's why he became a member of the Jade, hidden on the body of Zhang Mengyue. When he left, Fuang Hu looked at the angel of the sky with a calm and deep gaze, as if he confidently controlled everything. He gathered the power of his allies to quickly kill the angel of the sky in an instant. Van Thien then was also surprised. How did Fuang Hu reveal all his plans? Fuang Hu also said that he didn't think I couldn't keep your thunderstorm clone. The reason I released your clone is because I know. What do you think of this translation? Do you need any corrections or additions? Even if I killed all your clones, I still couldn't kill you. At most, I could only injure you severely. The reason for releasing your clone was to leave you with some power to dare to return. Van Thien then said, a god can increase violently to tempt you to return. But in the end, it's just a god. Fuang Hu has no other plans besides waiting in the enchanting light, seeming eager for a moment of divine downfall. So far, he has never truly killed a god. When thinking of the opportunity to personally end a god, it means avenging his wife will be closer. How could he not be excited? Van Thien then laughed loudly. A god challenging a demon bee. Gods cannot die. Only gods can kill gods in this world. Fuang Hu, I admit this time I fell into your trap, but it's not a problem. With my presence, Mac then will never be able to overcome the final divine calamity. This is the time when the final divine calamity is slowly brewing. In the clear sky, there seems to be a dreadful power gathering. Compared to previous strikes, this final divine calamity is much more intense. With the extended execution of magic, Fuang Hu had no trouble imagining the terrifying power of the final divine calamity. Fuang Hu remained unchanged. Whether it's the final divine calamity or the threat from Van Thien then, he pays no attention. Then I must resolve this before the final divine calamity appears. Mac then said coldly to you, let's see. Even if I have to sacrifice 2 clones, I must withstand the pressure. Duong do voi suk ep lon tu troi sao Van Thien then ban kong the bai quat fuck Fuang Hu coi thuong cho den ki kan kai kai chet van jia vo kiu in gao hom ne doi se kien noi tung chut chung kien that bai kua min mak then bung no trong mo quan kak. These words were originally his, but now hearing them from Fuang Hu's mouth made him feel mocked to the extreme. Immediately, he roared, even transforming directly into a mythological form, with all the power of thunder, water, and clouds manifesting. At the same time, Fuang Hu also activated the energy of destiny and pain. The deceiver had the ability to draw power from Yang Min and others. Initially, Phương Hưu not only had negotiated with Tuong Mo Duok to transform into a gem member but also had informed Yang Min and others in advance to sow seeds of discord among them. Thus, he could at any time utilize the Black Lotus. Sun Lech appeared, leaping onto Phương Hưu, utilizing my power. My strength flooded into Phương Hui's body, and suddenly I felt truly involved. Mr. Phương Hưu, maybe you shouldn't be so rude right from the start. How can everything you say become so vulgar when it reaches your mouth anyway? Your words are quite reasonable. Phương Hưu using our power to its fullest extent is not just a mere deity. Phương Hui's power suddenly increased to a semi-deity level. Powerful energy surged from Phương Hưu, causing the surrounding sky to fall silent. The Cloud Angel did not hesitate to speak. Originally, this is your truth. Having the power of a semi-deity is only temporarily being a semi-deity, not truly a god. Phương Hưu nodded slightly until the next moment, it was not over. The power of deceit was activated at midnight. His silver hair fluttered, his black robe billowing in the strong wind, his eyes bloodshot and dazzling. An immense surge of power emanated from him, sweeping across the 9 continents, disrupting the sky. And his breath at this moment approached infinity with the divine. Can't exist, Phương Hưu whispered, understanding that this was the limit of midnight. Wanting to take advantage of the short breakthrough of midnight clearly wasn't possible. But for him, that was enough. And his breath was extremely close to the divine. Could it be impossible? Fang Shu whispered to himself. He understood that this was the limit, that the hour of the devil had come. Trying to use this moment to break the divine system clearly wasn't possible, but for him, it was enough. As Phương Hưu launched his attack, the expression on Than Dia's face became increasingly complex. Firstly, a look of misfortune, followed by a realization of unease and furrowed brows, then a moment of shock. Finally, upon realizing Phương Hui's superior strength, Than Dia breathed a sigh of relief in the deep blue sky. Unexpectedly, a thunderous sound resounded in their ears amidst the clouds. A mysterious light suddenly appeared from the chaos. Clearly, the final divine wind was ready. Seeing this, Than Dia immediately chuckled coldly. The final divine wind was about to descend, it was time to see how he would be defeated. Phương Hưu remained calm until he saw clearly. In the blink of an eye, Huyen Van's bicycle vanished into thin air, and the entire insignia flew next to Phương Hưu. Power borrowed from heaven and earth, enhanced by the manipulation of time. All laws within Phương Hui's body, along with the power of the eightfold reversal, were strengthened. At this moment, a burst of rage exploded. Time temporarily stopped. Everything seemed prohibited. Whether it was Than Dia's divine wind or the celestial beings across the 9 continents, all turned into a frozen picture. This was not a prohibition of time, but a speed reaching its extreme, causing everyone to seem prohibited. At this moment, the cold smile on Than Dia's face still remained, while Phương Hưu had appeared before him. Seeing that smile gradually freeze at an incredibly slow pace, his eyes attempted to move bit by bit. A golden sword energy cut through the frozen smile on Than Dia's face, completely immobilizing him. Eyes slowly bulged out, a trickle of blood appeared on his neck. Before he could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground. Everyone stared intently at Phương Hưu amidst the battle. Their eyes became mesmerized, shocked to numbness. A single sword had silenced him. Though people like Yang Ming predicted Phương Hui's victory, they did not expect to be defeated with just one strike. Only Phương Hưu felt no surprise at all. For him, if both parties are in the same state, there is no need to use the power of the heavenly way, the power of deception, the power of time, the power of divine objects. The power of Nu Oa, the power of Than Quad. When a person combines many kinds of power like that, not even gods can resist. At this moment, Than Thien's head hoarsely said, unable to fight against Than, Phương Hưu immediately used the Kong Dong to restrain Than Thien. The wound that cannot heal, Than Thien, felt like being crushed by a mountain of divine power, unable to resist. Looking down on Phương Hưu, he never thought he would end up in such a tragic state, being forced by others like a dead dog on the ground. Phương Hưu nonchalantly remarked that everyone who lives will die, and Than Thien is no exception. Raising the Kiam Huyen Win high, along with the surging force, the golden Kiam aura spread magnificently, even displaying numerous images of the sun and moon revolving around sparkling stars, far away from Phuong Mac Li. Han Nyan's gaze never left the Kiam Huyen Win. This is the true power of the Kiam Huyen Win, isn't it? The fearsome aura of the Kiam Huyen Win struck down on Than Thien's body fiercely. With just one strike, Than Thien's body disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving only a dark divine statue. Hovering in midair, then the divine statue emitted a powerful divine light that was about to fly into the void but was firmly held by a large hand. Then Ban Thien unwillingly said to Phương Hưu, I will never be able to kill you, even if my body is destroyed. But the divine statue is eternal, one day I will be reborn. At that time, you will surely beg for death. However, Phương Hưu casually said, Is that so? Well then, let's wait and see. Then he raised his left hand high, the fangs of reality opened wide. A horrifying explosion erupts, swallowing heavenly rank Ma Thien whole. Inside Ma Thien's body, he is far from calm, thrashing about wildly. But once heavenly rank 8 Huyen is sent out, Ma Thien is immediately restrained. Phương Hưu plans to wait out the previous life's calamity before gradually approaching Ma Thien. At this moment, the image of Yam Lo appears before Phương Hưu. Hand over heavenly rank Ma Thien, he says truthfully. Only a deity can defeat a deity. Your current state, though powerful, is ultimately just a reflection. Once the power dissipates, it may be difficult to contain heavenly rank Ma Thien. The best approach is to present a deity for us to collectively explore the origins of Ma Thien, to utterly destroy him. However, Phương Hưu only needs one glance at Domi. The image of Yam Lo immediately dissipates into the air, then he looks up at the sky. Deep light pierces through the clouds. The final calamity is approaching. Previously hidden on the body of Tuong Mo Dui, he has swallowed countless heavenly wells. At the same time, he also helps him focus on more calamities. The laws can be called two influences. By now, Thien Tui has completely turned into chaos. Amidst the darkness, there seems to be two types of air circulating, clear and murky. The hydro air rises to the sky, turning into the sky. The murky air falls to the ground, turning into earth. The sun and moon rise and set, the stars around them move in endless rotation. A horrifying power, like the beginning of fear, destruction, and rebirth, mixes. An ancient scene appears. A divine Lo Hong Dan emerges, a very ancient and primitive deity. They could not have imagined that the moon's transcendence of calamity could also attract divine Lo Hong Dan. At this point, they suddenly turned back towards Phương Hưu. A mist began to appear in his heart. Perhaps this kind of chaotic thunderstorm is not caused by the moon god. Phương Hưu, since he was a child, finally, this is a monster. Where did it come from? Facing the chaotic thunderstorm, Phương Hưu remained unchanged, stepping closer to Jiang Mongwei as if strolling in the backyard. Facing a scene resembling doomsday, to Jiang Mongwei, the horror of the chaotic thunderstorm was not important. The survival of oneself is not important either. What is important is the one standing beside me. Looking at Phương Heu's cold demeanor under the pressure of the chaotic thunderstorm, Jiang Mongwei's heart beats fast. In this world, when facing danger, the one you love always stays by your side, never giving up on you, overcoming difficulties together. Emotions are rushing in. Phương Hưu cannot contain himself, speaking softly with a gentle look in his beautiful eyes. Perhaps overflowing like a river. At this moment, the most romantic thing he could think of is Phương Hưu kissing under the ultimate disaster, for all creatures to witness this enduring love. He leans forward and plants a kiss. A hint of luck spread across his stunning face. Don't say anything disappointing. Phương Hưu is emotionless. Cold words shattered the image of kissing under the disaster that Jiang Mongwei had dreamed of, only seen in that chaotic cloud layer. A gray chaotic light appeared, mysteriously hiding all the secrets of the world. Fang Shu's deep eyes pierced through like lightning, reflecting the chaos god thunder. Faced with this terrible blow, he was not afraid at all, as if he was very close to the power of the gods. He waved the Zon flame sword, but only touched the chaotic thunder god. In an instant, the sword split open. Fang Shu threw out the empty copper again, but still couldn't resist thunder god's anger. The failure of these two divine swords did not exceed his expectations. The Xuanwu sword and the bronze sword are two ancient divine swords, whose power far exceeds that of ordinary divine swords. Only an ancient divine sword like Nu Hua can perfectly activate their power. In fact, they have successfully completed their work and weakened the power of the Chaos Thunder God. Fang Shu took a deep breath and gazed at the magical light of the Chaos Thunder God. He raised his left hand and used almost unapproachable power to push the disc to devour the Thunder God, devouring his soul and creating a distant heavenly tribulation. Just before that, Zhao Hao licked Shuiyan's clone fiercely, making everyone feel goosebumps and experiencing pure warmth and humidity. Shuiyan's clone felt like his mind was blank. The shock was so strong that his spirit began to blur. At this moment, the only feeling in his heart was that I was dirty. However, what was even more terrifying was ahead. The blurry poaching seemed to be a submarine twisting the seawater crazily through propellers. His power is so strong that the women in the team have made tremendous contributions. A surprising sight, a strong physiological sensation surged up, and finally, with the gratitude of experienced people, the first reaction was that Fang Malai gritted his teeth and injected his lifelong strength into a sword. The 4 goddesses of the Sword Clan placed their hands behind him, transmitting a frenzy of sword power. The golden light on the Xuanwu sword became even more brilliant, almost crossing the sea of clouds in the sky. With the help of the divine history, it was at this moment that a frenzy erupted. Continuously eroding the origins, adding to the burden of the wounds of ancestral land, the body seems like soft water being constantly defeated by all heaven and earth joining forces to stretch a ray of golden light falling from the sky. That is the love of Heavenly Father for him. The pressure from the ancient seal above suddenly increases, overwhelmingly dominating the origin of ancestral land, not allowing him to easily recover. Shu Ruohai, who always hides, has also drawn out the poisonous horn he used to deal with the divine feather god. That is the only method he can use when ancestral land loses focus. The poisonous horn directly penetrates into the body like water. Immediately the original smooth skin of him begins to show black marks. 3 sides of the ancestral land's teeth are cut off by the sword of Zan Duyan at this moment. He finally wakes up, feeling the strong threat of death. The first thing he does is vomit a stream of water. A divine water from his mouth spurts out, momentarily shattering the mind of Tru Hao. Tru Hao falls flat when the sword of Zan Duyan is about to stab into his body. He clasps his hands, showing an empty-handed move to receive the sword. However, the intrusion of the poisonous horn and the pressure from the ancient seal completely prevent him from using his power, unable to timely defeat Zan Duyan's sword. The situation once again falls into a deadlock. However, the final god is still the god Fuang Mak Li, showing astonishment on his face, but Zan Duyan's sword cannot continue to strike down. Instead, it continuously returns. In the decisive moment, Tiu Shuat Teep took action. Fuang Mak Li, he can temporarily unleash the power of a demigod. Tiu Shuat Teep has accumulated the power of the past years, a force of a long river like a falling river on Fuang Mak Li, as in the battle at the main headquarters. The force within Fuang Mak Li immediately explodes, temporarily promoting him to a demigod. Under the power of the Chuanyuan sword, the attack began to spread towards the beautiful face of the Shuiyan clone. As he saw the Chuanyuan sword getting closer, anger rose in his heart. He knew clearly that this sword would kill him under the influence of gold, copper, and edge stones, and he could not recover. Don't dream, he let out his last fierce cry, his inner divine power surging out without flinching. Everyone was like this. Both sides had completely entered the intense stage. This war was destined to either have Shuiyan clone die or everyone die. Because everyone has a way to rest their heads, I will not die. I have a sword that can destroy mountains, cut rivers, protect seas, eliminate demons, and conquer gods. The face of evil. This is our hot-blooded stimulant. Under the eloquent shout of Yangming, Qingchuan Yuanming landed on the body of Shuiyan clone, divided into 2 beautiful faces, with expressions of disbelief and a hint of malice on them. What about the gods? I will cut it off. What is a cross-section? It's obviously our hot-blooded syndrome. My fish is missing and my body has been returned. Zhao Hao saw the body lying on the ground with a hint of regret. He has never tested the true power of the deity. When he is about to take the body of Tui Van Fan, then, before stepping in, he sees 2 parts of the body directly turn into 2 pools of water without leaving a trace for Zhao Hao at the end of the crowd. Fuang Hu Do De looked closely at the jubilant crowd. Although the victory was unfair, he truly saw the maturity of everyone. He didn't know when everyone had become so strong that they could confront the deity. As everyone happily cheers, Xiao Chu has eyes gleam with happiness looking towards An Hong. Are you okay? Do you need any help? Xiao Chu Ha asks with a smile. An Hong replies, I am fine. You guys have already used up a lot of energy. Rest here. Every time Xiao Chu Ha shows a little concern, Fuang Hong feels embarrassed. Do you care about me? Fuang Hong feels a bit puzzled upon learning about the deaths of 2 other doubles. But he is not scared because he is the strongest. Despite his dazzling appearance, Fuang Hong is covered in wounds, even a broken rib. But Fuang Hong looks even more pitiful, covered in blood. A mystical image in the sky seems to be completely destroyed, reaching a dead end. Do you think the deaths of those 2 useless beings can stop me? Even if I am alone, I can overcome any difficulty. The mad laughter of Loi Van's double echoes. Holding the thunderbolt like a divine gun, he continuously throws it towards Fuang Hong. Fuang Hong's body is constantly stabbed, but he does not use time power, instead continuously using the ability to absorb pain to heal the wounds. Loi Van's double questions, don't you have time power? Why not use it? Have you cried yet? Fuang Hong looks at his bloodied face, his black and white eyes clear but calm. "Have you not recognized me?" Loi Van's double furrows his brow. "Even when death approaches, you still pretend to be mysterious." Nin Hu Dao mutters, "Do you not recognize me? The power of lightning attacks against me is weakening." Loi Van's double suddenly realizes that since the beginning, each lightning strike could have killed Fuang Hong, forcing the opponent to be reborn with the power of time. Until now, when using Then Loi can only cause severe injuries but not kill completely. Has my Then Loi weakened, or has the opponent increased resistance to Then Loi? Thinking about this, at the same time, the eyes of Loi Van tightened suddenly. Looking at the injured face under Fang Shu's body, he suddenly grew bigger and involuntarily spoke the words of the heavenly law. "Meredith, you are using my divine thunder to gather the heavenly law." Finally, he realized that Fang Shu had never used the power of time, and the real purpose of being beaten was not to exhaust the power of time, but that the other party was absorbing his divine thunder. Fang Shu felt that a divine law had already formed in his body. The god of No Way finally understood, but it was already too late. "I had been waiting for the formation of the divine law. What are you waiting for? Waiting for death?" He slowly straightened the body of the divine law, emitting a bright light. As God's people are constantly conquered by God's spirit, they begin to realize their understanding of God and gather together. At that time, it was not yet formed, and Kong Mingshen discovered the intention to stop the heavenly technique. However, it was not without results. This is the basis for the formation of the heavenly technique Law, which was formed from the beginning in the battle against Lei Yun's clone today. He constantly absorbs the essence of the opponent. Many attacks seem to be able to dodge at 20 times the speed, but he doesn't. Killing the Thundercloud clone is not difficult, but what he wants is not to kill, but to absorb. Lei Yunfun was both surprised and angry. "I didn't know that I had been calculated by Fang Shu from the beginning. This meant that I was underestimated and seen as a stepping stone for an ant. No matter how you collected disaster rules, you believed that God only needed a small rule to win." Fang Shu coldly smiled and said, "At the moment when the law of natural disasters was formed, you had already lost the right to fight against me. Self-satisfaction had taken you deep into the sky." Lei Yunhai sent out a shockwave, rushing straight towards Fang Shu. Very good. Fang Shu smiled uncontrollably and voluntarily rushed towards Lei Lei. The gaze of Lei Yun's clone also contained a path to seek death. Fang Shu was swallowed up by lightning, which crazily destroyed his body. As Lei Yun's clone said, "The law of calamity cannot resist the thunder god at all. But he doesn't lack other rules. The existence of rules is just a foundation that can accommodate thunder gods millions of miles away." Fang Yao didn't hesitate to contribute the power of Nu Hua to Fang Shu. The Nu Hua cage inside his body was rapidly spinning. Nu's terrifying power kept Fang Shu's body alive and lightning. His body is constantly being destroyed, but constantly regenerating. Destruction and regeneration intertwine on his body, but not enough. Using the terrifying power of Miracle 8 to randomly join the battle begins to help him fight against some lightning strikes. The law of Grass Sword, the law of Black Lotus, the law of Pain. The three laws within your body work together, and the power of the law of Grass Sword devours the gods of law, absorbing the pain of the law of Black Lotus. With Fang Shu's current strength, you cannot completely swallow the thundercloud, but you can pass the excess thundercloud pills to countless people to digest the force together. Finally, there is the law of calamity, which absorbs all the thunder in the sky. At that moment, the law of calamity becomes brighter and develops at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the law of calamity is formed, it eventually splits into 2, 4, or 8 pieces. And the light of thunder has been completely absorbed by Fang Shu. There is no more light. The eyes of Thunder Spirit Body become unbelievably confused. You only have one heavenly tribulation law, how can you accommodate all thunder gods? Fang Shu is now calm because the 7 angel lines do not believe in a small divine realm. Why did he calmly absorb his divine thunder? And his body thunder became even more excited, constantly emitting thunder. Thousands of divine thunder fell from the sky and rushed towards Fang Shu. But Fang Shu's body was like a bottomless black hole, devouring one divine thunder after another. After the divine thunder in the sky disappeared, the body thunder disappeared without a trace. Fang Shu furrowed his brow and said he had already run away. It turned out that the nervousness before the spirit body burst was just pretending to be preparing to escape. This is a reflection of Yama appearing in the sky of Nam Nguyen. Fang Shu's power has not completely disappeared yet. The top priority is to ensure that Nguyen becomes God. We will transfer Nguyen and his disciples to Nam Nguyen. You must help him. Fang Shu pressed his finger, directly breaking Yama's reaction. Fang Shu gently combined Mengyu's faith ability and began to surpass the divine thunder formation. Just before, Fang Shu completely ignored Yama's words. This is something I have never changed in many years, even my honor has not received any respect. When the competition ended, I came, what am I should give us a face. After kissing a thriving deity named Hu Ji, Zhao Hao's face was filled with innocence. He was too handsome, with sparkling eyes, staring at Fang Shu as if trying to make up for all the time lost over the years. Fang Shu didn't notice everyone's praise and calmed down until the end of the game. Everyone went to clean up the strange invasion of Yunzhou. He planned to temporarily keep everyone, mainly to keep Xiao Chusha, because Zhang Mengyue would come soon. According to Zhang Mengyue's personality, there may be conflicts between the two when encountering Xiao Chusha. He didn't like unnecessary trouble, so he kept Xiao Chusha first. This was not because he heard the news of death, but because of simple reasoning. The 12 continents god is not a fool. Nature knows that Zhang Mengyue is about to become a god, and she will definitely be invited to come. When Zhang Mengyue comes and sees Xiao Chusha, there will definitely be conflicts. Very good, Hu Ji. Everyone answers that they are ready to clean up strange things. Only Xiao Chusha has a shy smile on her face. Come on, Hu Ji, deal with your quirks. Let them go and let me stay by your side. Now, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Who is Fang Lang? Xiao Chusha looked at a beautiful woman wearing white clothes and skin like jade in confusion. In the end, Fang Shu didn't expect Mengyu to come so soon. Perhaps the 12 states divine Zetian Star Do had moved here. Who are you? Xiao Chunxia stretched out her chest and refused to give in, forcefully saying that Zhang Mengyue threw one eye at Xiao Chunxia's chest, her eyes flashing with the secret code that this palace is the moon god, the wife of Fang Lang. Xiao Chunxia. What surprised him was not the moon god, but Fang Lang's wife. Xiao Chusha turned around and saw only a beautiful woman, dressed in clothes as white as the moon and with skin as shiny as jade. Finally, she had arrived. Fang Shu didn't expect Mengyu to come so quickly. Perhaps it was the 7-star dough used by the gods of Beizhou that brought you here. Xiao Chunxia stretched out her chest and refused to give in, forcefully saying that Zhang Mengyue threw one eye at Xiao Chunxia's chest, her eyes flashing with the secret code that this palace is the moon god, the wife of Fang Lang. Xiao Chunxia. What surprised him was not the moon god, but Fang Lang's wife. Who, have you been married all these years without telling me? Hearing this, Meng Wei's eyes shined brightly. Someone like her should leave my house immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sister is too violent. Who? You've been by my side all these years, surely causing me much pain. Unlike me, who only pities you. Tiu So has pregnancy is evident with just a glance. When Tiu Mo Dui gets angry, the moonlight radiates from his body. The almost unparalleled terrifying power of an ancient deity is most evident at this moment. My sister seeks death. Tiu So Ha, terrified, quickly hides behind Phương Hưu. Is my sister in the wrong? At this moment, Tiu Mo Dui's blood pressure rises, a painful wound appears on his white forehead. Even those like Duong Min remain intrigued, discussing the story in detail. Duong Min notes that despite Dai Lao Hak not being as beautiful as others, no power is inferior to others, not even inferior to the lineage of others. But because of years of acquaintance, I still support Senior Hak more. On Xiao Soha's forehead, a green vein appears, clenched teeth in anger as if wanting to kill. Phương Hưu stands between two women with a frown. He doesn't care about the argument between the two women. What he cares about is the present, not a time for arguing. Van Chu An Hu is being infiltrated by Bai Nan, quickly turning into a deity. Phương Hưu tells Tiu Mo Dui, but little did he know that when Tiu Mo Dui hears it, he won't understand what he's saying. After hearing it, Phương Hưu feels very confused. Tiu Mo Dui continues to say, is it because of this girl that you're driving me away? An Hu, if you want, I will leave. I don't want you and your sister to have difficulties because of me. Tiu Mo Dui says with a sad look, tears in his eyes. Phương Hưu feels confused again. His brow is getting sour. Shut up, Xiaosha. Go and solve the strange problem with Yang Mingming Yu. You can recommend it to the real god. Fang Shu looked very angry, and Pan Xiaosha made a few jokes. She spat out the pink snake and ran away. Meng Yu was still a bit stubborn. When arriving at Phương Lao Phương Hưu, he directly says to be silent. One more word and he will immediately open the heavenly marriage Dao. A motto hits the weakness of Meng Wei. He would rather die than open the heavenly marriage Dao, which is the thread of love between him and Phương Hưu. Finally, Meng Wei can only recommend the wise god. Meng Wei releases a mystical breath that surprises everyone. From the moment of connection with heaven and earth, he seems to melt between heaven and earth. Although he is there, he gives others a sense of emptiness. A mysterious new area appears on top of Dai De Nam Wei, as if he is everywhere. Phương Hưu sees a blurry area in the eyes, where Mong Wei merges with Nam Wei. He seems to be dispersed, merging into every corner of Nam Wei. At this time, his followers begin to kneel before the future, each one solemn and serious, continuously praying. An invisible force of belief emanates from them and converges into Mong Wei. As the force of belief increases on Mong Wei's body, he emits endless divine light. A sacred spirit is gradually appearing. The moon in his body continues to rotate. Supernatural power continuously blends with the moon in him. The connection between him and the moon is getting tighter as if it is his moon. However, Phương Hưu frowns slightly. He slowly activates the time force acting on the believers brought by Mong Wei. Under the accelerated impact of time, more and more forces of belief emanate from them. He does not choose to accelerate time for Mong Wei because the fairy is an existence beyond time, unlike mortals who are always immersed in time. That's why deities never age or die. Currently, even though Zhang Mengyue has not become a deity, he cannot guarantee that the use of accelerated time will not affect Zhang Mengyue's ascension process. Therefore, he has chosen to accelerate the time of the believer's power, and the power of belief emerges. After Phương Hưu joins in, Zhang Mengyue's speed of becoming a deity immediately increases. The immense power of belief acts on his body, concentrated in the deity's body, almost reaching a specific level. Phương Hui's eyes turn into a dazzling light, not leaving his gaze from Zhang Mengyue, continuously observing the changes in the deity. Time passes by, with each passing second the accumulated power of belief in the deity reaches a qualitative transformation. A pale white fire gradually forms from that. The process of becoming a deity is divided into 4 parts, focusing on belief, burning the deity, and finally the ceremony of becoming a deity. Currently, Zhang Mengyue has reached the 3rd part, burning the deity. A bright light shines in Phương Hui's eyes. It turns out that the fire deity lies within the deity, meaning a product born from the power of the deity combined with belief. Under his gaze, the white divine fire increasingly turns red, pouring out of the divine cack, burning Zhang Mengyue's body. His body enveloped in white flames, he shows no signs of pain, instead growing more solemn in expression. In a divine atmosphere, the divine fire transforms him from within. First, his slender body turns into a divine form. Not everyone can create a divine body like Phương Hưu did before becoming a deity. Normally, a divine body is created from the fire deity. But Phương Hưu has encountered Nu No Thien, who has helped him bypass this step. Under the light of the fire deity, Zhang Mengyue appears as a spiritual deity, free from material sensations, completely focused on a new realm of life. On his smooth skin, like jade without any dust, quietly holds the circulating moonlight. Truly deserving of the name Jade Bone Gang, if you pay attention, you can smell a scent of herbs permeating the heart. His entire body emits a fragrant scent. After a few hours, the white milk flame gradually extinguishes, but in reality, it is not extinguishing but merging into Tuong Mongwei's body, beginning to burn. The gradual transformation of his body has been completed. Now, the transformation begins with small parts of the soul being transmuted, then a dazzling bright streak of divine power shines within the body. That is the power of Tuong Mongwei under the shadow of the divine flame, transforming all the strength in Tuong Mongwei's body into divine power. Finally, the last transformation is a soul that does not have any weakness, any strength does not exist. They represent the spirit. Only when the spirit is perfect without any flaws is the divine transformation of the soul even more discreet. Even Phương Hưu cannot see through, only feeling clearly the nature of a human gradually transforming into the supreme and sacred godliness, making people fearful and unable to look straight. However, this is only for others. For Phương Hưu, it has no effect. He has faced many gods directly and has no fear towards them. In the end, Tuong Mongwei completes the transformation, opening his eyes steadily. Inside the moonlight, the figure stands alone, emitting a majestic feeling that spreads throughout the entire winehouse. Phương Hưu stares at Tuong Mongwei hanging in the 9 heavens, detecting the opponent's breath powerful like a deity, but not enough to see through. Compared to the sky god Vulture or any other deities of White Continent, they are all one step behind. And that one step is the training from the god's decree. In the deep sky, a thunderous sound suddenly resounds, ominous as if it heralds something. In just a moment, the sky suddenly darkens. The sun and moon lose their light, a terrifying pressure that even Tuong Mongwei cannot control, leading to a spellbinding scene that Tuong Mongwei cannot bear. The fair skin of his jade-like complexion feels a bit uncomfortable. He is not sure if he can pass the ceremony of becoming a deity or not. In the end, he is just the inheritor of the god's tower of moon god, considered a glass deity. His innate fate. Feeling a bit uneasy, unsure if I can overcome the Tanden ceremony. In the end, I am just the heir to the moon god tower, considered the god of glass. It's my destiny. Is more than other gods. At this moment, he looks far away, his eyes full of determination. There is some pity and regret, but in a blink of an eye, these complex expressions disappear, replaced by a smile. But the smile of the moon god is only for one person, that is Phương Hưu. Tuong Mong Wei gently says to Phuong Lang, if I die, you will remember your beauty the most. I know that Phương Hưu has a way to avoid the curse of heaven's destiny, so I cannot die for love. This makes me happy. Rest assured, with me here, you will not die. Phương Hưu calmly says, even when facing such a horrifying ceremony of becoming a deity, he remains unchanged. Tuong Mong Wei trembles a bit in his beautiful eyes, showing a hint of emotion. But then he seems to remember something, hurriedly saying, Phuong Lang, stay away from the woman named Tu. Even facing such a terrifying Tanden ceremony, I don't change my expression. A hint of vulnerability appears in your beautiful eyes, a trace of emotion. But then you seem to remember something and quickly say, Phuong Lang, stay away from that woman named Tu. He is not a good person. He didn't expect that at such an important moment, Tuong Mong Wei would still think about unimportant things. Is this the side effect of heaven's destiny or the nature of that woman? Immediately, he says, keep quiet. Rest assured, to overcome the challenge right after, a brilliant golden lightning bolt falls down. This lightning bolt is powerful and sharp to the extreme, containing an exquisitely destructive power. It is the legendary 5-element spirit lightning. He helped Zhang Mengyue overcome the challenge solely with his own strength and thwarted the scheme of the heavenly origin deity. Just before, Zhang Mengyue's first lightning bolt was the legendary 5-element spirit lightning. The entire atmosphere was filled with a scent of destruction. On Zhang Mengyue's face, there was no fear, only a fierce battle. He is not afraid of death, but he does not want to die, a nostalgic feeling for his precious life. Under the support of that nostalgia, he unleashes a potential strength never seen before. He directly uses the divine weapon to shatter the danger. He can overcome the challenge to become a deity Zhang Mengyue, but there is no joy on his face. On the contrary, he becomes quite pale. The strength to become a deity exceeds his imagination. This was only the first lightning bolt that consumed nearly half of his own divine power, even causing the divine weapon Luan Lu to emit a screech. But the challenge to become a deity still has 6 bolts, each stronger than the previous. The deity does not allow Zhang Mengyue too much time to prepare. Immediately the second lightning bolt falls. It is the youthful green lightning bolt. Not only does it not contain any breath of destruction, on the contrary, it brings a sense of vitality. The bolt falls like a large tree branch in the celestial palace. It is the legendary 5 elements wood spirit lightning, also known as the banishing evil spirit lightning, specialized in controlling demons. Fortunately, on Zhang Mengyue's body, there are no traces of demons, otherwise, this bolt would surely subdue. However, it is still very difficult. The third bolt is the legendary 5 elements water spirit lightning, specialized in eradicating all harmful creatures in the world. Vong Suyen Ni is watching attentively as Zhang Mengyue overcomes the challenge, his brows furrowed, feeling that this challenge seems to be aimed at him. Nevertheless, he is still very uncomfortable. The Sea Thunder deity is a water spirit deity according to the 5 elements, due to the contract of the thunder deity Fang Shu. He stares at Zhang Mengyue going through the test, his brows furrowed, feeling that this magic seems to be targeting him. The first spirit thunder tree may not be difficult to speak of, but the second spirit sealing thunder tree specializes in countering demons. With too many demon powers, the body will be strongly restrained. Similarly, the water spirit thunder tree focuses on countering the toxic species in the world, specifically targeting the 8 sea gods. The most important thing is that one cannot overcome the worldly test to become a god, as it is a mere illusion. Overcoming the worldly test is also equivalent to not overcoming it without experiencing the worldly test. One cannot truly become a god and cannot be resurrected through time. The worldly test is a barrier to the life of the one undergoing it. Once dead, the worldly test will immediately dissipate, so one cannot overcome it by reincarnation. Fang Shu, however, is not overly concerned, as when the day truly comes for him to walk the path to becoming a god through his own strength, he won't have to worry. This time, Jilei has caused Zhang Mengyue to suffer even more. Jilei did not give him a chance to catch his breath. The fire thunder tree seems to pause for a moment the following year. The thunder tree of fire, with its intense burning power, can ignite forests and skies, causing immense destruction. The purple thunder is accompanied by the sacred fire of the world. The fire thunder begins to burn Jong Mungyu's body, creating a painful explosion from his mouth. Within seconds, not a drop of blood on his lips, his entire body seemed to shatter. The pitiful appearance evokes a sense of simplicity. After overcoming the final thunder tree, he falls into a severely injured state, looking disoriented, maintaining the current state of Jong Mungyue. After overcoming the fifth thunder tree, he will continue under the extreme sixth ordeal. The nine-continent god intends to help but is forced to maintain the great starry sky array and cannot intervene. The ghost gods continue to attack the great starry sky array. Clearly, their purpose is to prevent others from being freed. At this moment, the deities of Ku Chao can only hope in Phương Hưu. The thunder god and earth god have arrived. He can protect the world with the strongest force. A strike from the thunder god, 5 elements to defend the earth god. This strike is extremely heavy, falling down like a divine mountain. Phương Hưu tries to be resilient despite his trembling body being uncontrollable. At this moment, most deities of Ku Chao are staring at Phương Hưu, starting to have some doubts. They are waiting for what he is waiting for. Do they know that Kim Den and Jiang Mongwei cannot overcome the ceremony of red transformation or not? No one knows what Phương Hưu is thinking, while some say he should have acted earlier, but he hasn't done so yet. Suddenly, Jiang Mongwei lets out a desperate cry. Blood trickles from his nose. Luckily, the fifth miracle has passed, but he doesn't have the strength to overcome the sixth miracle. At this moment, Phương Hưu finally takes action. He gently raises his right hand towards Jiang Mongwei on the verge of death, summoning the power of time return. A mysterious and incomprehensible time force sprays from his hand, gradually covering Jiang Mongwei. The power of time cannot affect deities because they are beyond the flow of time. Like sailing on a river, the river cannot touch the deities, so how can it affect them? Only when the deities voluntarily jump out of the long river of time. In fact, Jiang Mongwei is considered a deity who has jumped out of time. He is just not perfect. Only after the ceremony of red transformation can he be considered a perfect deity, flawless. But facing Phương Heu's help, he doesn't think Phương Hưu is harming him. Of course, he will voluntarily jump into the river of time. At this moment, a sudden noise from the Palace of Action is heard. Only after the ceremony of becoming a deity can one be considered a perfect deity, but facing the help of Fang Shu, he doesn't think Fang Shu is harming him. Of course, he will voluntarily jump into the river of time. And at this moment, a sudden noise suddenly rang out from the Action Palace. A familiar figure suddenly appeared behind Phương Hưu, his hand placed on his body, a force as if able to seal all the fears in the world, turning into blood-colored chains tightly locking Phương Hưu. The sky god Vulture laughs. Unexpectedly, Phương Hưu finally loses to me by one step. The god of 9 continents is shocked, his face full of disbelief. He cannot believe that he is Phương Heu's essence, but slowly turns to look at the sky god Vulture with a calm gaze. Pale, finally waiting for you. The sky god Vulture laughs coldly. Phương Hưu dared to think that I would explode when I was near death. Did you think I would be deceived? I was especially looking forward to the moment you acted to stop you from deploying the Dao Vuhu Island. Because when you enter the void state, you cannot act. When you act, that means you are no longer in the void state. Currently, all your power has been sealed by me. Even suicide cannot be carried out, let alone deploying the power of time. Listening to the explanation of the sky god Vulture, the gods of 9 continents are all angry and resentful. The sky god Vulture, how did you enter the 9 continents? The sky god Vulture laughs coldly. Some people sitting in the well and watching the sky. Did you realize that after the ceremony of becoming a deity, the stars in the sky over Ban Chao trembled even more strongly? I used the ceremony of becoming a deity to attack the heavenly god, creating a gap in the large 9 continents network for infiltration. Now you realize it's too late. This time no one can stop me. Now all I need is to control Phương Hưu. No one else can help heavenly god overcome the desperate situation. At that time, the heavenly god will naturally fail. Mac then uses Ban Chao to become a deity. If he fails, even Ban Chao's fate will be affected. The day I step into Ban Chao will be the day you all kill me. Then Phương Hưu says, before, when I wanted to take over Ban Chao, you obstructed me. You've just hindered my attention for the second time. This third time, you'll see how you can stop me. The taste of victory has surely made then Vu Troy unable to control himself. He has begun to savor the sweetness of victory, eagerly awaiting the astonished and horrified expression on Phương Heu's face. The god fails and regrets only hearing Phương Hưu speak calmly as you wished. This is the sixth storm of the Loi diet that Dao Dai Nu Han falling down. This storm is truly a synthesis of the 5 previous storms. The rotating power of Nu Han is being mixed in it. This storm almost shows the greatness of Nu Han. Approaching death but still pretending. Today I want you to see Then Wei die before your eyes bit by bit for you to slowly witness your own failure finally. In the eager eyes of Then Vu Troy Then Loi diet the Dao Dai Nu Han falls down with a resounding sound echoing throughout the world like daylight. But Then Vu Troy does not feel dazzled. Instead, he stares intently at Zhang Mongwei, who is seriously injured, silently waiting for him to die. He did not choose to surprise attack Zhang Mongwei earlier because he did not dare to intervene in Cheng Then Qi's surprise attack on Zhang Mongwei could result in both being struck by lightning at the same time. And he clearly knows that as long as Phương Hưu is there, Zhang Mongwei can definitely surpass Cheng Then Qi even if he does not die, so he chose to surprise attack Phương Hưu when he was proud of his perfect attack, something he did not expect happened. Only to see Zhang Mongwei, who had been seriously injured, slowly stand up with a cold, full-scale face. A powerful wave of energy emanates from his entire body, confronting Then Loi diet the Dao Dai Nu Han head-on. The storm continuously breaks his strength, attacking his body. He is continuously injured but also continuously recovers and has a clear 5-colored light swirling inside his body. He stands firm in every blow despite the chaos, but in the end, he safely overcomes the 6th challenge. Then Vu Troy cannot believe this. What is happening here? How can he rely on anything to overcome the 6th? That Thap Tianjoy not only shocked, even then Lin Ku Chao is clueless as to what's happening, feeling like on a roller coaster. Fang Shu's calm tone resounds once more. Is this what you want? Sky God Vulture, your face is full of sinister features. What kind of demon are you to be like that? This can't happen. You have been sealed by me, haven't you? My seal has made you unable to use any power. Now I can't even commit suicide anymore. But have you ever thought that you have really sealed me or not? Under the cold gaze of the Sky God Vulture, the Heaven God starts to feel a shiver. Suddenly, he realizes something. He panics. You are my clone, so why did you just realize now? It's too late. This time Phương Heu's words truly come from the body of Zhang Mongwei. A clear white gem emerges from his collar and finally transforms into the form of Phương Hưu. The heavenly god is shocked when he realizes that your true body is hidden within the heavenly god Meng Wei. Zhang Mongwei feels embarrassed and feels the warmth from above. With his beautiful face on the appropriate canvas, he is the lucky one who knows the information. Phương Hưu has found him first and transformed into a jade member for him to wear. Why he can't think of a way to pass the 6th? That Thap Tianjoy. Not only is he shocked, but even then Lin Ku Chao is clueless, completely unaware of what's happening, feeling like on a speeding train. Fang Shu's calm tone echoes again. He should have left my house immediately years ago if he didn't tell me. After hearing this, Mong Wei begins to shine in his bright and glamorous eyes. People like her should stay away from my house. If not, don't blame me for being rude. My sister is too violent. Senior hack, you may not want to start with such sensitive words. Can you? How come everything you say sounds so vulgar like that? But what he said was quite reasonable. Hugh Ca has used our power. The original problem was not that Zhang Mengwei passed the level alone, but that the two of them were purebred people, not magicians. They said they couldn't summon the broken thunder to drive it away, but in fact, this thunder was aimed at Fang Shu. I should have thought of this a long time ago. Now, Shen Yushan regrets being trapped by Fang Shu. The problem is that he focused all his attention on Fang Shu, which led him to overlook Zhang Mengwei. How can you hold your breath in front of God? His mother, how do you cheat the sky and the sea of clouds? You asked Fang Shu angrily. You sit there and look up at the sky like a useless person. You don't know how you used the sacrament to break into the clouds. I used the breath of the saint to conceal myself. Once then Van Thien recognized my face, he grew increasingly puzzled. Knowing when I returned to Van Chao, then Van Thien posed a final question, as Phương Hưu had foreseen his plans. Clearly predicting his plan beforehand, Phương Hưu had substituted a secret member and hidden Zhang Mongwei within his body. As he left, Phương Hưu gazed at then Van Thien with calm, confident eyes, rallying his allies. And with one swift strike, Phương Hưu slew then Van Thien. Startled, then Van Thien wondered how Phương Hưu knew all his plans. Phương Hưu then asked, did you think I wouldn't retain my soul fragment? The reason I released your soul fragment was that I knew killing all your fragments wouldn't kill you, just weaken you. Intentionally releasing the fragment was to leave you some power. Dare to come back here, god of cloud-killing sky. Your rapid rise has brought me back, but what does that mean? Suddenly, I am a god without destiny, like a lost thunder. In the dark light, an eager feeling slowly emerges. It seems as if eagerly anticipating the moment when the god will fall. Until now, he has never truly killed a god. Thinking of the opportunity to end a god with his own hands is a step closer to finding his wife and seeking revenge. How could he not be excited? The god of the heavenly realm laughed loudly. A god is just a monster. Defeating part of a god's power, he dares to speak shamelessly. If a god does not die in this world, only a god can kill a god. I admit this time I have been defeated by your calculations, but that's nothing. With me here, the moon god will never succeed. Overcoming the final difficulty, at this moment the final challenge is slowly taking shape. In the sky, it seems like a terrifying convergence is taking place. This final challenge is much slower to come than the previous ones. With the prolonged performance of magic like this before the end, it's not difficult to understand the horror of this final challenge. William remained unchanged in expression, paying no attention to the final challenge or threats of the god of the heavenly realm. Then I will have to deal with it before the final challenge arrives. Let the heavens bear witness. Even though I have lost 2/3 of my body and am being overwhelmed by the shaking of the celestial palace, I am still unbeatable as in the old days. The god of the heavenly realm sighed gently. Even nearing death, you still pretend. Today, I will show you step by step your own failure. The god of the heavenly realm suddenly became angry at the words spoken earlier by him, now being uttered by the Wind Duke, making him feel mocked. Immediately after, he roared, even transforming directly into a mythical form. The power of fire and water elements is fully manifested at this moment. Phương Hưu also activates the painful destiny power, and deceiving power that has arrived. He drains all the power from Duong Min and others. Initially, Phương Hưu not only exchanges and transforms into a Jade member with Zhang Mengyue, but also informs Duong Min and the group beforehand. You planted the seeds of division on them, so that you can use Command 6 Black to quickly extract your power at any time. This method makes me interested in letting Wei Ge use my power to show him his power. Suddenly, I felt like I had been involved so much, Old Black. You probably should have started with such sensitive words, right when you speak. There's so much dog poop on your lips, but what he said makes perfect sense. Wei Ge used our power. It seems that he had a lot of fun participating. Mr. Senior Hack, you may not want to start with such sensitive words. How come everything you say sounds so vulgar like that? But what he said was quite reasonable. Hugh Ca has used our power to make it not only us who become gods. Phương Hui's power suddenly surges to a half-god level. A terrifying force sprays from him, making the surrounding space tremble. And his breath at this moment is almost close to that of a deity. Unable to bear it, Phương Hưu whispers to himself, I understand that this is the peak of midnight, using the temporary power of the Dao Tu Tu Duong to break the nerves. Feng Shu shook his head gently, and in an endless moment, the power of lies was activated. At midnight, his white hair was blown away. His black shirt still comforted him in the fierce wind. Blood and light shone in his incomparable eyes. The things emanating from you are spread across 9 states, and your breathing now is very close to God, unbearable. Feng Shu muttered to himself, you know this is the climax of midnight, temporarily using the power of the road to death to break nerves. Obviously, this is impossible, but for me, it's already enough. When Feng Shu deployed the road to death, Heaven's expression became very complicated. First was misfortune, then bad things began to frown, and then shock, seeing Feng Shu's power surpass his. Only when pretending to relax, a deafening thunder suddenly rang out in the sky, and a mixed beam of light appeared in the sky, indicating that the last divine sword was ready. Seeing this, Yun Angel suddenly sneered that the last divine sword was about to fall on the road. I want to see how he killed me, the calmness on Feng Shu's face, until I can see clearly. Without opening my eyes, all parts of the sword, including Chun Yuanfei and Shu Yanfei, will fly to Feng Shu's side. With the power of heaven and earth, the increase of lies and the acceleration of time. All the laws on Feng Shu's body, combined with the divine power of the 8 realms, the power of Nu Hua exploded in another circle. Time stopped. Everything seemed to be taboo. Whether it was the sword of Cloud Angel or the god of 9 provinces, they became taboo. This is not about time being prohibited, but about the speed reaching an extreme that causes others to be prohibited. At this moment, the cold smile of the sky god Vulture is still hanging on his face, while Phương Hưu has appeared before him. Looking at that smile, it quickly freezes with an extremely slow speed. His eyes gradually move with difficulty. A long yellow sword aura envelops the face of the sky god Vulture, completely freezing his cold smile. Eyes slowly rising, a streak of blood appears on his neck. He didn't have time to speak. Quickly frozen, at an extremely slow pace, his eyes gradually moved with difficulty. A long golden air sword enveloped the angel's face. The cold laugh on the cloud's face froze completely. A blood stain slowly appeared from his neck. He hadn't had a chance to speak yet. His head falls to the ground before he can speak. Everyone stares intently at Phương Hưu at the center of the incident, their gaze reaching the end, all of them shocked and overwhelmed, even losing strength. They can't even believe their eyes. Even young men and others, who were sure that Phương Hưu would win, are surprised by a single sword. If both parties are in the same state, killing unnecessarily, the power of God, the power of lies, Fang Shu is not surprised at all. The power of time, the power of divine weapons, the divine power of the goddess of Oa, the power of the supreme god, all this power converges into one person, even the gods cannot resist. At this moment, the head of the god Ithene's veins ran dry, saying that even gods cannot fight. Phương Hưu directly uses the seal of void to seal the wound of the divine Ithene, a wound that cannot be healed. The divine Ithene feels like being crushed by a mountain of 10,000 gods, completely immobilized. He looks down at Phương Hưu from above, never thinking he would come to such a disastrous end. Being crushed like a dead dog on the ground, Phương Hưu casually says that all living beings die, even gods are no exception. Phương Hưu raises the sky moon sword, with power flowing into the golden sword, majestic and radiant in all directions, even a sun and moon ring appears on the sword. Circling from a distance, Phuong Mak Li gazes intently at the sky moon sword, wondering if that is the true power of the sky moon sword. The terrifying aura of the sky moon sword rushes down, striking the body of the divine Ithene with great force, just after one strike. The body of the divine Ithene dissolves between heaven and earth, leaving only a dark temple floating in midair. In the moment after, the temple explodes with powerful light about to fly into the void, but is grabbed tightly by a large hand, the divine Ithene unwilling to go to Phương Hưu. You will never be able to kill me, even if my body is destroyed, my temple will still exist. Sooner or later, one day I will be reborn. At that time, you will surely cry and beg for mercy, not to die. However, Phương Hưu casually says, "Is that so? I will wait and see." Then he raises his left hand to the mouth of the divine Thou Thene, opening a fierce stream of air. A divine vortex sucks the temple of the divine Ithene inside. The divine Ithene naturally does not give in, inside he constantly collides like a madman. However, as the temple regenerates, the shrine of God of martial arts was immediately bound by Phương Hai's plan to wait for the transmigration before slowly escaping to the shrine of God of martial arts. At this moment, the image of Yama appeared before Phương Hoi. "Hand over the shrine of God of martial arts to me," he said. He was right, only gods can kill gods. Although you are very powerful now, in the end, it's all a facade. Once the power disappears, it may be difficult to control the shrine of God of martial arts. The best way is to hand over the shrine to us, the gods of 9 continents, to slowly destroy the origin of the god of martial arts. Completely destroy him. However, when Phương Hoi looked at Do Mi, just a flick of his finger, the image of Yama immediately dissipated into the air. Then he looked up at the sky, a deep light piercing through the clouds. The final transmigration is coming. Previously hidden on Tuong Mong Nhuoc's body, he had consumed quite a few transmigrations. At the same time, he also helped gather some transmigrations for himself. The laws were like a mutual agreement. At this point, the earthly angel had completely turned into chaos. In the darkness, it seemed that there were 2 types of swirling gases, clean and murky. The hydro gas rose, turning into the cloudy sky, sinking down to become the land. Then the sun and moon rose and set, the system of stars circling in repetition. The terrifying power, like enlightenment originating from the heavens, will make everyone horrified. The breath of destruction and creation intertwine. The ancient primordial image appeared. There is the thunder god transformed into the chaos earthquake. This is the thunder god of chaos, the origin of tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The terrifying power, like enlightenment originating from the heavens, will shock everyone. The breath of destruction and creation intertwine. The ancient primordial image appeared. They could not have imagined that Do Mi's crossing of the earthly realm could attract the thunder god of chaos. At this moment, they suddenly looked towards Phương Hoi, a faint suspicion arising in their hearts. Perhaps this chaos thunder god was not caused by Do Mi. Phương Hoi, from childhood until now, is truly a creature of a different scale. Facing the chaos thunder, known as the nest of countless thunders, Phương Hưu remains unfazed. He steps next to Tuong Mang Nuoc, seemingly indifferent to the apocalyptic scene. For Tuong Mang Nuoc, the terror of the chaos thunder is insignificant. Surviving together with loved ones is what matters. What's crucial is those by your side. Seeing Phương Hưu standing stoically under the pressure of the chaos thunder, Tuong Mang Nuoc's heart races. Nothing in this world compares to having your loved one by your side when danger approaches, never abandoning you in adversity. Unable to contain his emotions, Phuong Lang speaks naturally. A gentle gaze in his beautiful eyes nearly overflows like a stream. At this moment, he thinks of the most romantic thing possible. It's Phuong Hưu embracing under the moonlight, letting all witness this enduring love. He savors the lucky kiss, a sense of fortune filling his beautiful face. Silencing his heart, Phuong Hui's cold demeanor shatters the enchanting scene Mac Wei envisioned. Ngay lap tuk loi noi lan lung kua Phuong Hưu fa hoi buk tran tuyut dep ve hun nyan tren troi ma Mac Wei tuong trong lop me hun don mo tia sang zam kua lin loi hun don shuat heen jiao nung bai Mac kua the jion. In Phuong Hui's deep gaze, a flash seems to reflect the chaos thunder's faint gray light. Confronted with this terrifying blow, he shows no fear. Closer to divine power, he maximizes his effort to swing the Suyen Nguyen Kiem, but touching the chaos thunder once shatters it. Phuong Hưu releases the Kong Dong Kung, but it's ineffective. Unable to withstand the storm, Phuong Hưu remains unafraid. The failure of the two mystical weapons was anticipated. The Suyen Nguyen Kiem and Kong Dong Kung are ancient divine objects. Their power surpasses regular divine items, requiring a divine figure like Nu Oa from ancient times to fully activate their might. They successfully weakened a portion of the chaos thunder's power. Phuong Hưu takes a deep breath, gazing fixedly at the eerie light of the chaos thunder. He raises his left hand with unparalleled skill near godly levels, almost touching divinity. Pushing his mouth forward, he invokes the Tao Thuk, swallowing the chaos thunder.